I guess, do I count?
I don't know if I count. Do I count?
The House will come back to order. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for a call of the House.
A call of the House has been requested. Can I see a show of hands? The motion is properly sustained. Will the sergeants please close and lock the doors? Mr. Schiebel, turn on the chimes. Members, push your buttons to indicate your presence. Mr. Schiebel will shortly begin calling those names who are absent, and our sergeants will locate those members who are missing.
Representative Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Bradfield, Bradley, Catlin, Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, English, Epps, Evans, Frizzell, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Herod, Holtorf, Judah, Luck, Lynch, Morrow, Ortiz, Puglisi, Ricks, Sharbini, Sirota, Soper, Taggart, Tatone, Velasco, Weinberg, Wilford, Wilson, and Representative Winter.
Mr. Schiebel, do you think it would matter if the chime sound was something more upbeat, maybe a little more hip?
Representatives Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Bradfield, Bradley, Catlin, Doherty, DeGraff, English, Epps, Evans, Frizzell, Hamrick, Hartsook, Herod, Holtorf, Luck, Lynch, Morrow, Puglisi, Ricks, Sirota, Soper, Taggart, Velasco, Weinberg, and Representative Winter. Gotcha. Representatives Bacon, Byrd, Bockenfeld, Catlin, Doherty, English, Hamrick, Hartsook, Harrod, Holtorf, Luck, Morrow, Puglisi, Ricks, Soper, Taggart, Velasco, and Representative Winter.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the call be raised.
It has been moved that the call be raised. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The call is raised. Representative McCormick. Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for continuation of special orders. Representative McCormick will take the chair. Are we good?
Is this on?
Is this thing on? Oh my God.
The House will come to order. The committee will come to order, sorry. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee amendments are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, I would like to lay over House Bill 1216 until after House Bill 1235.
House Bill 1216 will be laid over till after 1235. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, I'd like to lay over House Bill 1264 till after House Bill 1237.
House Bill 1264 will be laid over until after 1237. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, I would like to lay over House Bill 1227 until tomorrow, April 11th.
House Bill 1227 will be laid over until tomorrow, April 11th. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1229.
House Bill 1229 by Representatives Weissman and Mabry, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning changes to consumer lending laws to limit charges to consumers.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We move House Bill 1229 and the Finance Committee report.
To the committee report.
In the Finance Committee, we made some fairly substantial amendments, one of which was to strike the entirety of sections 1 and 2 of the introduced bill. Those were provisions dealing with what are called supervised lenders. We realized in some conversations subsequent to introduction that the drafting was unintentionally overbroad and that we were reaching entities we never intended to reach, so we knew that amendment would be necessary for that reason. We decided after further thought to just strike those two sections entirely, come back at some of those issues in a later year because we do believe there are some problematic practices to address. Another big amendment was to adjust some of the amounts that are allowed under what is called the alternative charge loan statute. That is in section 3 of the bill using the introduced numbering to encompass further discussions about that part of the bill. We've had subsequent to the Finance Committee. I move L3 and ask for it to be displayed.
That has been properly moved. We're waiting for it to be displayed. Representative Weissman, to the amendment.
Thank you. So what this amendment does is, with reference to the numbers that were enacted in the Finance Committee report, if you will, we're adding $1.50 per month back in terms of the amount that may be collected by the lender as a carrying cost. We're in a section of the statute here where we don't have interest rates per se. The cost of credit is articulated in terms of monthly fees. This is something that we worked out with lenders who operate in this space subsequent to the enactment of this amendment. These numeric changes, they are in a neutral/monitor position. So we ask for your support of L3.
Is there any further discussion on the L003 to the committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the L003 to the committee report say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no? All right, the L003 passes. Representative Weissman to the committee report.
No further amendments to the committee report. We simply ask for your support in adopting the finance report as amended.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
All right, members. So I am excited to present House Bill 1229 along with my co-prime from Arapahoe County. Basically, now the amended version of this bill does two main things. The first big thing that we're trying to do here is we're making Colorado law more reflective of the will of the people. And what I mean by that is in 2018, Colorado voters passed Proposition 111, which limited payday loans to 36% APR. This proposition passed overwhelmingly with 77% of the vote. Since that passed, payday lenders are exploiting loopholes and using a process called and selling a product called alternative charge loans. The effect of them giving these alternative charge loans, it's effectively a loophole. And while Colorado voters said 36% APR on payday loans, effectively what they're able to do is they're able to get payday loans where the APR reaches as high as 114%. And so we're amending the rules around alternative charge loans to bring what people pay in APR in line with the will of the people. And then the other big thing that we're doing is we are trying to prevent out-of-state banks from stepping around Colorado lending laws. Under a provision of a 1980 federal law, out-of-state chartered banks can lend into Colorado under the interest rate caps from their home states, even if those interest rate caps are higher than that in Colorado. So that is another way that Colorado law is being circumvented. We want Colorado law to rule, and so this same federal law gives states the ability to opt out of these provisions. Iowa, Puerto Rico, and actually Colorado used to opt out of this provision. So we want to bring Colorado lending law back to where basically we have home rule, that our lending laws will rule, and that people can't, out of state banks can't come in here and opt around our lending laws. And we urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on House Bill 1229? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the bill sponsors. I find it interesting as we talk about this bill how we don't want out-of-state influence in our state. I oftentimes think about how in local government in my county, I don't want the state interfering in my county and my local government activity. It's interesting that this particular lending law piece of legislation has that as a premise. I find that very interesting, but I came to talk about the bill and how Colorado wants to be left alone. Doesn't want these predatory, allegedly predatory transactions and banking vehicles and instruments coming into Colorado. Now I'm looking at an article, and I think the bill sponsors, I'm going to ask them to, it's not a very long article, but it talks about the pitfalls of regulating consumer credit. And I know that credit's important, and I understand that you don't want to be paying 125% or some predatory rate. But having credit and having that capital at any level, low income, middle income, high income, is important. So I'm going to take a little time and go over this. This is out of Maqueda Center, George Mason University. I believe that's a reputable educational institution. Talks talks about the pitfalls of regulating consumer credit. So I'll begin here. Government regulators proposing restrictions on specific forms of consumer credit all too often ignore the reality of how and why consumers use this credit. They also ignore lenders' legitimate reasons for pricing their services as they do. Consumers' legitimate reasons for choosing the financial options they do. The risk consumers face when credit offers are made unavailable to them, and the many consumers who use the particular forms of consumer credit responsibly and effectively, even at those high interest rates, for a short period of time. Now I'll continue here. Government regulators proposing restrictions on specific forms of consumer credit all too often ignore the reality of how and why consumers use this credit. They also ignore lenders' legitimate reasons for pricing their services as they do, and consumers' legitimate reasons for choosing those financial options as they do. The risks consumers face when credit offerings are made unavailable to them, and the many consumers who use these particular forms of consumer credit responsibly and effectively. As a result, new laws and regulations on consumer credit have unintended consequences that frequently harm the very people they are meant to help by making credit more expensive and harder to obtain. By inducing lenders to reprice non-interest rate terms and reduce transparency, and by forcing consumers to substitute less preferred types of credit. I believe this particular bill is addressing some of these issues here. The restrictions also harm individuals and families that don't use any form of consumer credit by inducing banks to increase fees on bank accounts, ATM transactions, and other services. Low-income individuals and families are particularly harmed by these fees, particularly if they're high fees, and may be forced out of traditional banking systems altogether, as simple checking accounts become less affordable. Additionally, regulations on some forms of consumer credit may drive consumers into other, perhaps more problematic forms and lines of credit. Regulators must be mindful not to restrict consumers' access to credit, and that's multiple forms of credit, in order to increase the cost of credit by well-intentioned but misguided laws and regulations. So one of the things that I ask the bill sponsors is, are we misguided here? Are we going to hurt the consumer in some ways? In some cases, you're wanting to help the consumer, but in other cases, by trying to help the consumer, that person that's in that very unique category who may need that short-term credit, even at a high return, oftentimes they're called bridging loans for high-risk capital, will be hurting the consumers when we think we're trying to help the consumers. That's one of the questions here. So how and why consumers use credit? Let's talk a little bit about that. Consumers use credit for many purposes, as businesses to make capital investments that return value over time, or to smooth temporary mismatches between income and expenses. First, consumers use credit to make capital improvements, such as in consumer durables. A consumer may finance a car purchase, which returns value over time by reducing the travel times and the frequency in identifying and purchasing that car, easing the physical burden of walking long distances or commuting, and replacing the need to pay for bus or cab fares or other transportation costs. Similarly, purchasing a washing machine generates convenience and cost savings as consumers do laundry at home rather than in laundromats. And based on the vehicles, the lending vehicles, and what is available for credit, these consumers may or may not be able to get these services. Second, consumers use credit in order to smooth temporary budget shocks, such as an unexpected cut in income or a large unexpected expense. Unavailability of credit can result in non-payment of bills or bounced checks, which can put consumers at risk of potentially disastrous financial penalties, termination of bank accounts, You know, and I'll say here, if you need to get money for rent, for example, what if you have to use one of these vehicles to get money for rent so you don't have an eviction? That's one of the things that's outlined in this particular research paper. Also, discontinuation of utilities that ties to homes and housing and living, or medical treatment or other financial challenges. In such cases, the question foremost on consumers' mind is not whether the expenditure shall be made, but how it is to be financed. And I know that's the intent of the bill, is how it's to be financed. But what happens when you take away credit from a market, even if it's high-interest credit? Short-term high-interest credit isn't a problem if you can get the resources to pay down on that short-term credit. Oftentimes that does exactly what is mentioned here. It avoids these unexpected expenses and these shocks, shocks to people or shocks to business. Now I'll continue. Unavailability of credit can result in non-payment of bills or bounce checks, which can put consumers at risk of potentially other financial penalties, termination of bank accounts, discontinuation of utilities, inability to pay for medical treatments, other financial problems. The question foremost on consumers' mind, once again, I want to repeat this, is oftentimes not whether the expenditure will be made, but how will it be financed? And will this limit the amount of capital available to consumers? I fear that it may. Those in need of credit have many potential options, beginning with informal personal sources of credit, loans from family, friends, advances from other employers, mainstream solutions such as credit cards and traditional bank loans. But informal credit is often unavailable, especially in amounts necessary to meet urgent expenditures. Most people simply do not have rich friends and relatives from whom they can obtain substantial loans on short notice. That is one of the reasons for this high risk and high interest credit. There is a place for it. There is a market for it. Many mainstream credits and credit cards are maxed out. Low-income borrowers that don't have the ability to leverage any more credit, or maybe people's credit is damaged, and that causes this risk, this higher risk category. This actually affects folks that are in that high risk category from obtaining credit, as I see it. For these less affluent or less financially secure individuals and households, what happens when a paycheck or other financial resources are expected on Friday, but rent is due on the preceding Tuesday? Those with convenient access to traditional retail banking may have checking accounts with overdraft protection, which is a form of consumer credit that has become more common over the past 20 years. A person writing a check on Tuesday from an account with insufficient funds is effectively being loaned that amount of the overdraft until he or she can get sufficient funds to pay back the account on Friday, in this example. And yes, there's fees that are charged to that. Some people may think that those fees are excessive, but the bank, in this case, or the lending institution or the financial institution, is covering that, is covering those, and there should be an ability for them to charge that out. I don't know if this particular piece of legislation directly addresses that. The bill sponsors can tell me a little bit later. The banks, however, charge a fee, usually a flat fee regardless of overdraft amount, for each use of this overdraft protection service, which increases use of debit cards for minor everyday purchases. There are horror stories that have arisen of hundreds of dollars in overdraft fees stemming from a handful of small purchases, say a $2 coffee and the like. And such seemingly disproportionate charges have led regulators to scrutinize the overdraft protection fees for possible regulatory oversight. But empirical research indicates that while these stories of inadvertent triggering of overdraft fees do occur, they are not representative of regular users of overdraft protection, who often have limited credit options and use overdraft protection knowingly in order to balance their financial affairs. Payday loans, short-term unsecured loans, which is what this bill dials into a little more. Unsecured loans intended to be repaid upon the receipt of expected income within a pay period may legitimately be the most attractive option due to their convenience, reliability, and availability on short-term notice. Most payday loan customers do not have a credit card or would exceed their allowable credit limits if they were to use their credit cards. Payday loans therefore fill an important gap on the supply of financial services to the poor. I will tell you that I know of instances where people have been in this situation in specific real challenges, financial challenges for them. And even though they've had to use these services that are at a greater expense, I will tell you that the fact that that's available has been helpful to them, helpful to their financial situation. Payday loans, therefore, fill an important gap in the supply of financial services to lower-income individuals. These loans do have a high effective interest rate, but research shows that high prices can be explained by the high cost of originating and servicing many of these loans, and more importantly, the high risk and rate of default. Usually the risk is inversely proportional in this case. High risk, high interest rate, directly proportional rather, low risk, low interest rate. And that is a consideration with respect to these high risk, small payday loans. Here's another category, title pledged lending. Usually auto title pledged lending offers a third type of credit for many borrowers. Unlike overdraft protection and payday loans, both of which require consumers to have bank accounts, many auto title loan consumers are unbanked. They lack traditional bank accounts, and those turn to auto title lending instead. Other uses of title loans include independent and small businesses, handymans, landscapers, and other small companies oftentimes use this vehicle. They use their trucks or vans as collateral to obtain short-term operating capital to do certain jobs to acquire additional income. Finally, some auto title customers are people who have relatively high income but bad credit for some reason and thus are unable to obtain a credit card or open a bank account. A lot of times we have small businesses that are just getting started, and this is one of the vehicles that they use to get started. Knowing that there's a demand and they can be paid for their services, but they don't have that line of credit or they don't have established a business enterprise in a certain community, so they have to leverage these particular resources to get started. Although these various alternative lending products appear to be expensive as noted, and as noted by the bill sponsors too, consumers have the ability to choose rationally in deciding whether to use these consumer credit offerings or not, or whether in deciding which particular offering best suits them. Indeed, the existence of these and other types of credit offerings give consumers more flexibility because they can choose their source of credit based on the factors that matter most to them: interest rate, repayment periods, origination, other fees. And most of these things are known. People know that they're going to be paying these fees and these interest rates. There are actually statutes that require the people to report this stuff. So most people don't walk into these things by accident and unknowingly or unwittingly are involved in this particular type of lending. Getting back to this study here. Convenience and accessibility are important factors for consumers. Many regulators fail to appreciate this fact. I'm not too sure if this law doesn't understand that sometimes there are people who truly are in this category, and they're consumers, and they need the funding and the financing in their particular situation. Payday lender officers may provide the only source of short-term credit available to residents or neighborhoods lacking these traditional banking and banking institutions. In addition, many of those who use alternative financial products have had negative experiences working with banks and credit cards in the past, and have also fallen subject to expensive penalties and other charges working with, specifically with these banks or credit card companies. As a result, these consumers often value the simplicity and the price transparency of these alternative credit products. So in this particular study on the pitfalls of regulating consumer credit, part of the premise of this bill is something that consumers may want. Alternate credit products. So consumer credit decisions are about trade-offs. Consumers have to balance the availability, convenience, cost, legality, risk, and any other relevant consideration. Not surprisingly, different consumers have different financial circumstances and needs. Opt for different sources of credit, and their credit preferences may change over time as their circumstances change. I think this is something that the bill sponsors need to understand, that a lot of times when people are in some of these most dire circumstances, amending the terms of these lending laws may not afford them some opportunities that they currently have under existing Colorado Revised statute. Competition among many of these alternative lenders generally improve the terms for all of them. And this merely speaks to the fact, ladies and gentlemen, that competition is good. And the more of these that you have out there, the better terms there may be for the consumer. Now let's get into unintended consequences of regulating consumer credit. And here's what I always come up here and say, what about the unintended consequences? As we try to help, what do we hurt? What are those things? Well, Madam Chair, allow me to opine and share this information with the entire chamber. Well-intended legislators and regulators assume that restricting particular forms of credit will lead to fewer bad financial outcomes. But this is misguided and can lead to worse, not better outcomes, says the authors of this study. Now, once again, the title of this study, Madam Chair, is The Pitfalls of Regulating Consumer Credit, which is the premise under the title of House Bill 1229. Restrictions on particular types of consumer credit don't necessarily induce consumers to refrain from unnecessary purchases or to avoid bad outcomes. Consumers resort to these financial options because they have pressing needs. So repressing one form of consumer credit will often only lead to a shift to other new or existing forms of consumer credit offerings, perhaps on less favorable terms for consumers. Restrictions on payday lenders might simply turn them into different forms of lending, such as title lending, as they seek to make up for fees and interest rates. And that's really troubling, because if somebody has a vehicle and they do title lending, that's their form of transportation. That's what gets them to work and back. That's what gets the kids to school. That's what gets people to the doctor. That's what gets you to the grocery store to get your groceries. And if we restrict this, which is part of this bill, is restricting that and changing those terms and not letting outside capital come into the state of Colorado from some of these institutions, then will we force Coloradoans to do this title lending? And then if they do have problems, and title lending is really serious, I'll tell you, if you do a title loan and you turn over your title to somebody and for exchange for money, and then you don't pay that loan back, then actually you do lose your vehicle. That vehicle title, holder can make a demand on your vehicle and take your vehicle. And then that's an even greater problem. I don't know if this bill addresses that. If it does, I'd like the bill sponsors to let me know about that. As they seek to make up for caps on fees and interest rates by demanding collateral to reduce losses in the event of default, or push consumers to do other forms of payday lending, such as online lending, which is available. Oftentimes, online lending charges higher rates than brick and mortar payday lenders. The ad hoc regulatory program of restricting disapproved forms of consumer credit thus has a whack-a-mole nature to it. Limiting one form supply simply spawns new forms under existing regulations, or often creates situations that aren't covered by regulations. But worse than channeling some consumers into less preferred forms of credit is the possibility of killing off the availability of credit for others. I think that's another issue. What if you take away credit opportunities in this high-risk credit market? That's another concern. We apply more restrictions and more rules. And actually, in this case, it's clearly the bill sponsor said that they don't want out-of-state creditors in this space coming into Colorado. Approximately 9 million households, or 7.7% of all households in the United States, do not have traditional bank accounts. And this number is only growing as more immigrants come to the United States, as more immigrant population continues to come in here, and because of their tax status, are unavailable or unable to even open these accounts. That's another real concern for these individuals. Restricting access to particular forms of credit that seem foolish to well-paid bureaucrats can actually lead to those unbanked individuals and households without any access to more traditional lines of credit at all. Caps on payday loan interest rates can induce lenders to be pickier in choosing to whom they will lend, resulting in fewer people being able to obtain credit. Now, a lot of times the area that this law covers, in most cases, are some of the highest risk credit applicants in the demographic. That's why they have these rates. So restricting this in Colorado is going to make those funds less available, even for those highest risk individuals who in their particular situation may desperately need that capital. They may desperately need that capital. Now, I think that point's real important, Madam Chair. I don't know if you agree with me implicitly, but I think it's really important. And I want to make sure that we understand that, because that's one of the things that concerns me the most.
Representative Holtorf, as long as you're sticking to the bill and just
Yes,
the
ma'am.
bill, we're good.
Yes, ma'am, I'm totally to the bill. We're talking about amending terms for consumer lending laws and how that might affect the credit that might be available to some of the people in this demographic. And I'll continue to go through here and talk a little bit more about this particular paragraph. But I do want to review, Madam Chair. I want to review this point. Well-intended legislators and regulators assume that restricting particular forms of credit will lead to fewer bad financial outcomes. But this is misguided and can lead to worse, not better outcomes for this demographic. Restrictions on particular types of consumer credit don't necessarily induce consumers to refrain from unnecessary purchases or to avoid bad financial outcomes. Consumers resort to these financial options because they have, in their mind, pressing needs and circumstances. So repressing one form of consumer credit, which I believe this bill will do, ma'am. It'll repress a certain form of consumer credit that's out there right now in the space, and will often lead to a shift to other new and existing forms of consumer credit offered on less favorable terms, or in this case, for the existing creditors, will cause higher terms. Could push that market higher. You'll have less people in the market offering the capital, offering the payday loans. Now, restrictions on payday lenders might simply turn them. Now, I talked about the title lenders. I don't want to go over that again. But an ad hoc regulatory program of restrictions disapproves forms of consumer credit, thus has, as I mentioned earlier, this whack-a-mole effect. People are going to try to move and find and identify this credit when they desperately need this credit. And they're going to get even more creative. And the one thing that I did mention, I don't know how this bill affects the online lenders that are out there. Because you can get on the internet and start looking for money. Let me continue here. But worse than channeling some consumers into less preferred forms of credit is the possibility of killing credit off for others and restricting that credit market, significantly hampering the availability of these funds to the most at-risk population. I'm going to go to the next page, ma'am, if it's okay with you. Okay, the end result, fewer people will be able to obtain credit. They may also induce lenders to require large principal amounts or to lengthen the period of time of the loan, thus increasing the cost to the borrower potentially above what the borrower can afford, leaving all borrowers worse off and some entirely unable to obtain credit if the credit market is restricted. And that's a concern of this bill. Will it restrict that particular high-risk credit market and the availability of those funds that come to the state of Colorado? Well-meaning limitations on banks' credit and financing fees can actually increase the number of unbanked households. I think, as I mentioned earlier, we have a significant amount of unbanked households, and those unbanked households oftentimes operate in this space. If banks can't charge as much for overdraft protection, they must try to maintain profitability by charging more on other services such as ATM withdrawals, adding or increasing fees or basic checking accounts, increasing minimum balance requirements, and increasing fees on low balances, charging more for certain types of checks, adding charges for in-person and ATM services, and many other forms of fees and certain charges. In addition, in the wake of new regulations on overdraft protection, in the Federal Reserve's amendment to Regulation E and price controls on debit card interchange fees, this was something allegedly in the Durbin Amendment and Dodd-Frank legislation, the percentage of retail bank accounts eligible for free checking dropped precipitously, as did the percentage of consumers with checking accounts. The resulting cost of hikes on basic fees and services can price poor individuals and families out of this market. And I think this is one of the things that we need to understand, ladies and gentlemen. We're wanting to help the poor people, those folks that don't have a lot of resources, that are in this space, in these short-term payday loan space, and they're trying to make ends meet, get here from there, and juggle all those glass balls that they have to juggle. But with this type of legislation, you may actually move people out of the market because less people will be in this market offering these services. That's one of those unintended consequences. I don't know if I've made that clear. I could read it again, but it is one of those unintended consequences. And I want to help every Coloradoan, particularly those in the lowest income categories. The resulting cost hikes on many of these accounts and services can price poor individuals and families out of these markets, including those who have never even had things like overdraft protection. Those not entirely priced out of these banking systems, these high-risk banking systems, can still be harmed by using non-traditional forms of lending. I don't want to talk about some of the things that happen in the cities. There's a lot of lending that's done that isn't regulated at all. It's called black market lending. There's a lot of people.
Representative Holtorf,
Yes, ma'am.
back to the bill, please.
Thank you. But we certainly don't want to push people we certainly, ma'am, don't want to push people back because of this type of legislation and these type of regulations. We don't want to push people into those markets, in those black markets. But let me wrap this up here. I think that's awesome. Banks may also simply close branches to trim costs in response to regulations. Boy, that was a good one. I got to quit looking over there. What? Oh, jeez. Back to the bill. All right, this is the last thing. This is the conclusion, so I might take you up on that offer. Of course, I'll have to be excused by the majority. Probably wouldn't be a problem. Okay, this is the conclusion, ma'am. I'm going to wrap this thing up right now. Okay, I won't read the endnotes or footnotes. I think that would be wasting our time. Okay, worse still, the poor who have left without access to legal sources of consumer credit may land in the arms of loan sharks. And I know you're going to get mad at me, ma'am, but other black market operators, and they may resort to financing these expenditures via illegal, dangerous, or risky endeavors. The absence of legal sources of credit, even high-risk credit out of state, can be extremely harmful if people are forced into these other markets. In conclusion, government actors seeking to regulate consumer financing offerings no doubt intend to be the individuals and families who use them, but the economic reality of consumer desire for credit often results in unintended consequences for new regulations that leave consumers worse off, not better. We cannot simply ignore or wish away consumers' needs for credit, even consumers in these high-risk categories, and we ought not to ignore the majority of consumers who use these products responsibly, because some do. Some people use these products responsibly, even at those high interest rates, both the poor and non-poor. To acknowledge the appropriate role that fees, interest rates, and other terms of credit play in this regulated market as it is available. Now, Madam Chair and colleagues, I just point this out because there are pitfalls of regulated consumer credit. I wanted to point those out in my presentation, and I do thank all of you for your attention and your time.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, let's see if I can follow that long dissertation. So we heard this in committee, and what is interesting, of the people that were testifying for and against, we've got some pretty high interest rates here. And yet, interestingly enough, the people that were impacted with this negatively realized very quickly when they took out the loan, oh, this isn't good, maybe I should do something else. And it became the epitome of robbing Peter to pay Paul. They were trying to jump from loan to loan to loan to pay off another one. Now, that just doesn't make any sense, but that's what people were doing. Yet the Attorney General, who has jurisdiction over this, didn't see any issues with it, didn't raise anything up, wasn't prosecuting the businesses that were doing it because they weren't breaking any laws. Now, we can sit here and argue and debate, are the interest rates too high? Are the fees too much? Should they be lower? Should they be this? Should they be that? And we could debate that, but I think the market should drive that train and that decision. What I think would be far more beneficial for consumers that are taking these loans, if anything, we should maybe look at an amendment, not that I have one right now, but maybe we should look at putting them into a financial literacy class, because that's what they need. If you go in and think that you can take out a $1,000 loan for a few months at a high interest rate and you're going to come out ahead, then you probably need some education on how compound interest works. And yet we're not seeing any laws that have been broken. The Attorney General didn't have any complaints. The businesses weren't complaining. Consumers weren't complaining, except for the ones that made bad decisions. But even this bill wouldn't fix that. They're still going to be in the same position because they haven't managed their finances properly. This bill doesn't teach them how to manage their finances. It doesn't even help them manage their finances. It just changes some rates around. And now we're putting artificial limits and controls on a market industry that there's not complaints against. If the Attorney General had come up and said, I've got complaints, we've got issues with this industry, absolutely, then that's something we ought to look at. But none of that was ever brought out in committee. There weren't complaints that were filed. There wasn't a problem that was brought to the legislature for us to solve. And we can't solve the financial literacy except through some education. On this bill, my concern is that the more restrictions and statutes that we put out there, the unintended consequences are going to have more and more fees. We're going to see things keep going up. We're going to see things imposed by businesses because we've imposed something on the businesses, and that's ultimately going to be passed to the consumer. And in the end, if it's the consumer we're supposed to be taking care of, then I come back to my first statement that financial literacy class would be far better suited instead of us regulating rates and fees out there. Because when you start messing with the market and banks and credit unions and financial institutions, the repercussions start having a lot of unintended consequences. And then we'll be right back here going, oops, I have another problem I got to fix. I don't think that should be our job. Our job shouldn't be out there creating legislation that creates more problems. The Attorney General's not against this, not against it as it stands, doesn't see a problem with it. So we've got the people that are responsible for enforcing the existing law going, I don't have an issue. I don't have any complaints. I don't have a problem. Then I ask you, why are we doing something if the office that's responsible of the Attorney General is saying, I don't see something? Are consumer groups upset? Sure, because they're paying fees. Well, we're still saying they're going to pay fees. We're just changing the fee structure, and we're changing the timelines. What they need is financial literacy. Maybe we should go back and run a bill through education or something that says, hey, you need to take some financial literacy, or in the business world, you need financial literacy. We can't save businesses from making bad and foolish decisions, just like we can't save consumers from making bad and foolish decisions. That's not our job. The adults that are out there, if they choose to take the loans and pay the fees, then that's on them. The industry should be doing what it can to adhere to the laws, following what's implemented. If somebody's breaking the law, then let's punish that company. Changing everything in the industry when nobody's broken that law, I believe, is going too far. I think we need to address the root problem of financial literacy and look at the issues that are driving people to make these decisions. Whatever that reason is, there's always an alternative, and we need to show them a better alternative than any of these loans, and then let the market adjust accordingly, not try to legislate a given solution. I would encourage you to vote no on this bill and think about the financial literacy. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have just some basic questions related to the way that the fee structure was determined. It started out $36912, then was amended in committee, and then was amended just a few minutes ago on the floor. And so I was wondering if the bill sponsors could help me understand, where do these numbers come from, and how do we know that these particular numbers aren't also predatory? Like, how do we know? Do we have anything that says at this rate then it's fair and at this rate it's not fair? Because they were cut by by 3/4 initially, at least the first one, and now it's back up to just a third, or two. Now it's just a third reduced. So I'm just wondering how those numbers were determined.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the answer to that question is the goal all along has been to make lending under this section, under the alternative charge section, more fair, to lower the costs. The world in which some borrowers will not continue to need to borrow under the statute is rather far away and is subject to laws that we might pass that are of a bigger nature than this. So the goal has been to lower costs of borrowing under the statute, but not to change the law so much that lenders operating under it go out of business because they can't cover their costs. There is a cost to doing this. You have a storefront, you pay your employees, you pay them benefits, you maintain your website, your online presence, et cetera, et cetera. The initial numbers in the introduced bill were pretty aggressive. Where the numbers in L3, amending the finance report, come from is, frankly, weeks of negotiations with the industry who represented that we can just about manage to stay in business at these points, but not at these other points. And we said, okay, so that's where those numbers come from.
Further discussion. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer. That's very helpful. The next question that I have is, this bill is expanding the minimum term of the loan from 90 days to 6 months. If you could just help me understand that policy choice as to why we're expanding this loan term limit.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you. 2 reasons. I mean, one, if you have borrowed money, wouldn't you rather have a little bit longer to pay it off? Sort of just a general intuition. And then 2, sometimes lenders, or borrowers rather, get sort of into a cycle of a loan and then a rollover and so on. It's called churn sometimes. That can really trap people. So by allowing a little bit more time, we're hoping to reduce the incidence of that happening as well. Those are 2 reasons for making the term 6 months instead of 3. I'm happy to answer.
Representative Luck. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And with you.
Thank you. I find a number of things about this bill interesting. And I would ask the bill sponsors how they feel about this minimum term of a loan being shortened from 90 days to 6 months, and how they think that that is going to impact delinquency rates, because delinquency rates are a real problem, especially with this type of lending. And what you see is if you, it's one of those situations where if you have the opportunity to keep renewing your loan over and over again, which I think the statute also deals with, but I'm very concerned about the delinquency rates being expanded, increasing. But I am particularly perplexed, and I know the good representative from Aurora attempted to describe the efforts around the monthly account handling charges, which are based on the amount of the loan. Those per month charges for a loan between $750 and $1,000 were initially set in statute, which I think is weird too, at $20. And then the bill altered that amount to $12. And then in committee, it was amended to $16. And then again today, as my colleague discussed, that amount has been increased to $17.50. So we're seeing these numbers bounce around. There's 4 tiers. And in speaking with the bill sponsor, they decided to address these fees or charges, whatever you want to call them. And I appreciate that effort because obviously this becomes very burdensome to folks who are taking out these loans. And we don't want, that doesn't seem quite fair.
Excuse me just a minute, Representative Frizzell. Members, it's getting a little loud in here, and it's hard for me to hear, so if you could please take your conversations off the floor, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you. I appreciate your efforts to quiet the chamber. With that said, I would move Amendment L005 to House Bill 1229 and ask that it be displayed properly.
Thank you. That is a proper amendment. It has been moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This amendment is a very simple, perhaps solution to what I perceive to be very confusing. First of all, I'm confused that these numbers should be statutory at all. I don't feel that they should be set in statute. However, I'm not queen and I can't wave my magic wand, and there they are. But what this amendment does is ask that these rates be reviewed annually by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and reviewed for appropriateness and applicability, and recommend changes to the House Finance Committee.
Is there further discussion on Amendment L005? Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I'm going to ask for a no vote for a couple of reasons. The numbers are in statute because I don't know, because they are, because we put numbers in statute sometimes, whether it's interest rates, whether it's fees, whether it's, think about fees in other contexts, the classic fee in the sense of a license or renewing your registration or whatever. It's what we do is we put numbers in statute. In this case, the alternative charge loan statute 52214 goes back to 2004. And then, you can look in the notes, and there were some amendments in 2007. Why were the numbers where they were before we did this bill? Candidly, I don't entirely know. Those were decisions made by prior legislatures. We have landed where we've landed after many, many, many weeks of discussion with entities that lend under this statute. That was the numbers in L3. At no point, and I have been talking to the Attorney General's office for literally months, has this question of needing to renew these come up. At no point, and I've been talking to members of the regulated lending industry for months, has this come up. I do expect I'll be having conversations, including with those regulated by these statutes and the AGO, over the interim. And I'm happy to consider this submitted for the list of things to chew on in the interim. I really think the time to have had this discussion would have been long before, a surprise second reading amendment. The other thing that I will say is DORA really doesn't have a role in doing this. These loans are supervised under the consumer credit section of the Attorney General's office, not the Department of Regulatory Agencies. Therefore, any role in terms of looking at things, studies, and whatnot is properly directed to that unit of government, not DORA. I do not intend for that to be an invitation to redraft an amendment. However, I respectfully ask for a no vote.
Further discussion. Representative Frizzell.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I very much appreciate the consideration of my colleague from Aurora on this amendment and point taken on the appropriateness of DORA in reviewing these rates. That said, I would ask for a yes vote on this particular amendment, as we do need to look at these rates more frequently. By his own admission, the bill sponsor states that these rates have been in statute for a long, long time. And it seems if we are going to be impacting people's finances to the degree that we are through these loans and the fees attached to the loans, that we should at least be providing up-to-date and relevant fees and fair fees. So with that, I ask for your aye vote.
Further discussion on L005. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also support the idea behind this amendment. In short order, there have been 3 iterations of these fees. We know how high costs are going in all other areas of our lives. You go to the grocery store this week and you discover that it costs you much more than it did last week for the same number of items. And so if we are going to be putting these kinds of numbers in statute and binding companies to these particular schemes, these particular dollar amounts, then we should give them the courtesy of a regular review and have that put into statute, because while I trust the bill sponsor to continue to look into this in the interim, I also know that we are term limited and that folks in the future may not put attention to this. And so to just put it on someone's agenda, on their to-do list to make sure that this is regularly reviewed doesn't seem like a bad idea. Thank you.
Further discussion on L005. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L005 to House Bill 1229. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just first want to preface my comments on House Bill 1229 by saying to the sponsors, I appreciate your good work on this. And think back to 2018. I was also part of the campaign to have our state usury laws capped at 36%. So certainly this is a real challenging area of law with financing charges, and you're looking at the table within statute and what you've changed the numbers to within the bill. I mean, this is still going to be the equivalent of like 64% instead of 36%. So that part to me is troubling. Likewise, I also find it hard to believe that some of these financial institutions are saying that they just can't make any money on some of these high-risk short-term loans if the percent has to satisfy our usury laws. That being said, I am going to run an amendment. I move Amendment L004 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. Wait for it to be displayed, and there it is. Please proceed, Representative Soper. And members, while I have your attention, I do need you to keep the noise level down, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on page 7 of the bill, this strikes lines 12 through 26, also known as Section 4 of the bill. These are the other loans, legislative declaration. I mean, if we're just listing this as a legislative declaration in here, that this specific, no? Okay. Well, I'll let the bill sponsor explain how it's more than a ledge deck. Certainly, I just saw this as a way to be able to clean up and have a little more straightforwardness within the bill and understand what the bill is doing. So I'd ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on L004, Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to our colleague from Delta, the caption does include the words declaration. This is conceitedly an unusual bit of drafting, but it is the drafting, and we polished it in the committee report as well, in conformity with comparable sections in the lending code doing comparable things, and that is, as our colleague and my co-prime from Denver mentioned, this is doing something important. This is exercising our rights as a sovereign state under federal law to make a policy choice that we are allowed to make under federal law. Namely, in 1980, Congress passed a pretty big bill in financial policy called the Depository Institutions Deregulation and Monetary Control Act. That is referred to lines 15 and 16 of the bill. That legislation did a number of things. One title of that legislation was simply the Depository Institutions Deregulation Act, and then a different part of it was the Monetary Control Act. They're run together for the full name of the bill. So that's DIDA, D-I-D-A for short. In relevant part, what that law did is to say that an out-of-state, state-chartered bank is allowed to lend across state lines at the interest rate of the origin state, not the destination state. In this case, Colorado is the destination state. I'll spare the history on that, it's a bit wonky. A state was specifically allowed under that bit of federal law to opt out. This is what makes it interesting. Usually Congress enacts a law pursuant to the Supremacy Clause, that's it. We are in the shadow of that law. This law specifically let states make the choice to opt out. Colorado used to opt out, and then we ended that opt-out and opted back in. I don't know the history of why, in 1994. This is becoming a bigger and bigger issue because some out-of-state, state-chartered banks are partnering with various fintech apps and lending in a way that can be abusive into Colorado. All we are doing in this part of the law, and it's pretty rich in federal citations because that is necessary to get the statement right about what we are doing here and why. We are saying that pursuant to the prerogative granted to us by the federal law, Colorado lending laws are going to control again in Colorado. If you are an out-of-state, state-chartered bank, take Utah, for example, you can still lend into Colorado. We're not ending that. You are just subject to the same limits that other entities are subject to. Specifically, that's Colorado state-chartered banks are subject to. This is a way to say that in Colorado, Colorado laws should apply, as I think that we should say, because we make the choices that we make about what are permissible charges in the case of this bill, what are permissible interest rates in other parts of Title V. We want those to apply broadly as we can have them apply to borrowers, all of our constituents in Colorado. To approve this amendment is to continue to let the laws of other states govern lending practices in Colorado. I do not think that is something that we as Colorado legislators should be getting on board. For that reason, I ask for a no vote on L4.
Further discussion on L004. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L004 to House Bill 1229. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Seeing no further, Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a few things that are concerning me with this. First, again, let me state some of the things that I kind of agree with, a little bit kind of agree with. The idea that these are predatory loans. I don't argue that from the concept of the loaner, that these are definitely predatory. In fact, I think they're structured specifically for that reason, to take advantage of people that are in a very difficult setting and to use their plight and their life as leverage to try to get some extra money out of them. I definitely acknowledge that. In fact, I've spent many years as a pastor, again, this is part of my pastor stuff, is trying to help people realize this is a bad idea. I've done this with family members. This is a bad idea. Don't go get these loans because you can get into a cycle you cannot get out of if you're not careful. Because why? They are predatory. From the point of view of the lender. But they're not always predatory to the individual that is wanting or needing these loans. I think they're a bad idea in almost every single circumstance, but sometimes they are actually the only hope and option for somebody. And I have sat with some of these people many times over the years and tried to help them figure out a different option, maybe some other option, maybe going to a family member. But usually the reason that they're going to these type of lenders, these type of loans, is because they've burnt bridges with family members. There's a lot of reasons why somebody would go to this where there cannot be other options. Try to get them to understand maybe some good practices, as our representative from Parker mentioned quite a few times. This is bad understanding. This is lack of teaching, lack of help in this. I've done programs for years to try to help exactly these kind of people break the cycle that they are in. We do something called Financial Peace University to try to help this cycle be broken. And it needs to be broken so that they can operate in a much more healthy financial situation where it's not a necessity to go to these predators. Again, at the same time, sometimes the people that are needing these type of loans, they understand what they're getting into. They have the plan to be able to pay this off, and this is not predatory to them. This is a nice, albeit in my opinion, bad idea. It's a nice niche for them to be able to say, look, I need this for the next 30 days, and then I'm good. And I've seen it where that happens, where they go and get the loan against my advice, everybody else's advice, turn that around, pay the extra fees, and that actually benefited them. The problem that we're having I believe the problem that we're having with this discussion is that we're taking the rights of people away. Now, is this the right to make a bad decision? Yes. But we voted in a lot of other things that do that. People have the right to make bad decisions. I don't think these loans are good decisions, and I will do everything I can to try to convince people. I've even gone to the places that are lending them this money and making sure that they understand, the person that it's getting the loan is understanding what is involved here and how and truly how compound interest works. And I'll sit down and write it on a piece of paper and show them, okay, this month, next month, next month. But that still is their right to make that decision, albeit a bad one. By passing this bill, we're saying, well, you don't have the right to make a bad decision because mom and dad government are going to make sure that you don't. And that's never, ever a good idea. It is not the right of us in this house, us representing the government. It is not our right to you could use a bunch of different words: coddle, protect, enable. All these different things could apply here, good and bad. It is not the place of the government. It's not the right of the government to try to step in and put some type of regulation on something that is not an illegal practice. Is it harming people? Sure. Is it also helping people? Sure. We don't have the right to step in and say, well, we're gonna make the decision for you because you're not whatever. You haven't been taught properly, you're not smart enough, you got your back against the wall. I mean, there's goods and bads here. But it's not the place of the government to come in and step in and say, you need to do it this way. If they want to do this, that's their choice. They can choose. Well, do I want a loan with 60% interest? I think it's a horrible decision, but they have the right to choose that. A loan with 80% interest, that's craziness, but they have the right to choose that. So I think our responsibility, sure, recognize this is predatory, but not to everybody. And some people definitely need this. I've seen it where they need this. I had a close family member that did one of these kind of loans because they needed this for food. I find out later, and I sent them money for food, but they needed it right then. And they went and got food for this. And I know this is not going to be every single circumstance, and I'm pulling maybe a limited group here for this, but there are people that do this stuff so they can get food for the kids. They do. I've talked to too many of them. One of my main jobs as a pastor is to work with poor, indigent, homeless people. And that's what they do. We talk about living hand to mouth. Some of these people don't get hand to mouth. They don't get that far. They don't have that extra money, and they do have to subsidize it sometimes with these kind of things. Again, I think it's a horrible idea, but not to everybody. And we've got to be open-minded enough here to realize that we're really hurting some people and taking the choice away from some people when this is their only option. And we can say, well, this is predatory, it's just going to hurt them. I get that, except when they're needing food, it's not going to hurt them. It's going to help them. And it's going to help them every single time. They may have to pay an extra $20 for that food, but they're going to get their food because of this. And to just completely take this off the table and say, well, Big Brother government says you can't do this anymore. That makes no sense. And until you've been in that situation or worked with people in that situation, you don't realize the necessity for some of these kind of things. And again, while I do not like the concept, I totally understand why this bill would be brought from a protectionist point of view. But that's going outside the scope of our responsibilities in these kind of things. And we're playing Big Brother more than we're protecting. And so I strongly urge a no vote on this bill and reserve the right to come up and talk some more.
Further discussion on House Bill 1229. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, there is no problem the government can't make worse with a solution. How often do we have to prove that? So, the free market is a beautiful thing. The forced market, not so much. I have that these loans are, in general, they're a bad idea. But they do have their use. And as far as the free market goes, it is millions of people. It is the entire populace making decisions all the time, constantly. Supercomputers can't keep up with the ideas of the free market. But we're going to take a bill, and we're going to force the market, and we're going to bend it again. And we're going to put new laws in place again. The market is already ahead of this bill, just like the market was already ahead of the last bill. Because you can't force the market. Now, what you can do is you can force it into the black market, into the illegal trades. You can force it out of the light. That's already been done. Looking at some of the groups that are opposed to this, the Colorado Financial Services, Populous Financial Group. Now, some would look at that and say, well, of course the banks are against it, so therefore we should be for it. So that's like a good thing. But maybe we should listen to what they have to say. I mean, last session there was an amendment to the budget to do this report right here. So we've got this report that this body paid for. Now, their complaint about the report is that, according to them, the sponsors have not even really spoken with them about the report. And the conclusions are doing the exact opposite. So, yeah, these agencies, they loan money. That's what they do. But is shrinking consumer options, is that our best option right here? We want to shrink the consumer options. We want to further constrain the market. This bill, essentially, from the reporters, does the opposite of what the Attorney General report recommends. Colorado, we're told, has a pretty good consumer success rate. And you can't just go to the bank and get this type of credit. The bank does not offer this type of credit. So for whatever reason, somebody decides that they need this type of credit. Is it a good idea? Probably not. But there are times, I don't know what they are, but I'm also a little bit leery about if you take these options away, what you're doing is you're forcing it into the illegal market, You're forcing it into the black market, and the consequences there are worse. You're forcing desperation. Now, what we could do as a legislative body is we could fix this where we can. We could cut regulation and spending. I know that's crazy. That's like an anathema thing. But instead, we'll force the market, and we'll tell people, we'll legislate and we'll regulate the symptoms of the bad decisions of this body. We could reduce regulation, we could reduce spending, we could stop making energy so expensive by fixating on 1/10,000th of a problem. We could probably help people get out of this situation by just making capital more available. Maybe if some of the jobs we weren't chasing overseas. Maybe if we weren't spending $42 billion. And who knows how many hundred millions of dollars that we're going to force on the insurance companies, and then that's going to probably make them go under.
Representative DeGraff,
Yes,
could you
ma'am.
please stick to the bill?
I can.
Thank you.
I can. So the executive summary of this bill, of this report, it states in the 2021 legislative session, the Colorado General Assembly appropriated funds to the Colorado Department of Law, Consumer Protection Section, Consumer Credit Union, for use to contract with a vendor to study, collect, report data to the General Assembly related to an availability of safe and affordable credit. So this report is to the General Assembly. That's us. And what they're telling us is that what this bill does is the exact opposite of the commission that was studied. So it seems like we have let's just do something. It's not going to work. We'll feel good about it. Let's just do something. Related to the General Assembly, related to the availability of safe and affordable credit, such as the use, total cost, and overall consumer impacts of a non-depository lending products available under existing Colorado laws. The Department of Law selected the Financial Health Network, so it's not just, so FHN, we can shorten that, FHN to conduct the requested study. So this requested study was requested, it was funded, it was ignored. This report sets forward FHN findings from the study as it has conducted. We have focused on two types of loans, and those are already mentioned. The small dollar loans, which in Colorado primarily take the form of what are termed alternative charge loans. These are installment loans with a maximum loan size of $1,000, minimum term of 3 months, and a maximum term of 12 months. So small dollar loans, $1,000, 3 to 12 months. Larger installment loans, which can be either secured or unsecured and have terms that typically range from 1 to 5 years, but can even be longer. So 1 to 5 years, 3 to 12 months. So those are, and why would the interest rates be high? Well, the interest rates would be high because it's a risk-reward situation. These are high-risk loans. They're going to be a high-risk percentage. These are by no means the only type of credit available in Colorado from entities other than the depositories, as mortgage companies and finance companies account for a large share of the first mortgages and auto financing, and the federal government issues most student loans. We have excluded these products from the scope of this study for reasons we explained in Section 1. Beyond that, there is informal lending among friends and family, alternative financial services such as pawn loans or rent-to-own contracts, and new forms of credit or liquidity such as buy now or pay later or earned wage access. We have chosen to focus on a smaller dollar and larger installment loans given the prominent issues around availability, safety, and affordability of such loans, and the fact that non-depositories are an important part of those markets. We explore two discrete, albeit closely related issues. First, the extent to which Colorado consumers who desire a small dollar or larger installment loans can obtain such loans from non-depositories. And second, the extent to which such credit is made on terms that fit borrowers' household budgets. So let's see, made on terms that fit borrowers' household budgets, and help them build financial stability and resilience. These are ultimately questions of judgment and degree. We therefore do not seek in this report to render judgments as to whether credit is sufficiently available, whether the available credit is safe and affordable enough, or whether a different balance would be better serve the welfare of Coloradans. Rather, our goal here is simply to provide a factual basis to ground any discussion such questions by, as directed by the General Assembly, that's us, that's you, I wasn't here, reporting data relevant to those questions. So we wanted the data. We wanted the information. So the key findings, drawing on this data obtained through the annual report submitted to the administrator of the Colorado Uniform Credit Code and aggregated data procured from the Experian Information Solutions, Experian for short, we have found the following. Small dollar loans. Availability in 2021, nine lenders originated alternative charge loans in Colorado. We believe these include all of the national lenders involved in payday lending. 90 locations were licensed to make alternative charge loans, although not all of those locations necessarily made loans in 2021. This is a significant reduction in the number of lenders who are making deferred payment deposit payday loans. So that's a payday loan, making deferred deposit, which is a payday loan, and the number of licensed locations as of 2018, when Coloradans overwhelmingly voted for a referendum that imposed a 36% finance charge cap on such loans. Given the growth of online lending, however, we do not believe that this reduction in the number of retail outlets has materially affected the ability of consumers who desire and qualify for alternative charge loan to obtain one. So according to the study, which we paid for, the General Assembly requested and paid for, this bill is a solution in need of a problem. Accumulating the total number of borrowers reported by each lender, we find that 95,747 individuals obtained alternative charge loans in 2021. These are not necessarily unique individuals. Consumers who obtained loans for more than one lender would be counted more than once, could be counted. This too is a significant decline relative to 2018. However, much of that decline appears to be attributable to the pandemic and the various types of transfer payments and other forms of relief provided by the public and private sectors to individual families rather than to a diminution of the available credit. So yeah, going back to the pandemic, talking about problems that have been imposed by this body, or at least this building. One of the consumers who applied for an alternative charge loan, of the consumers who applied for alternative charge loans in 2021, about 65% were approved. So not everyone is approved. So there are some whose risk is too high. There was a considerable heterogeneity in the approval rates among lenders, ranging from 92% to a low of 48%. These approval rates are considerably higher than the average approval rates for subprime credit cards. So that would be another reason that they have to get these type of loans, because they don't qualify for the credit cards. Why? I don't know. But again, a better economy would probably be the way to get there. And we killed that with the pandemic. The most closely analogous product to which data is available, but the comparison is inexact given the differences between the two types of products and potentially the applicant pools. We do not find any evidence that alternative charge lenders are refraining from making loans in small amounts, nor do we find evidence that most lenders are refraining from making loans of up to $1,000 limit permitted by Colorado law. The Experian data, so again, on the free market, the way that you limit these is to eliminate the need for these. The Experian data indicates that there are lenders making loans of $1,000 or less outside of the alternative charge framework and reporting those loans to the credit bureaus, but there appear to be a substantially smaller number of consumers who obtain such loans than consumers obtaining alternative charge loans. The reported loans go disproportionately to borrowers with near-prime and subprime credit scores. Comparing the share of borrowers in Colorado who obtain reported small dollar loans with the share in 2 states without usury limits, Missouri and Utah, we find that for subprime and deep subprime consumers and those with insufficient credit history to generate a credit score, so insufficient credit history or not enough to generate a credit score, reported small dollar loans appear to be less available for consumers in Colorado than these other states. The evidence with respect to the ability of alternative charge borrowers to afford the loans that they obtain is mixed. On some measures, it appears that roughly 1 in 5 borrowers experience substantial difficulty in making the required payments. Other measures, however, suggest a substantially lower percentage. The evidence with respect to reborrowing is more clear. The average alternative charge borrower obtained 2.3 alternative charge loans during the course of 2021. So the average has obtained between 2 and 3 alternative charge loans during 2021, and almost 1/3 of the borrowers, 31%, obtained more than 2 loans. Among the 5, so that means they're recurring. So whatever they're doing, these loans seem to be working for them. Among the 5 largest lenders who originated 99% of all alternative charge loans, fully 66% of the loans they made in 2021 went to consumers who had either had an outstanding loan, who had repaid a prior loan within 30 days of taking out the new loan. These reborrowings may reflect financial challenges borrowers faced as a result of the payments they had made on pre-existing loan, or they may evidence a discrete new line's needs for credit. For borrowers who obtained small dollar loans that were reported to Experian, we do not observe their repayment patterns on those loans, but rather observe a set of broader measures that took their overall credit performance over a 12 to 24 month period, commencing with 1 to 6 months after the loan they obtained a loan. Among these borrowers, those with lower credit scores, when they obtained their loan, evidence substantial levels of distress as measured, example by the number of occurrences of major delinquencies and number of trade lines reported as delinquent or derogatory status. These terms are defined. There is also some evidence to indicate that this was truer of borrowers in Missouri, where credit was more available to borrowers in these credit tiers than for borrowers in Colorado, although the evidence on this score is mixed. So ultimately, you still run into the problem that these individuals are spending like government and just continuing to run up their tab. 40 lenders reported making other supervised loans with an APR above 12%. And if you look at credit cards, of course, they're like in the 18%, so that's still below the APR of credit cards, from what I can tell. Just 3 lenders accounted for almost 3/4 of the loans originated, while over half of the lenders, 22, made fewer than 100 such loans. And the fact that there are lenders for this, the fact that there are lenders for these programs, means that they have a fairly good rate of, well, they have a good rate of return, but they also have a good on interest. But that interest is only realized if the money comes back to them. So people are repaying these loans. That is, they were assigned at the right to collect payments on such loans. Here, too, the market is fairly concentrated, as the top 3 lenders accounted for over 75% of the other supervised loans taken by assignment. We exclude lenders making or taking by assignment auto financing loans, auto financing loans. As we talked about, as my colleague discussed, That could set you seriously behind if you restrict this type of loan, force somebody into a title loan on either their house or their vehicle, and then you have a bigger problem. Again, we could just reduce our spending, reduce some of the regulation, and allow the economy to pick up. Stop chasing our jobs overseas. In contrast to the market for small dollar loans, where nearly all national lenders are operating in Colorado, a number of sizable installment lenders have chosen not to originate loans or take loans by consignment in Colorado. These include both traditional brick-and-mortar finance companies and fintechs. Fintechs and companies finance mortar and brick. Traditional both include these. Colorado, in assignment by loans take or loans originate to not chosen have lenders installment sizable number of Colorado in operating our lenders national, all nearly where loans dollar small for market to the contrast in. In 2021, 39,295 consumers obtained other supervised loans from non-depositories, and non-depositories took by assignment an additional 87,000 other supervised loans. The number of originated other supervised loans from 2021 is almost identical to the number originated in 2019. Another 14,000 consumers obtained loans with APRs below 12%. Below 12%. So, And while we do not have data for 2021, it seems reasonable to assume that the numbers were comparable. The number of loans taken by assignment in 2021 is substantially higher than the number reported in 2019. But that is attributable to the fact that one or more lenders did not report in 2019, did so in 2021. On an overall basis, 25.9% of all consumers who applied for an other supervised loan were approved. So 25% were approved, not surprisingly. So not everybody's getting approved. They are turning people down. They are turning people away. They're at 12%. Not surprisingly, the approval rate was higher for those with a prime credit score of 41.9% and lower for those with a deep subprime score of 14.4%. These approval rates are in line with approval rates for credit cards for the various credit tiers. So these approval rates are in line with approval rates for credit cards for the various credit tiers, although again, the comparison is inexact, and then we would have to go back to the pair. I'm not going back to it, but where they said that these loans are for people that don't have a credit score, they have insufficient basis for a credit score. Using data obtained from Experian, we can compare the share of Coloradans who obtained an installment loan with that of Missouri and Utah, which, as noticed, do not have usury limits. Now, I think usury is above 45%, so 36% is pretty close. Find that for consumers in the subprime and deep subprime credit tiers and those without a credit score, who constitute just over 20% of all consumers in Colorado, the share of Coloradans obtaining an unsecured installment loan is noticeably below the share in both of the comparison states. We attribute this in part to the fact that the lenders operating in Colorado report that they have more restrictive lending criteria, and then also the fact that some lenders who operate in one or both of the comparison states do not operate in Colorado. So this is a pretty extensive study. It's really too bad that this is the first time we're all hearing about it, since we're trying to make a law around it or in contravention to it. For secured loans, the penetration rate in Colorado is equal to that of Utah, but Missouri's penetration rate exceeds that of both states across all credit tiers. We are unable to explain this seeming anomaly. With respect to the size of loans available, we find that without any given credit tier, the loan sizes skew larger in Colorado. So the loan sizes skew larger in Colorado. Thanks, brother. I'm ready to start over. The loan sizes skew larger in Colorado than in the comparison states without usury limits. So states that don't have a limit on usury, the loan sizes skew larger in Colorado. This appears to be because lenders who do not operate in Colorado may be more inclined to make smaller loans than the lenders who do operate in Colorado. We find no evidence that the lenders in Colorado are disinclined to make smaller loans. So part of this bill is to make smaller loans available to people, yet the finding is that we find no evidence that the lenders in Colorado are disinclined to make smaller loans. So it's really too bad that the sponsors didn't read this, because maybe they would have found that there wasn't a need for a law, but I don't know. I think maybe again, it's a law in search of a purpose. Safety and affordability. And again, I'm not advocating for these loans. I think they're probably a bad idea. But people are using them, and they seem to be using them successfully, and they seem to be overall able to do what this bill already ascribes to. We find, not surprisingly, that consumers' ability to repay the loans they receive vary considerably across the credit spectrum. For example, of the unsecured loans that were on the books at the start of 2021, 4.8% of the consumers with a prime credit score were behind on their payments, compared to 14.4% of the subprime consumers. Similarly, among consumers who obtained an unsecured loan in the first quarter, 3.6% of the consumers with a prime credit score were behind. So those who obtained an unsecured loan, 3.6% were behind, as opposed to 14.4 or 4.8. So in that case, they're on track with getting their loan repaid. A prime credit score were behind on their payments by year end, compared to 8.5% of deep subprime consumers. We observe a similar pattern with respect to secured loans. So it might be that the ease of the credit card debt that some of us are in, that's a problem. The same pattern observed when it comes to refinancing. 21% of unsecured borrowers and 25% of secured borrowers who obtained a loan in the first quarter of 2021 refinanced later that year. Excuse me. And the share who refinanced substantially smaller among prime borrowers than those with lower credit scores. This may suggest that refinancing was a response to challenges borrowers were experienced. This may suggest that refinancing was a response to challenges borrowers experienced in repaying their loans, although borrowers in need in these lower credit tiers may also be more vulnerable to financial shocks, and thus had a greater need for a new infusion of cash. So again, we have our borrowers probably at the lower spectrum of the economy, and they are more susceptible to financial shocks, such as your fuel costs going through the roof. Although borrowers in these credit tiers also may be more vulnerable to financial shocks, and thus had a greater need for a new infusion of cash. So again, we'd probably be better solving that problem than we would solving a non-problem. But we can continue to chase our tail on this. The Experian data, again, shows us to take a broader perspective and examine over a 12 and 24-month period the extent to which borrowers who obtained larger installment loan experienced difficulty in repaying one or more of their debts. We find, again, wide variations across credit tiers and high levels of repayment difficulty among those in the subprime and deep subprime tiers. At the extreme, we find, for example, that over a 2-year performance window, 70% of the subprime and deep subprime borrowers in Colorado who obtained a secured loan have at least one derogatory trade line as defined by Experian, and another 10% of such borrowers have at least one trade line that is between 60 and 180 days past due. In comparing data from Colorado to states without a usury limit, we find that in most comparison, borrowers in Missouri, especially borrowers in the subprime and deep subprime credit tiers, experience even greater levels of repayment difficulty. This is true to a much lesser extent for borrowers in Utah. Although some measures, we do see marginally higher levels of delinquencies and derogatories there. Further, these data likely understate disparities between the states because the data, by definition, are limited to the reports reported to credit bureaus and thus exclude what are commonly referred to as alternative financial services, which are more likely to be prevalent in states without usury limits and more likely to reach borrowers facing even greater financial challenges. So in the 2021 legislative session, again, the Colorado General Assembly appropriated funds, so they intentionally spent money to the Colorado Department of Law, Consumer Protection Section, Consumer Credit Union for use to contract with a vendor to study, collect, and report data to the General Assembly and related to the availability of safe and affordable credit, such as the use, total cost, and overall consumer impacts of non-depository lending products available under existing Colorado laws. The Department of Law selected FHN to conduct the requested study. This section of the report seeks to put this study into context, first by providing an overview of consumer lending in the United States, and then by reviewing the Colorado laws governing the offering of consumer credit by non-depositories and depositories in Colorado. Again, against that background, we then outline the scope of this study and define with more particularity the research questions we have sought to address. Finally, we describe, not my finally, but that's the finally of the introduction of the report that the General Assembly paid for. Finally, we describe the data sources on which we have relied and the limitation of those data. Parts 2 and 3 of the report set forth the findings. 1.1, types of credit and providers. There is a wide range of types of credit providers and credit products that together make up the consumer credit market. So a wide variety make up the consumer credit market. This bill only deals with a couple, so what we're trying to do, what this bill attempts to do is just kind of like sneak in there and give a little tweak. Never goes well. Broadly speaking, creditors can be divided into two categories: depositories, that is, banks and credit unions; non-depositories, a term that literally encompasses any lender that is not a depository, but which is usually used to refer to entities engaged in the business of consumer lending without a bank or credit union charter. In this report, we use non-depository in the latter sense. So it's usually used to refer to entities engaged in the business of consumer lending without a bank or credit union charter. So in this report, we use the term non-depository in the latter sense. So in that, as without a bank or credit union charter. Although outside the scope of this study, it is noteworthy that there is also an informal sector in the United States, including loans between friends and family within organizations such as lending circles. The size of this informal lending sector is unknown, but it undoubtedly plays an important role in providing liquidity to cash-strapped consumers. So, cash-strapped consumers. Probably would be a better thing to look at how to make them less cash-strapped. We should probably take more of their money, and that would make them less cash-strapped. Indeed, the most recent survey of household and economic decision-making by the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System found that among 21% of the households that would use credit to cover a $400 emergency expense, almost 40% said they would turn to family or friends, 4 times that percentage who said they would obtain a loan from a bank or credit union, and 8 times the percentage of those who would use a payday loan or overdraft. Similarly, a recent survey by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, CFPB, found that 25% of all households and 48% of those with incomes under $20,000 receive financial assistance from other households at least once over a 12-month period. Been there, done that, loaned money to friends that need it. Turning, so part of that market, I guess. Turning to the types of credit products available from depositories and non-depositories, so mainly we're talking non-depositories, as defined above, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York's quarterly report on household debt and credit provides a useful taxonomy with the data as to the size of each of these product categories. Mortgage, outstanding debt, in the billions, is 11.7 billion. Home equity revolving, 320 billion. Auto loan, 1.524 billion. Credit card, 925 million. Student loan, 1.574 trillion. Other, 591 billion. 16.5 trillion is the credit can provide a useful taxonomy along with the data as to the size of each of these product categories below. Mortgages include first mortgages obtained either to purchase a home or to refinance an existing home, as well as second mortgages, often referred to as home equity loans. Home equity revolving refers to lines of credit secured by a mortgage. These are usually termed equity lines of credit, home equity lines of credit, or HELOCs, H-E-L-O-C. Auto loans include financing for the purchase of new or used vehicles and refinancing of such loans as well as auto leases. Student loans encompass federal student loans and private student loans, including private refinancing of federal loans. Finally, other includes personal loans, sales, financing, and retail loans. The role that non-deposit, it would have been a lot easier if everybody just read this themselves. That would have been way better. But here I go. I'm doing this for you, Representative. No, I'm sorry.
Back to the
I'm
bill,
trying to be
Representative
clear.
DeGraff.
Yes, ma'am. I was just noting that it would have been way better if everyone had read this report that we commissioned all for themselves. The role that non-depositories play in providing these various credit products varies considerably by product category, as described below. Mortgage and home, so these are types of loans, maybe things that we want to avoid people getting into. Equity revolving. Data collected pursuant to the Home Mortgage Disclosures Act show that in 2020, mortgage companies, which are non-depositories, accounted for 62% of purchase mortgages and 61% of refinances originated that year. In contrast, non-depositories accounted for only 7% of second mortgages, or HELOCs. Again, HELOC is home equity line of credit. Student loans are predominantly provided by the federal government, with 7.6% of student loans coming from private sources. Most private student lenders are depository institutions. Auto loans, for new vehicle purchases in the second and third quarters, captive finance companies affiliated with an automobile manufacturer were responsible for 35% of all financing, while other financing companies accounted for 5%. For financing to purchase used vehicles, captive finance companies accounted for under 10% of all credit extended, while other finance companies and buy here, pay here auto dealers account for over 15% of such credits. Depositories accounted for just under 60% of both new and used auto loans. These figures for depositories include both direct and indirect financing. That is, extensions of credit that are initially made by an auto dealer and immediately resold to a depository, a bank, someplace with a deposit. Credit cards, the New York Federal Reserve Bank report from which the data cited above is derived, defines credit cards to mean bank cards, a category that is by definition limited to credit cards issued by depository institutions. We believe this includes private label credit cards issued by banks with a retail partner's brand, as well as MasterCard, Visa, American Express, and Discover cards. In any event, there is not a material depository presence in either the general purpose or private label credit card markets. This is a catch-all category, stands to reason, that includes both secured and unsecured installment loans and lines of credit other than home equity lines of credit, comparing data from TransUnion and New York Federal Reserve. It appears that unsecured installment loans make up roughly half of the other loan category. In TransUnion's taxonomy, banks and credit unions account for under 30% of all unsecured installment loans or originations. Finance companies and account for roughly a third of the originations, and fintechs account for about the rest. We believe that the fintech category, and it's in quotations, FINTECH, I'm assuming financial technology, category includes loans for which the fintech is the leader at that point of origination, as well as the loans originated pursuant to partnership between fintechs and the bank credit unions, which the fintech purchases the loans or most or all of the receivables shortly after the loans are originated. The New York Federal Reserve Board discussed above is derived from the reports by Equifax. So it's not just being read off the back of your cereal box. One of the three national consumer reporting agencies, NCRAs, the report thus does not capture credit products that are often referred to as alternative financial services, as that category is by definition limited to products from providers who do not furnish data to the NCRAs. We believe all AFS providers are non-depositories. AFS credit can be broadly divided into two categories: single payment products and multi-payment products. The former, including payday loans, some title loans, and refund anticipation loans, are unlike products typically reported to the NCRAs. And these are short-term contracts and installment loans that resemble in structure the installment loans that are reported to the NCRAs. And that, when reported, are included in the New York Federal Reserve Board's other category as discussed above. Wow, there's a lot of stuff that's really not covered in the bill. I mean, that makes sense, but there's a lot about financial that this bill leaves out to specifically muddle in a very specific category that the report that we commissioned, that you commissioned, seems to recommend against. These installment loans are classified as alternative financial services because the lenders who make them choose not to report their loans to the NCRAs. At least some of these lenders also choose not to obtain data from the NCRA when an underwriting an application through an AFS loan can be underwritten with NCRA data. Limited data is available with respect to the amount outstanding AFS credit. One often quoted industry analyst reported that in 2019 there were 3.6 billion in single payment loans outstanding and 18 billion in small installment loans. So that's a lot of money floating around. However, not all of the loans the analyst included in total as a small installment would qualify as AFS, and some of those loans were attributable to lenders who do their report loans to the NCRAs. At the same time, we believe that there are some AFS installment lenders whose volumes were not captured in their analyst estimate. Some AFS providers report to specialty consumer reporting agencies, which Clarity Services is believed to be the largest. Experian purchased Clarity in 2018, but has chosen to operate its separate credit bureau and to isolate Clarity's data from its mainstream database, branded Experian File. Experian uses an annual report on AFS lending trends based on the data reported to Clarity in 2022. So it's really a pity that somebody went through this entire thing to make a, wow,
Representative
75-page.
DeGraff,
Yes, ma'am.
could you just tie this report a little more directly right to the bill that we're talking about today, please?
Well, this bill is to the availability of safe and affordable credit from non-depositories in Colorado. I do recognize that it has some, and it was basically commissioned around the need for the bill at hand. So I do recognize that there is some background information, but it does seem the background information is crucial in understanding the availability and safe, affordable credit from non-depositories in Colorado. And this was the report that the General Assembly said that it wanted, so I'm assuming they wanted the entire report. And I suppose in just so everybody doesn't have to have a printout of this, seems to make more sense for reading. From Experian's annual AFS report. Okay, so I'm going to skip down to here. Other sources and types of consumer credit. Certain types of consumer credit fall outside of the loans that are typically reported to the NCRAs and yet generally not considered to be AFS. We already have noted that the role of family and friends play as a source of credit. Pawn loans, so this is safe and affordable. Consumers in need of liquidity with personal property for which there is a market can pawn their property and obtain a non-recourse loan. If they repay the loan, they can redeem the property and then that they have pawned. According to the FDIC's biennial survey of the unbanked, so this would be the pawn shops would be probably an area that if we restrict if this bill goes through, that we would probably force people into perhaps. Underbanked, 1% of the households use pawn loans. So of all the other ones, 1% of the households use pawn loans in 2021, which is in line with the percentage using payday loans, 1.1%, auto loans, 0.9%, and rent-to-own services, 1.2%. Emerging forms of credit. The past several years, financial technology companies, so fintech companies, have introduced several new products designed to provide liquidity to consumers facing a cash shortfall or to manage their spending. Some of these products are unmistakably loans, which the status of the others is less clear. So again, this is where the market is going past this issue, which according to this report doesn't seem to be an issue. While the status of others is less clear, the best known of these are buy now, pay later products, which are sometimes referred to as pay in 4 plans, and earned wage excess products, sometimes called pay on demand. Buy now, pay later volume has grown quickly in recent years, totaling $24 billion in 2021, and each of the NCRAs has announced plans to enable BNPL providers to furnish them. Less is known about the size of the earned wage access market, although it too appears to be experiencing rapid growth. So lots of different things in the available and safe, affordable credit per the report commissioned by the General Assembly. Beyond these discussed motives, and also I think $24 billion floating around in this indicates that people are using them successfully. It is filling a need in the market. Non-depositories and Colorado depositories make loans in Colorado are subject to Colorado Uniform Credit Code, UCCC, 3 Cs. Certain out-of-date depositories offering credit to Colorado residents are subject to other legal regimes, depending on their charter. This section summarizes the laws applicable to non-depositories. In general, the UCC applies to consumer credit transactions made by Colorado creditors in Colorado or made to Colorado residents by creditors who have advertised or solicited in Colorado. Consumer credit transactions is defined to cover loans made to a natural person for personal, family, or household purposes. So this is one of those, this is like squeezing water, holding water in your hand. It's just going to go everywhere. Household purposes pursuant to a written agreement, if payable in installments for subject to finance charge, provided that the lender is a person regularly engaged in making loans. The UCC establishes maximum permitted finance charges that vary depending on the type of loan and lender. Lenders who are not supervised lenders, meaning they have not obtained a license from the UCCC administrator, authorizing them to make consumer loans or take assignment of the lender's right to repayment of such loans, can charge no more than 12% a year on unpaid balances. A supervised lender, which is defined to include an assignee of the lender's right payment, in contrast, is permitted to make loans denominated as supervised loans, either at an interest rate of up to 21%, and I think we're talking about 36% in this bill, or using a tiered interest structure beginning at 36% for up to the first $1,000 on unpaid balance leave, and declining to $21,000 for amounts owed between $1,000 and $3,000, and then back to 15% for amounts owed above $3,000. For loans up to $1,000. So already the market is adjusting the interest rates to accommodate those higher amounts. So the percentage is going down as the loan increases. So I think by this bill, if you just make it 36%, you might end up with 36% across the board, which is actually going to hurt people. But I'd have to look at that for certain. For loans up to $1,000, the UCCC permits supervised lenders to impose alternative charges consisting of an acquisition charge not to exceed 10% of the amount financed for an initial load of 7.5%, a refinance load plus a monthly installment handling charge. Amount starting for $1,250 for loans up to $300 and increasing in increments, rising to $20 for loans between $750 and $1,000. Such alternative charge loans must be repayable in equal periodic installments and a minimum term of 90 days with a maximum term of 3 months. So they have pretty good repayment times. At 90 days, 3 months, 12 months, that gives somebody potentially enough time to get on their feet. And again, the bill that we've assembled is basically saying that we don't need this. We don't need this bill. Not that it's not well-intentioned. The bill is incredibly well-intentioned, and I appreciate that. In addition to authorizing these alternative charge loans, the UCC also authorizes deferred deposit loans, often referred to as payday. And payday is the loan that was kind of attacked, up to $500, as originally authorized in 2000. Such loans had a maximum term of 40 days with a permitted charges of 20% up to the first 300 and 7.5% on amounts above 300. In 2010, the Colorado legislature amended the law to impose a minimum repayment term of 6 months, and the amendment also charged the permitted charges, authorizing a finance charge not to exceed 20% of the first $300 plus 7.5% of any amount loaned in excess of $300, and an interest rate of 45% per year, and the monthly, and that would be, I think 45% is where usury kicks in. In 2018, Colorado voters overwhelmingly approved Proposition 111, as the sponsors noted, by a vote of 77% to 23%. So that's pretty overwhelming. That's not a small margin, which imposed a 36% annual percentage rate cap on deferred deposit loans. Prior to this referendum, the average APR on such loans had been 186%. Now, that is crazy, which was, in turn, a substantial reduction in the average APR percent of effective in the 2010. As the result of the referendum, lenders ceased making deferred deposit loans. Lenders ceased making deferred deposit loans in Colorado, and some of these lenders began making alternative charge loans instead. So the market is going to elude what we're doing, and we've already achieved what these two prior laws have done. So adding more laws to it, I'm not sure if that's going to fulfill the purpose. This study, commissioned by the General Assembly of this body, says no. For supervised loans other than deferred deposit loans, the UCC permits delinquency charges, which are capped at $15, and regulates when and how often such charges may be imposed. Wow, that's a lot of regulation. So we have a lot of people chasing regulation. The UCC likewise permits certain other fees, including a fee for a dishonored check or other instruments, usually capped at around $25. Additionally, the UCC authorized but does not regulate the size of charges for insurance so long as the purchase of the insurance is not required as a condition of the loan, and permits reasonable charges for other benefits of the value to consumer pursuant to rules established by the administrator. loans by depositories. So this is the loans by banks with money in the banks. Under the National Bank Act, as interpreted by the United States Supreme Court, national banks are permitted to export a maximum interest rates permitted by their home state when conducting business in other states. Similarly, in order to prevent discrimination against state-chartered insured depository institution, federal law generally allows state-chartered banks to export the interest rate cap of their home state to the same extent as the national banks are permitted to do. This means that while Colorado chartered state banks are subject to Colorado's UCCC, including its usury limits, a national state chartered bank that is not domiciled in Colorado can make loans to Colorado citizens at any interest rate permitted by the bank's home state. And that's something that the bill looks to address. Although states can opt out of interest rate exportation by state chartered banks, Iowa is the only state that currently does not permit such exportation. Colorado opted out in 1981, but subsequently rescinded that decision in 1994. So it probably makes sense to see why we opted out of that in 1994. It could have been for a very good reason, or it could have been just for money. So probably the research, unless the sponsors can tell me, maybe they can when this is all done, but that'll be a lingering question. And then maybe somebody will pick up reading this. In practice, most banks tend to constrain the range of consumers to whom they lend their pricing. For example, even within the credit card market, which has the largest penetration rate and highest rate, only 7% of the consumers with a deep subprime credit score held a credit card as of 2020. The average APR on those credit cards was 23.9%. There is a small number of banks that are subprime specialists whose products are significantly more expensive. In recent years, some banks have entered into what are termed partnerships with fintechs, financial technical, pursuant to which the loans are originated in the name, but the accounts of substantially all the receivables are almost immediately sold to a fintech. In Fulford, Maryland Funding, and Fulford, the administration brought lawsuits against two such fintechs operating in Colorado and engaged in lending above the Colorado's usury limit, asserting that because the fintechs had the predominant economic interest. Thank you. Well, the General Assembly commissioned this report, so the administrator brought lawsuits against the two such fintechs operating in Colorado and engaged in a lending above Colorado's usury limit. So there is a relief valve there, asserting that because the fintechs had the predominant economic interest in those loans, the fintechs were the true lender and thus subject to Colorado's usury law. After the Denver County District Court entered a summary judgment in favor of the administrator and the parties, including the bank partners that had intervened in the lawsuits, entered into the assurance and discontinuance resolve and litigation. In doing so, the intervenor bank partners and the defendants, fintechs, agreed to provide the Colorado consumers with a certain protections to ensure that they are making true. Additionally, they are committed to providing Colorado consumers with other protections required by Colorado law and not to lend Colorado consumers about 36%. The fintechs also agreed to maintain the Colorado lending license. So it seems we're already there. Credit unions. The activities of a federally chartered credit union, including the interest rates they are permitted to charge, are generally governed by the National Credit Union Administration, which has established a maximum permissible interest rate of 18% for most loans and 28% for an application fee not to exceed $20. For loans of up to $2,000 made under its short-term program, state-chartered credit unions making loans to Colorado residents are subject to Colorado's usury limits regarding whether the Colorado chartered the credit union. The UCC applies to loans which a non-depository has taken assignment of a depository's right to payment. Against this background, we seek to define the scope of this study. We have focused this study on those credit products as to which issues are available, as well as safety and affordability loom large where non-depositories. We have focused the study on those credit products as to which issues of availability as well as safety and affordability loom large and where non-depositories are an important part of the market. For that reason, we have excluded from our study mortgages, even though they are the single largest consumer credit and market, which non-depositories play a sizable role in originating first mortgages. Indeed, we estimate that approximately 280,000 Coloradans obtained over $100 billion in mortgage credit from non-depositories in 2021. As a practical matter, the federal government, through the government-sponsored enterprises Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, and the Housing Administration and the Department of Veterans Affairs are the dominant players. We likewise have excluded from our study the auto purchase and auto finance. Finally, we have excluded student loans because of the dominant role the federal government plays in providing such loans and because non-depositories play a very small role. The focus of this study and report then is on the two types of loans: small dollar loans, which in Colorado primarily take the form of alternative charge loans, as noted, with a maximum size of $1,000, and larger installment loans. Alternative charge loans generally are not reported to the NCRAs and thus would be viewed as AFS. There is relatively small segment of small dollar loans that are reported to the NCRAs, and they are within the scope of this study. We do not, however, include other forms of small dollar AFS credit that may be available. Our study of large installment credit covers both unsecured loans and secured loans, which are typically secured by an interest in a motor vehicle. We have sought to study with mainstream installment loans as well as any AFS installment loans made in Colorado. As noted earlier, the legislature directed a study of the availability, and safe, affordable credit for non-depositories in Colorado. In light of the market statutory structure as described in sections 1.1 and 1.2, this report addresses that question separately with respect to small dollar loans and larger installment loans we discussed below. The threshold question we seek to answer is the extent to which small dollar loans and larger installment loans are available to consumers. In Colorado, from non-depositories, the Oxford Dictionary defines available as able to be used or obtained. Consistent with that definition, we seek to assess the extent to which Colorado consumers desire a small dollar or larger installment loans and then can obtain them. At one time, the availability of a credit turned on both the willingness of lenders to make loans and the physical accessibility of such lenders to would-be borrowers. However, in the digital age, lenders generally have an online presence, and borrowers can apply for and, if qualified, obtain a loan over the internet. So now the market can extend immediately pretty much around the globe, especially if you have a VPN. The lenders we spoke to in connection with this study generally indicated that a substantial and growing portion of their loans are originated online and that the application process begins online, given that over 90% of individuals have internet access. In seeking to assess the availability of credit, we focus here primarily on the willingness of lenders to make loans in amounts desired by consumers. Assessing credit availability is a challenging task, as the CFPB observed, because readily available metrics conflate the willingness of issuers to make credit available to consumers, supply, and the willingness of consumers available themselves, the credit issue that are willing to extend, demand. So again, with the market, the consumers are in control. So the lenders are going to adjust to the consumers. One useful metric is approval rate for applications for credit, since that measure reflects the share of consumers seeking credit who are able to obtain it. But credit applications may not reflect true consumer demand for credit if, for example, consumers are discouraged from applying for credit that they desire. Accordingly, where available, we also examine data with respect to the penetration rate for various types of credit products. That is the share of consumers in Colorado who have obtained such products, and compare those rates to the rates in other states. As to the question posed by the Colorado General Assembly seems to recognize, credit availability is not inexorably socially optimal, nor are limits on credit availability inexorably negative. Indeed, one function of credit underwriting is precisely to protect would-be borrowers from debt. So one reason for credit underwriting is to protect would-be borrowers from debt they may desire but lack the financial capacity to handle. So that's what we went back to, the risk before when the number of the percentage of applicants who were actually approved. Thus, the legislature directed that the study examine whether the credit is available from non-depositories as safe and affordable, including the credit's total cost and overall consumer impacts. The Oxford Dictionary defines safe to mean secure from threat and danger or harm and loss, and defines afford to mean have enough money to pay for. Beyond these dictionary definitions, a law was enacted in the same legislative session as one which was authorized in this study that the General Assembly requested. So I'm not sure why. Oh yeah, we probably requested the study so that we could know what the available of safe and affordable credit non-depository. So there's a lot of good information about this bill. Specifically in 2021, the General Assembly enacted a law, established the state-level Office of Financial Empowerment. Ooh, that's a good word, OFE, empowerment, within the Colorado Attorney General's office for the stated purpose. So we added bureaucracy for this, for the stated purpose of growing the financial resilience and well-being of Coloradans, including increasing access to safe, affordable, low-cost credit. Well, affordable, low-cost credit is going to, on the free market, is going to be dependent on the level of risk. Help improve the financial stability of unbanked and underbanked individuals and their families. That law contrasts with such credit with practices that may undermine financial stability. Further, the statute calls upon the director of the office to seek to increase safe and affordable credit building loans and financial products, to identify products and practices that may undermine financial stability. The OFE statute thus suggests a legislative understanding that safe and affordable credit grows financial resilience, which, as the Financial Health Network and others have recognized, is a core element of financial health or well-being. Assessing whether the credit is safe and affordable, as thus understood, is, of course, even more challenging than assessing credit availability. So this is not an easy thing to unpack and just slap a few Band-Aids on. Whether a loan is safe and affordable will vary from one person to person, will vary from person to person based on the individual financial circumstances. So this bill that we're considering, that you'll pass, no doubt, is once again looking to slap everybody into one single category, when the report that this General Assembly Commission says it's not needed, nor a good idea. One useful metric for assessing whether credit is safe and affordable is the repayment rate, or its inverse, delinquency and default fees. But successful repayment of a given loan may mask the impact of such repayment has on the consumer's ability to manage debt. and other expenses. And thus, somebody did, but if you want to, that'd be great. I would drink it. Yeah. Oh, can you not hear me? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It kind of slipped there. Accordingly, where available, we also examine data with respect to the overall credit performance of consumers who obtain small dollar or larger installments from non-depositories. In addition, refinancing rates for the reason discussed in 2012. Wow, you are too kind.
Is there further discussion, Representative DeGraff?
Oh, ma'am, I'm only on page 21 of this
Please continue.
This report that that this General Assembly spent taxpayer dollars on. I'd hate to be the only person to read it. I might be the only person to read it, but now at least everybody has. Oh. Thank you. I didn't know you could see that from there.
Well, I am tall enough.
You are tall enough. It's true. I need to raise this. Oh, it's still, look at that. Look at that. It wasn't even as high as it goes. Now I have some good lean in me. I have some to lean on. I was getting a little kink in my neck there. So sources of data and limitation. If there's no objection, I'm not going to go into the data. I'm going to skip over some data.
Representative DeGraff, I can't even hear you up here.
can't
So
hear
if
me.
you'd like to keep talking, please use the microphone.
Oh, I am using the microphone. Maybe, all right. How's that? Is that better?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. So we have a approval rate, lots of charts here, and those are not going to convey well, so I'm just going to skip over those. Delinquency rates. As to section 1.4, we believe that loan performance data on that measure, delinquencies provide a useful metric for assessing the safety and affordability of loans. The annual report data includes a number of discrete data points that can be triangulated to develop a perspective to the extent to which alternatives charge loans are affordable to the borrowers obtaining the loans. The larger lender supplement required lenders to report the status of loans and held in January 21. 25% of the loans were reported to be delinquent, of which 70% or 17% of all loans were reported to be at least 60 days delinquent. All lenders were required to report the number of loans that were current or delinquent as of December 31st, 2021. 32% of the loans were reported as delinquent. All lenders were also required to report the dollar amount of their charge-offs in 2021, comparing that to a number of total of the dollar amounts loans reported as being outstanding, 22.6%. The larger lender supplement also required lenders to report on the number of loans originated in the first and second quarters, which the NSF fees were collected over the course of a year. One of the concerns that has often been raised about payday loans is the frequency with which consumers reborrow either by rolling over a loan or by taking back-to-back loans or taking out a new loan with a relatively short period of time after repaying loans. Such reborrowing can lead consumers to be continuously or near continuously indebted for a prolonged period at a high cost. In the payday loan context, reborrowing can be viewed as an indication that the prior loan was unaffordable, since in most cases, the only benefit to the borrower obtains from reborrowing is deferred rate, which the principal. With respect to installment loans, however, including alternative loans in Colorado's deferred deposit laws of the 2010 reforms, borrowing is more likely to involve borrowers who have been making their scheduled payments and enable such borrowers to increase the outstanding principal balance of their loans and thereby obtain additional liquidity. Reborrowing in this context provides a less clear signal regarding the affordability of the original loan. The larger lender supplement requires lenders to report the number of loans made to refinancing existing loans. Respondents to the larger lender supplement were also required to report with respect to the loans held in 2021. We do not have current data on the number of borrowers obtained reported small dollar loans. By way of comparison, almost 200,000 consumers obtained deferred deposit borrowers in 2017 and 2018 during the last 11 months of 2019 after Proposition 111 took effect. There were 155,000 alternative charge borrowers, which on an annualized basis would equate to over 170,000 borrowers. We cannot report on the distribution of the reported small dollar loans by the size as the experienced data these loans in a single category. For each calendar year in the two observational periods, Experian determined that the number of consumers in its database at the start of the quarter disaggregated by these credit tiers in each state for which the data was collected was reported. So those are charts. They're not going to, can't show you the pictures. Part 3, larger installment loans. Availability of larger installment loans. 40 lenders reported making other supervised loans in 2021 with an APR above 12%. Just half, 22, made fewer than 100 such loans and only made 1,000 such loans. As further evidenced of the market concentration, the three lenders accounted for 79% of all supervised loans and 73% of total dollar volume. In addition, an additional 35 companies took unsupervised loans by assignment in 2021. In contrast, the market for small dollar loans were noted as all national payday lenders are operating as an alternative charge lenders in Colorado.
Representative
Yes,
DeGraff.
ma'am. 7 lenders. I just wanted to skip the charts there. 7 lenders, excluding one or more of specialty lenders, originated more than $5 million in other supervised closed-end loans and thus were required to complete the larger lender supplement. These lenders accounted for 87% of reported originations. The supplement sought information disaggregated by quarter and credit tier with respect to the number of applications, denials, and originated loans. Table shows consumers with subprime equity and then the penetration rate. Experian identified approximately 100,000 borrowers in Colorado who obtained larger installment rate loans. So 100,000 borrowers in Colorado who obtained larger installment loans during the 4 quarters. So there's 100,000 that have accessed these loans, so it doesn't seem like they're incredibly limited. Looking at the secured loans, we see that the penetration rate in Colorado exceeds that of Utah in all tiers other than subprime, where the 2 rates are essentially equal. Combining the 2 types of loans we see in the subprime and deep subprime tiers among those without a credit score, the penetration rate in Colorado is below that of both Missouri and Utah, where again there are no usury. Prior research similarly documents the extent to which installment lending in some states occurs outside the usury limits in Colorado. For example, TransUnion has reported that the median APR for reported unsecured settlements loans near the prime consumers.
Excuse me just a minute, Representative DeGraff. Members, it's getting a little loud in here, so if you could please keep your conversations down or take them off the floor. Thank you. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Representative.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. This was probably a very expensive report. I am interested in how much we spent on this report. I'm reading you a couple $100,000 of report. Some researchers have suggested that because the costs of originating the servicing loans do not necessarily scale with loan sizes, while revenue is a function of size, usury limits below certain levels will cause lenders to impose minimum loan fees. As noted, the lenders with whom we spoke indicated that for applicants who passed their underwriting screen, their criteria for making an unsecured offer were tighter in Colorado than in other states for which they operate with a more permissive regulatory regime. This presumably reflects that these lenders' greater tolerance for risk. We turn now to the question of whether the installment loans available in Colorado are safe and affordable. Just as stakeholders are very important, have divergent views regarding the safety and affordability of small dollar loans. As discussed, there is a divergence of views regarding installment loans, or more precisely regarding what the consumer advocates term high-cost installment loans. These differences are manifested in 2 reports issued during the course of this study, each based on a survey of stakeholders. The annual reporting data provides several metrics to assess. Shows that, not surprisingly, consumers with lower credit scores experience greater difficulty in paying loans. The larger lending supplement contains data with respect to the status of loans originated in the first quarter, reports of these data for closed and originated loans. I'm just going to skip these tables here, Madam Chair, if that's all right with you. It's kind of a lot of tables here towards the end. Looking at the Colorado data, we see high levels of payment difficulty, especially for borrowers in the near subprime, deep subprime tiers, and we see those levels grow as performance window expands for 1 to 2 years, albeit for a different set of borrowers. We likewise see higher level of payments difficulty for secured borrowers in Table 13.9. In sum, to the extent credit is more available to consumers in the bottom credit tiers in Missouri and to a lesser extent Utah than it is in Colorado, that broader access appears to be accompanied by several layers of repayment difficulty among borrowers in those tiers, especially in Missouri. Finally, we notice that all of the analysis above are by definition limited to a larger installment. So I'm almost done here. I've got about 1 paragraph, Madam Chair, and then I'll be done. Finally, we note that all the analysis above, by definition, limited to a larger installment, loans reported to experience do not include any AFS loans, as we previously have observed. We do not believe that there is any appreciable amount of AFS lending taking place in Colorado, except that by unlicensed lenders. AFS lending is more likely to be occurring in Missouri and Utah, given the absence of usury limits. To that extent that is true, we believe that the differences we have observed here between the states would be magnified. So they don't want to, so it sounds like the report that we spent a couple $100,000 on is worried that such a bill would magnify the problem. We end by repeating the statement by which we began the report. The ultimate questions implicated by this study are, in the final analysis, questions of judgment and degree. The data we have reported suggests that, at least for consumers, higher risk credit tiers seeking larger installment loans, credit may be less available in Colorado than states without usury limits. So Colorado has usury limits. 36% is approaching those limits. The data also suggests that borrowers in Colorado within these credit tiers may experience less difficulty in handling the credit they obtained than borrowers in states without usury limits. These data can provide grounded empirical data basis for any discussion which may ensue as to whether credit is sufficiently available in Colorado. Whether that credit is available as safe and affordable is a different balance and would better serve the welfare of Coloradans. So, in accordance with the what do you call this? This report, it seems like there's a lot of detail, there's a lot of moving parts, there's a lot of issues that we have potentially with this bill causing more harm than good, which I think is kind of the track record of a lot of the legislation. So, did you have something? So with that, I think that's a decent summary of the of what we have going there, and I would encourage you to read it. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1229 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. House Bill 1229 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, I would like to lay over House Bill 1184 until after House Bill 1075.
House Bill 1184 will be laid over until after House Bill 1075. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1233.
House Bill 1233 by Representatives Morrow and Valdez, also Senators Priola and Winter F., concerning energy efficiency and in connection therewith, requiring the State Electrical Board to adopt rules facilitating electrical vehicle charging at multifamily buildings, eliminating the ability of the State Electrical Board to prohibit the installation of electrical vehicle charging stations, forbidding private prohibitions on electric vehicle charging and parking, requiring local governments to count certain spaces served by an electric vehicle charging station for minimum parking requirements, forbidding local governments from prohibiting the installation of electric vehicle charging stations, exempting electric vehicle chargers from businesses' personal property tax, and authorizing electric vehicle charging systems along highway rights of way.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I move House Bill 1233 and the Energy and Environment Report.
To the Energy and Environment Report.
We made some pretty robust changes in committee, including cleanups. We pushed back the effective dates to give everybody time for compliance, and we added a section that will allow, should the federal government ever be okay with it, the installation of electric vehicle chargers at rest stops. So I would ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question on the one of the amendments on the committee report. Page 14, line 11 through 14. This section does not lower the protections provided for people with disabilities, including the number of parking spaces for people that are mobility impaired. How does that work with charging and handicap parking? Is that already defined in the section, Article 34, Title 24? So an EV handicap driver is my question.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. My understanding is that this bill will provide for the insurance that at least one of the EV spots will be accessible by the standards of the current ADA, but that particular section essentially says that we will not usurp the rules and the regulations set forth by the ADA for handicap parking as it is, but we are accommodating within this bill, ensuring that those electric vehicle spaces that are designated are also accessible to those who are disabled.
Is there further discussion on the energy and environment? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as the sponsors had mentioned, there was a lot of amendments and a lot of work that was done to this bill in committee for the committee, the Energy and Environment Committee report. And so I just wanted to briefly kind of highlight some of the main parts of that committee because that's going to affect some of the parts that I'm going to talk about. So on the Committee of Reference Reporting and Energy and Environment Committee, the first page starting at about line 15 on page 1 of the committee report to about line 25 on page 2 of the committee report. That ties into section 2 in the bill. And I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about that, so I think it's important that we just lay that groundwork about which part of the committee report is tying into which part of the bill and what the ultimate policies are that are being advocated here. So as the sponsor had mentioned, in pushing back some of the dates, you can see the first thing that the Committee of Reference report talks about here. On the committee report, page 4, line 19, so that's line 15, talks about striking January and substituting March. So the portion of the bill that this committee report amends, again, as I mentioned, is section 2. And what section 2 of this bill does is talks about the board powers and duties. And so we're talking about the Energy Board here, powers and duties when it comes to basically the rules, the regulations, the codes around electrical permits for EVs. And so when the committee report says that we're moving it from January to March, we're talking 2024, so this is about 90 additional days that it's taking, that it's extending the timeline for local governments to be able to comply with these updated rules that are contained here in Section 2 of the bill and then the amended parts of that in the committee report. So pushing out the timeline by about 90 days for those rules to go into effect. And then it's also talking about, this is again on the committee report, the applicant must comply with the EV power transfer infrastructure requirements for multifamily buildings and the model electric ready and solar ready code. And so where that code is coming from, that's, is according to my understanding, that's previous legislation that was basically establishing and talking about what those codes are. And so in moving the timeline up from January to March, what's happening is that an additional 90 days is being given for local governments to be able to comply with those sections of the code. Then it talks about if there are rules adopted that conflict with the provision of the building or zoning code. So again, this is local government here. If the local government's zoning code or rules conflict with the rules that are established by the board here, then the rules will prevail unless the provisions of the local government's zoning provide greater access to parking supplied by EV power transfer infrastructure than is required by the rules again being the state rules. And it talks about that a little bit more, again, just tweaking and adjusting how exactly the local governments are supposed to comply with these statewide rules here. Page 2 of the committee report now, so about line 6, it talks about buildings that must comply with the EV power transfer infrastructure requirements of the model electric ready and solar ready code. Again, that's that state code, and as you can see in the committee report, we are moving the date from January to March by 2024, so next year, by which local governments have to comply with these rules. And then moving down, so line 11, page 2 of the committee report, is talking about if an electrical permit application is submitted to a local electrical inspection authority. So again, this is talking local governments, the zoning, the code enforcement, for or by which those local governments, issue the permits and then inspect the work. Which version of the code are they using? Are they using the state code? Are they using their local code? What's the effective date here? And so in that gray area, as we're transferring from one code to another, it talks about the local electrical inspection authority may determine how to apply the requirements of the rules developed in accordance with subsection 3A. So again, that's to the bill of this section. So again, that's talking like that transition piece as you go from one code to the next. And so, like I said, I wanted to spend some time in Section 2 here, and particularly the House Committee of Reference report for the Energy and Environment Committee, because that's where some of my concerns are in this bill. And don't get me wrong, there's actually a good piece of this bill, too. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that, but that's a little bit later on in the bill. But there are some good parts of this bill that I like, and so it would be neglectful of me not to mention that up front. And I'll mention those in greater depth once I get there. But like I said, right now, discussing the committee report to Section 2 of the bill, here's the big concern that I have, is that the groundwork, the foundation for this section of legislation was actually laid last year with another piece of legislation that established the board that would be creating and determining a lot of these codes. And the board that was creating and determining a lot of those codes per last year's legislation had an effective date of 2026. And so what the committee report does in conjunction with Section 2 of the bill is, even though in the committee report we're moving the effective date 90 days into the future, so from January to March, the current piece of governing legislation in this area has an effective date in 2026. So what's actually happening is the timeline by which local governments have to comply with these zoning requirements actually got moved back from 2026 to, in the original version of the bill, January of 2024. And then per the committee of reference reports and the amendments that were adopted, they got an additional 90 days. However, that's still moving up the timeline by a factor of years, and in exchange, local governments are getting a couple of additional months to comply with that. So we're going from a 2026 effective date to either January in the original bill or March per the amendments in the committee report for local governments to comply with this. And that's where my concern comes from, because in conversations with a lot of different stakeholders who worked on last year's legislation and this year's legislation, there's a lot of concern that this is going to have a negative impact on costs and construction projects, because due to last year's legislation and the negotiations that went into that, everybody was operating with an effective date that all of this stuff would go into place in 2026. And so this committee of reference reports, moving those dates up by effectively 2 years, what that does is that drastically compresses the timeline by which local governments have to comply with these regulations. And in effect, it causes a lot of them to have to go back to square one for whatever their construction, whatever their development plans were, because plans that would have been legal under last year's legislation now are not, potentially not going to comply with this piece of legislation, the committee report and the bill. And so, given that there is already a lot of concern around increasing costs, inflation, increasing concerns around maintaining workforces, the big concern with Section 2, as amended by the committee report, is that it effectively moves the goalposts up on folks that were planning for a 2026 implementation date that now have to change up all of their plans and scramble in order to accomplish this 2024 effective date. So in committee, I asked some questions to some witnesses from the Energy Office and some other places as to why it was necessary to move up the dates, the effective dates from 2026, where these policies are already going to go into effect per last year's legislation, why it was necessary to move up those dates from 2026 to 2024. And the explanation that they gave was, well, you got a lot of construction projects that are being planned in the next 2 years that involve parking lots and having to put in the underground conduits and wiring and connections and all of the infrastructure associated with the electrical grid that's going to be necessary to support these EV requirements. And so the concern from some of the witnesses was that by delaying the implementation of this to 2026, which was what was negotiated with last year, by delaying that, there's going to be 2 years worth of projects that go into effect under current rules, and then later on at some point, those parking lots, new construction, whatever the building project was, would then have to go back retroactively to update everything to be EV capable. I thought, well, okay, I guess that makes a little bit of sense to me. But then I asked some questions to some of the witnesses on the other side, and I asked, how much is this going to cost? How much basically time and effort and resources, both in terms of employee work and also just raw money, is it going to take all of these projects, which again are already required to be compliant by 2026, how much time and effort and energy and resources is it going to take to make all of those projects move up the effective date of all of these requirements to 2024? And the answer that I got was basically, it's so big at this point, we're not even sure how much it's going to cost. It's that large and it's that encompassing. Because again, everybody that's planning any sort of construction, capital project, new development that was planning on a 2026 implementation date per last year's legislation is now having to move it up per this year's bill and committee report, is having to move it up 2 years. And so based on that, some of the the concerns that I received from stakeholders on the other side of the issue highlighted that 79% of municipalities in Colorado are already experiencing some impact of the tight labor market, and that the number one concern for these municipalities is rising inflation, rising cost of basically everything. And so having to move up the timeline, basically scrap 2 years of planning and go back to square one in order to be able to comply with a March 2024 deadline is going to cost them a tremendous amount of money and a tremendous amount of labor in terms of having to go back to square one and revamp and redo all of these projects. And so because of that, they have a huge concern that even though in the long term it may or may not make things a little bit more friendly to EVs, their concern is they may not even make it to that point. A lot of these projects and developments may not actually happen if the amount of time and effort and resources that would have to be assigned and allocated to these projects in order to bring them into compliance with a 2-year accelerated date, it might just make it not worthwhile to do it, or it might make it so cost prohibitive that the size and the scope of those projects is going to have to be substantially scaled down. And so with that in mind, again, a lot of the concerns around this bill centered on the fact that Section 2, as amended by the committee report, really accelerate that timeline, despite that timeline having already been negotiated and everybody that's affected by this planning on a 2026 implementation date. And so that's the start of some of the concerns that I have about this bill. I will let some of my colleagues speak to those a little bit more, and I will be back.
Further discussion, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, have a lot of questions about this bill. And the first question that I would like to pose in the committee report is on page 7, and it's the amendment which inserts on page 14 after line 17 the statement, "The Department of Transportation may collaborate with public or private entities to develop projects for the construction of electric vehicle charging systems along state highway rights-of-way, including rest areas as prioritized by the department." And so this, on the surface, makes sense. However, I was very concerned that the fiscal note that I have states that no appropriation is required. And I don't know, I'm pretty sure that these charging systems they cost money. They require labor to install, possibly acquisition of rights of way. And so I'm really confused because it seems to me that there should be some fiscal note attached to this by the Department of Transportation. And you know, I understand that we have had a lot of fees for transportation projects. Beginning several years ago. And so I'm just not sure how these charging stations are supposed to be paid for by the Department of Transportation with or without public or private entities facilitating. So that's a question I have, and I'm hopeful that the bill sponsors will be able to answer that question, because I know everyone here in the audience is dying to know. Okay, maybe you're not, but I am. So I have that question, and sir, would you like to answer that question? Because I have other questions as well. We're on the committee report. Okay. Perfect. So my question is, who's paying for these charging systems along state highways? The other question I have, and perhaps this is to the bill as opposed to the committee report, and I realize that I'm going to be referring to another prospective bill, but this particular bill,
Representative Frizzell, we do need to stay on the committee report until we take care of that business.
all right, we will take care of the committee report. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will stick to the committee report. And with that, I will be back and have asked my question.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Energy and Environment Committee report. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to the committee report here on 1233, you've heard some of the concerns with it. So with those concerns in mind, I move Amendment L012 to the committee report and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. That is a proper motion. We are waiting for it to be displayed, and it is displayed to the amendment. Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this amendment does is this strikes Section 2 of the bill, just in light of the fact that everything in Section 2 is already been covered and is in place per last year's legislation. It's just in place with a 2026 deadline, which is what everybody has been talking about, negotiating on, and planning for. So all of these things will happen. This amendment just says that they will happen according to the existing timeline that was negotiated and stakeholdered last year, and not according to the accelerated timeline of this bill. So what this amendment does for the end users ultimately is it allows the state to continue to move forward with its plans to transition to a greater percentage of EVs being in use, greater accessibility and availability of parking spaces for EVs, chargers for EVs, buildings that have the wiring and the infrastructure and the conduits in place for EVs. But it says that those things will happen according to the existing negotiated timeline and not the timeline of this bill here per Section 2. And a reason I think that that's very important is something that was highlighted in committee in response to a question that I asked. I had asked one of the witnesses why. Why, if these policies are already in place, if this is something that's already going to happen, if this is something that's already been negotiated and stakeholdered, why do we have to move up the timeline? What's the urgency? And the answer that I got, and I wrote it down, is that last year's bill, the stakeholdering and the negotiation around last year's bill was too gradual an implementation, and that a implementation of 2026 was not fast enough, and so the government needed to effectively implement a carrot and stick approach in order to ensure that the implementation happened faster. And when I heard that, that caused me a little bit of angst, just because one of my foundational principles is that government shouldn't be picking winners and losers. And so when the justification for this is, oh no, the change that we want to make happen as far as technology isn't happening fast enough, we already have a bill in place that makes it happen by 2026, but we want it to happen faster. To me, that creates a situation in which government is now in the business of picking winners and losers. And when government's in the business of picking winners and losers, my concern is always that it's going to be the consumer who pays for that in the form of higher construction costs, harder to find housing, because all of the projects that were being built with a 2026 deadline now have to go back to square one, be effectively revamped in order to comply with a 2024 deadline. And given that cost of living, energy availability is a top concern for a lot of Coloradans, I bring this amendment here in order to basically preserve last year's status quo. The negotiation and the deal that was established last year gets us to where the state wants to be by 2026. And so out of concern and respect for the fact that government should not be picking winners and losers, and just out of respect for the fact that this was a negotiated deal, and why should this now be changed? I mean, a big concern that I've heard from a lot of folks is it feels like the goalposts are being arbitrarily moved. I bring this amendment here. Again, it strikes Section 2 of the bill in order to preserve that 2026 deadline. I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of this amendment as well. Heard this bill in committee, reached out to a lot of my local county officials, city officials, and we were talking about basically the time frame being moved on them. And you know, they talk about unfunded mandates all the time and moving the goalpost, and they really think that this is an opportunity for the goalpost to be moved on them. You know, they're given a timeline through last year's legislation, and then it's accelerated and it's fast forwarded on them. A lot of them centered their plans. They looked at their zoning. They looked at their planning of their communities around this time frame, and then we throw this accelerated timeline on them. And the thing that we spoke about in another bill here is you know, we have in our small municipalities and small rural frontier counties, the staffing issue that we face there, county attorneys, and the amount of work and time that these small counties have put in to trying to get everything in line with last year's legislation, and then all of a sudden it's being totally, the goalposts have been moved forward on them. And it gives them heartburn. They take issue with it because they basically have to scrap all the work that they've been doing. And I know, you know, in the bigger cities and municipalities, you can move things so much faster. You have the workforce, you have the ability, you have the money. But in a lot of these small rural frontier counties and small municipalities, this really does put a hurt on them, not only financially, but you know, through workforce issues. So I think that, you know, the amendment's a good amendment. It puts the bill back with the legislation that was passed last year, and it allows for these counties that are afraid, these municipalities that are afraid of this timeline, it allows them to get back in line with that. And then that pressure's off of them, the pressure when it comes to the staffing, to taking all the work that's been done prior to this and just throwing it to the wind, and the amount of money that it's going to cost them to scramble and get this redone again. So, you know, I ask for an aye vote, or at least to look at this. I think it's really important for small counties, frontier counties, and small municipalities. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Further discussion on Amendment L12. Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It seems to be a pretty disturbing trend with the legislation that comes up, and it's recurring and disturbing, that something is negotiated last year in a bill last year, and then the next year it's accelerated or expanded. And we have everybody that was involved in the stakeholdering, and I think that's a word, I hear it a lot. Doesn't sound like a word, but it's not one I would make up. But anyways, we have all these laws, we put these things into effect, and then we change them before the ink is dry. And we expect that the business community is going to have some level, even the remotest level of respect for this body. If you're going to put something in law, you're going to enforce it with a gun, you should probably leave it in place for a little while. And that's just a fact. If you're going to put it in law and get everybody moving in the right direction. Now, in committee, we heard that, well, businesses need about 6 months. And I'm not really sure that's for this body to determine. Right now, the houses that are being built were approved 2 years ago. They're just now being built because of a supply chain backlog. So those plans were put into effect over 2 years ago, and they've just been sitting. They've been approved, they've been sitting. And now you might have to go back and you might have to rework the electrical panel. And this is all under the auspices of that we are going to save money for these businesses. And the businesses are telling us, thank you, but no thank you. We don't need your help in this regard. Stop helping us. So I don't know if, you're talking about a parking lot that's going to be repaved on a regular basis. And if you drive through any Colorado road, you'll probably see that there's a large number of cuts through it because they've just gotten a saw and they've cut a trench right down the middle of the road and they've dug a 20-foot deep hole.
Representative DeGraff, are we
Yes, ma'am.
still speaking to
We are
the
still.
amendment?
We are still on the amendment, ma'am, but thank you. I'm just mainly speaking to the fact that we're accelerating this timeline under the guise that businesses are not doing what we told them to do fast enough in the time frame that we told them to do it. That does not seem like something a serious legislative body would do. So the applicant must comply with EV power transfer infrastructure requirements for multifamily buildings in the model electric ready and solar ready code. So that costs money. That's going to cost money. That's going to cost the electrical panel, which they might not have. They might not have at this point. That's in the electric ready and solar ready code. And so they probably would have been, their current plans were probably, they might have been grandfathered under that, who knows? But now they're not going to be. And running a conduit of this magnitude is not just a easy proposition. Likely they're going to do some of this stuff in general. I think businesses in general have some level of hope that some level of sanity will come through on the EVs, and that some of the since they have a horrible effect on the climate, and countries that are being raped for their chemicals. If the rules adopted in accordance with this subsection conflict with the provision of the building or zoning code, the rules prevail unless the provision provides for greater access to parking supplied by EV power transfer infrastructure than is required by the rules. If a provision of a local building or zoning code prevents a project or development from complying with the rules adopted in accordance with this subsection 3, then the rules prevail. Strike lines 4 through 6, buildings that must comply with the EV power transfer infrastructure requirements of the model electric ready to solar ready code. This type of change is more government being done to you instead of for you. And if we look at our charter, our original basis, then our just powers are derived from the consent of the governed. So the very nature of the carrot and stick approach is anathema to the very oath that we took in this body. So to accelerate it, so this is definitely the stick approach, and then to accelerate the time frame on it, causing these businesses to expend huge amounts of money. And ironically, guess what? It's to save the businesses money. Because somebody in this body decided it would be better to save them money by forcing them to do something that makes absolutely no sense. If an electrical permit application is submitted to a local electrical inspection authority before the enforcement date in this subsection of this section, but an electrical permit has not yet been issued, the local electrical inspection authority may determine how to apply the requirements of the rules developed in accordance with this section. All this just to accelerate the time frame by a couple of years to further encourage EVs, which are well ahead of any market solution, because the contents of the EVs are still sourced from child labor areas and are still being done with they're creating chemical wastelands. And over in this country, we just say, well, those chemical wastelands are in third world countries, so, and that child labor, it's not our children, so it's okay. So EV power transfer structure means any system that is used to charge electric vehicles, and that is addressed or required by the Model Electric Ready, Solar Ready Code. Another aspect of this, I don't know if some of you were building houses back in the 2000s but a big fad that they came through and they thought everything needed was firewire. Everybody had to have firewire installed and chased all through your house. It's a great expense. Most of you still have it.
Representative DeGraff, are we still on the amendment, please?
We are on the amendment, ma'am. Yes, please. Yes,
All right,
ma'am.
if you could just tie it back to the striking section 2 and changing the timeline, that would be really helpful.
Well, what it has to do with is that we are, excuse me, pardon me, we are forcing a technology that could make itself obsolete. So we're telling these businesses that we know what's best for you. We will save you money by forcing you to do this in 2 years ahead of schedule. It is for your own good. And a rule from history is that the greater good never is. And we're going to force them to do this because we care so much for their bottom line. And these businesses are saying, look, we know how to do business. We know how to trench across the parking lot if we need to and put in a wire. It's not an issue. And instead of trusting business, because we have an ideological itch, we're going to push this up by 2 years to accomplish absolutely nothing. So I would urge a yes vote on this amendment and stop trying to micromanage everybody's life, especially businesses that know what they're doing. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know that some of my colleagues have already said this, but I feel strong enough about this that I should say it also. We have told all these people that are doing all of the infrastructures, logistics, building, construction, all these things, we told them a timeline, and now we're trying to come back and change that timeline. That first is a problem because that lends distrust into the building communities, construction, all the different communities, a lot of communities involved with this, that they're not going to trust the next time we come with a bill that says this is your timelines. They're going to be expecting it to change. Another aspect of this is the fact that anybody that does anything within building, specifically larger building context, you can't do this stuff in this timeline. It takes almost this amount of time just to go through another building permit, which you will have to do. You'll have to restructure the whole design of everything, and you've got to do it all within this time frame. It's literally impossible. We're going to be asking them to do things they cannot do within this timeline. I think if we leave it at the later timeline, the original timeline, which is what this amendment proposes, then I think there is a possibility that they can get some of this done because they have already been working this direction. I think about all the construction that's going on just in my basic area of Colorado Springs. To come to them now and say, oh, by the way, you have to change all this and your timeline is 2 years quicker, that there's no way. They can't do that. And it's not actually 2 years, it's less than that. They can't do that. These guys have these plans laid out for a few years in advance. Then they get the permits and they go do the stuff. That takes a few years. And now we're just going to tell them, oh, by the way, change all this. It's not possible. We're asking them to do something outside the scope. And so now what do? They either try to fit this in and retrofit, which means it's not going to be quality. It's going to be messed up at some particular level. Or we're going to start fining them. We're going to start, what are we going to do? How are we going to make this happen to appease a bill? Not to appease common sense or building or construction or EV or any of the other things that could necessarily be possible as part of this. We're doing this to what? Appease a timeline move up, which is a trap. It's a trap for them, and to me, it's pretty disingenuous of what we're doing to them. And all of this is designed around what? Around a bill. Why don't we just leave the numbers like they were and let that play out? And let them see if they can actually do major design and structure and everything, give them the extra 2.5 years, and then maybe they can actually accomplish this. I know they're already pretty upset. I get quite a few emails about this. They're already upset that they have to do all of this stuff, or that they have to be made to be let it be allowable, is I guess the way the bill would say it. And now we're saying, oh, by the way, trash all the timelines, speed it all up. We got you. It's really, if you know anything about building, this is not really a possibility. This is more than an inconvenience. This is inconsistent with the concept of all the other rules and laws that we make that go into local municipalities when it comes to building and building permits and all the codes and everything else. Now we're saying, on top of all that, oh, do this. It's not very legitimate, in my opinion. And I think we're also, once again, we're attacking the actual commerce side of our society, and now we're saying, don't trust us next time we run a bill through because those dates mean nothing. We can come back and change them on a whim. That's what we're doing with this. And to me, this is, I think it's more than disingenuous. I'm not saying the sponsor of the bill is being dishonest, but the bill is dishonest in relationship to the original timelines. So I strongly urge an aye vote on this amendment for all things considered.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L12? Seeing none. The question before us is the passage of L12. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The amendment fails. Back to the committee report. Representative Valdez? Is there any further discussion on the Energy and Environment Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is its passage. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. The committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is 1233. This is a great bill. What we're basically doing, as they said, is pushing forward a few dates for the promulgation of rules about how electric vehicle charging should be done in multifamily housing. And the reason behind this bill, the reason for the advancement is that Coloradans at an overwhelming rate are starting to choose electric vehicles. We don't have the data for the last month, but we already know in January we were looking at over 10% of the vehicles sold. We see the best-selling cars are now becoming EVs. The Ford F-150 Lightning is one of the most sought-after cars. This is where we're going, and what we want to make sure is that folks who live in multifamily settings have that pre-wiring done, because if it's not, you're looking at a great deal of expense to do it after the fact. So the bill basically does that. It also prevents prohibitions. There's been a number of prohibitions preventing electric vehicles from parking in parking garages, these sorts of things. None of it here, but we want to make sure that doesn't happen, that people who choose an EV can park that EV where they want to, and that their HOA cannot ban EVs. We also added a section in committee that's really interesting that would allow, if the federal government ever approves it, for us to put electric vehicle charging at our rest stops. And so overall, what this bill does is it delivers access for folks who live in multifamily. It's easy for folks who live in a single-family house to just plug their car in the garage when they get home. For those who live in apartment buildings, condominiums, those sorts of things, this bill provides more access. The other piece that I want to really highlight is this is only on new buildings and buildings that are undergoing major renovations of their parking lot. Parking lot renovations are sort of rare, but if somebody did renovate their parking lot and had pulled up all the asphalt, that would be a great time to put down a few conduits. So what this is all about is being ready for the cars that Coloradans are choosing. That's what this is all about, is making sure that as folks choose more and more to drive electric cars, that they can charge those vehicles no matter if they live in a single-family residence or a multifamily residence. And I think for that reason, I would ask for an aye vote, and thank you very much for hearing the bill.
Further discussion on the bill. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to take a little bit of a turn and address the Section 1 of the bill. Sales of electric vehicles currently account for more than 10% of all new vehicle sales in Colorado, and this market share is projected to increase to more than 80% by 2032. With all these regulations on landlords and multifamily housing units and condos, I think I would be remiss not to talk about what is happening while we're trying to mine all of these things around this world, and how we're running out of the minerals to do or make these electric vehicles. So the United States needs 10 times the amount of rare earth metals it currently has to meet President Biden's ambitious 2030 electric vehicle goals, according to one CEO in the business. And it needs 20 to 25 times more to meet the burgeoning needs of the green economy and the military as we increase investment in wind power, electric vehicles, and even cell phones to the year 2050. President Biden has outlined a goal that 50% of cars sold in 2030 will be zero-emission electric vehicles, but there's a problem. To even meet part of that goal with domestic supply of rare earths seem almost impossible, and foreign sources are increasingly problematic. You've got two light rare earths, neodymium and praseodymium, sorry, two-tone. And you've got two heavies, which is dysprosium and terbium. U.S. Rare Earth CEO Penny Alphas told me recently on the Tech First podcast, and they are used in the electric vehicle drivetrains, cell phones. The F-35 Stryker jet has about a ton of rare earth magnets. Wind turbines have a significant amount. In other words, it's not just the green economy at stake. It's a big chunk of the entire economy and national security. There's been essentially one magnet plant in the United States, Alphas says, located in North Carolina. It has production capacity of about 2,400 tons of permanent magnets each year, which was about 20% of the needed supply as of 2019. And now we're trying to raise that 80% more. U.S. Rare Earths bought that plant in April 2020, and it plans to have it fully operational by the second half of 2022. USA Rare Earths is also developing a new mine in Hudspeth County, Texas, called the Round Top Heavy Rare Earth Lithium and Critical Minerals Project. The mine isn't yet in production, but the company has received $50 million in Series C funding to kick off mining. It's currently scheduled to come online in 2023 for not just rare earths, but also lithium, gallium, hafnium, and zirconium, and other key resources for electronics, magnets, and batteries. Theoretically, Round Trip will produce no more than 15 of the 17 different rare earth elements. But even if the Texas mine exceeds all predictions, it won't be enough. If you look at the materials that we have for permanent magnets or for lithium, it still accounts for sort of a percentage of the overall supply chain requirements in the United States. We would need another 4 or 5 round tops to go up to start looking at having some sort of what we would call independence or lack of complete reliance on China. At the moment, no rare earths for magnets are being produced and processed in the United States. That's a problem. In an era of heightened tensions and economic competition, that's a national security and well-being issue, even if it doesn't become a military issue. What the lack of domestic production means right now is dependence on China, plus friendly countries like Canada and Australia. To the author of this, that's dangerous. There's been talk about a reliance on Canada and Australia, And this is a very foolhardy way to approach this for a couple of reasons, he says. One, Australian and Canadian project owners, they're not required to sell into the U.S. supply chain. They could sell to anyone, they can sell the materials to China. In fact, some Australian companies have offtake agreements with China in place already, which means those materials will not come to the U.S. But we're trying to make landlords and all of these people in this bill mandate these electric vehicle charging stations. None of this is unknown to the U.S. government. In the 2020, the Senate Republican Policy Committee released a policy paper saying that while the U.S. was the world leader in rare earths production from the 60s to the 80s, it essentially flatlined to the point that in 2016, the U.S. imported all of the rare earths it needed. There are a few domestic attempts to kickstart local production at an old rare earths mine in Mountain Pass, California. That's worked to a degree, but all the raw material still needs to be shipped to China for processing before being returned to be inserted into production lines, or more likely, built into products in China. In August, lawmakers introduced a bipartisan bill to boost domestic rare earths production. And as of September of 2021, the U.S. Department of Commerce has announced an investigation to determine the effects on U.S. national security. A report is due by President Biden by June 18th, though ideally it will be much sooner. The Department of Commerce is committed to securing our supply chains to protect our national security, economic security, and technological leadership, U.S. Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo said in a statement. Consistent with President Biden's directive to strengthen our supply chain and encourage investments to shore up domestic production, the department initiated a Section 232 investigation on imports of all of these permanent magnets to determine whether U.S. reliance on imports for this critical product is a threat to our national security. Wild guess here, the answer is yes. Unfortunately, U.S. companies looking to assist don't have the government help and coordination that some other countries enjoy. They will essentially do consortium buys for all local industrial needs, aggregating demand and getting better access to supply like a giant national Costco bulk purchase. U.S. government doesn't have an apparatus similar to that of China or even Japan, where they're buying materials or entering into agreements on behalf of whether it's the automotive sector, consumer electronics companies, said Alfhaus. They're not going to be buying materials for a GM or Ford or anyone else. Japan has taken a very important and robust approach to this, which is working to fund companies like Linus secure the offtake for their materials, and then they're bringing those materials, whether it's for defense, whether it's for consumer electronics, other sectors. They're working on behalf of the overall economy that will require these materials. The U.S. doesn't necessarily need to cover 100% of its own needs for rare earth metals, Alfhaus says, even if that might be nice. Even 50 to 60% would help ensure that the global supply is not weaponized by China, which did cut off supply to Japan for 40 days in 2010 in an international spat over territorial waters. Today, even China is a net importer of rare earths, part of the reason for these countries' expansive Belt and Road Initiative. Solving this, however, won't be easy. Rare earth deposits, they won't get just turned on by the flick of a switch, Alfhaus told me. They evolve sometimes a decade or two of drilling, having the right economics, being able to develop those projects. So a lot needs to get done for us to have any sort of independence from China if we're going to get the goals that we're trying to achieve. So that just talks about how these rare earth metals aren't even being processed in the United States, and now we're going to become even more dependent on a communist country. I also want to read about what's happening in the places that we're mining these critical elements. The toxic damage from mining rare elements, low wages, water shortages, and acidified landscapes. Mining critical raw materials endangers human rights and the environment. And isn't that what we're about? Aren't we about human rights unless we have to fire up our electric vehicle and then we don't care about kids being trafficked? Yet the industry is expanding. More than 1 out of every 2 people in the world now has a cell phone, and manufacturers are rolling out bigger, better, slicker models all the time. Many, however, have a bloody history. Though largely made of plastic, glass, ceramic, gold, and copper, they also contain critical resources. The gallium used for LEDs and the camera flash, the tantalum in capacitors, and indium that powers the display were all pulled from the ground at a price for nature and people. Mining raw materials is always problematic, both with regard to human rights and ecology, said Melanie Mueller, raw materials expert at the German think tank SWP. Their production process is pretty toxic. The gallium and indium in many phones comes from China or South Korea, the tantalum from the Democratic Republic of Congo or Rwanda. All in, such materials comprise less than 10 grams of a phone's weight. But these grams finance an international mining industry that causes radioactive earth dumps, poison groundwater, and indigenous population displacement. The environmental damage. Nature has been overexploited. The problem is that modern technologies don't work without what are known as critical raw materials. Collectively, solar panels, drones, 3D printers, and smartphones contain as many as 30 of these different elements sourced from around the globe. A prime example is lithium from Chile, which is essential to the manufacture of batteries for electric vehicles. No one, not even within the industry, would deny that mining lithium causes enormous environmental damage. Mueller explained, referencing the artificial lakes companies create when flushing the metal out of underground brine reservoirs. The process uses vast amounts of water, so you end up with these huge flooded areas where the lithium settles. This means of extraction results in the destruction and contamination of the natural water system. Unique plants and animals lose access to groundwater and watering holes. There have also been reports of fresh water becoming salinated due to extensive acidic waste water during lithium mining. You can find more information in our data protection policy. The toxic damage from mining rare elements. Lithium is not the only raw material that causes damage. Securing just 1 ton of rare earth elements produces 2,000 tons of toxic waste and has devastated large regions of China, said Gunther Hilpert, head of the Asia Research Division of the German think tank SWP. He says companies there have adopted a process of spraying acid over the mining areas in order to separate the rare earths from other ores, and that mined areas are often abandoned after excavation. They are no longer viable for agricultural use, Hilpert said, which is really a problem in China. They don't have a lot of areas to farm. Nature has been overexploited. China is not the only country with low environmental standards and poor resource governance. In Madagascar, for example, a thriving illegal gem and metal mining sector has been linked to rainforest depletion and destruction of natural lemur habitats. Access roads to a graphite mine cut through the rainforest near some national park in Madagascar states, like Madagascar, Rwanda, and the DRC, score poorly on the Environmental Performance Index, which ranks 180 countries on factors including conservation, air quality, wastewater, and emissions. Environmentalists are therefore particularly concerned that these countries are mining highly toxic materials like beryllium, tantalum, and cobalt. But it is not only nature that suffers from the extraction of high-demand critical raw materials, it is a dirty, toxic, partly radioactive industry, Hilpert says. China, for example, has never really cared about human rights when it comes to achieving production targets. Dirty, toxic, radioactive, working in the mining sector. One of the most extreme examples is Butha, a Chinese city in Inner Mongolia, where rare earth mining poisons surrounding farms and nearby villages, causing thousands of people to leave the area. In 2012, British newspaper The Guardian described a toxic lake created in conjunction with rare mining as a murky expanse of water in which no fish or algae can survive. The shore is coated with a black crust so thick you can walk on it. Into this huge 10 square kilometer, which is about 4 square miles, Telling's Pond nearby factories discharge water loaded with chemicals used to process the 17 most sought-after minerals in the world. Local residents reported health issues including aching legs, diabetes, osteoporosis, and chest problems, The Guardian reported. Critical raw materials, toxic, rare, and irreplaceable, 30 rare elements have been identified as critical for the future of the industry. Some of them have a colorful history. I think these countries are going to stop trying to mine these chemicals because it's hurting them, their human race. And when that happens, we are not going to be able to have 80% of all vehicle sales by 2032 to be electric vehicles. So I ask for a no vote on this bill until we figure out a better solution. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am
very conflicted and confused about this bill, especially around some of the wording in section 6, which talks about the requirements for parking. And so if you don't mind, I'll just read a couple of lines. From page 9 of the bill, beginning on line 13. The General Assembly declares that minimum parking requirements, to the degree that they lower the number of charging stations available to electric vehicle drivers, decrease electrical vehicle use, which causes more pollutants to be emitted into the environment and lowers the air quality of other local government jurisdictions and Colorado as a whole. Therefore, minimum parking requirements are a matter of mixed local and statewide concern to the degree that they lower the number of charging stations available to electric vehicle drivers. For the purposes of any minimum parking requirement imposed by a board of county commissioners, any parking space served by an electric vehicle charging station or any parking space used to site electrical vehicle charging equipment must be counted as at least one standard automobile parking space. And then it goes on to talk about van accessible parking spaces designed to accommodate a person in a wheelchair is served by an electric vehicle charging station and is not designated as parking reserved for a person with a disability must be counted as at least two standard automobile parking spaces. This parking requirement, which is a theme throughout this bill, but especially in section 6, is candidly very confusing to me. It's very contrary to a bill that we are expecting to visit us here in this esteemed house, which does away with parking requirements completely. So my question is, which is it? Are we to the point where we're so picking winners and losers that we're only going to be requiring parking for electric vehicles but not any other vehicles? Because that's kind of what this bill says. And I question that. I think that is candidly discriminatory. And as such, I would like to move Amendment L017 to House Bill 1233 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you, Representative Frizzell. We are waiting for it to be displayed. Just a moment. Amendment L17 has been properly moved and is now before us. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The purpose of this amendment is quite simple. It strikes out Section 6 of this bill, which really highlights the parking requirements provisions. And because they are contrary to legislation that will be coming to us soon. And I certainly wouldn't want any confusion on the part of this body as far as what parking is required and what parking is not. That said, I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L17? Seeing none, the question, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I rise in support of this amendment because there used to be this push to actually have hot water-based engines. In the early 1900s, there was this desire to use a steam engine to get around. And there was talk of actually having water spigots in different places so that people could use that technology readily and fill their engines up with water. But obviously, that technology didn't take off, and we now use gasoline. And so had all of that infrastructure been built out for that particular technology, it largely would have been wasted. Right? I'm getting smiled at over there, which I appreciate. So in the same manner, I am looking at this situation and saying, we have a situation wherein the minerals that are used to create these particular electric vehicles are problematically acquired in many instances or are being increasingly depleted. We have jurisdictions that are pushing across the United States for electric vehicles and then asking people not actually to charge them because they don't have enough electrical power to support all of that. And so I feel as if we are possibly building infrastructure or encouraging the building of infrastructure that will not end up being used in the very foreseeable future because it's not technology we will continue to develop and advance for all of the problematic reasons that some of my colleagues have shared and many others. For instance, the moral questions of whether you employ slavery to mine certain elements that go into these particular products, whether we have the grid strong enough to be able to provide for folks in this way. And so I rise in support of this. The local jurisdictions, they can well within their realm of not only authority, but education and ability determine whether their minimum parking standards, their mandatory parking standards need to allow for these charging stations or not. And if they do find that they want to promote these charging stations, they have the ability to do that. If it doesn't make any sense, maybe because they live in a portion of Colorado that doesn't have quick access to some of these electrical grids, right? People are on solar or propane, or they are somehow otherwise powered. It doesn't make any sense. So again, one-size-all-fits solutions for technology that may or may not actually be here in the next 10 years, right? People have only picked this up, 10% or what have you of folks are driving electric, and I know a number who got an electric and then said, you know what, I'm done after this one. It was not all that it was hyped up to be. And so we could see people moving back into gas or into who knows what new technology. Maybe there'll be a solar-powered car, and we all just have solar power panels on our car, and we don't have to stop for any purpose. Who knows what the next technology development will be, but the fact that we are constructing regulations for our local communities in this way makes really no sense. So I say no.
Representative DeGraff.
I just want to read this from a constituent. I won't mention the store, but they recently announced plans to build 2,500 electric EV charging stations and 11,000 individual chargers across the club stores nationwide by 2030, with a store or a club located within 10 miles of 90% of Americans. This major chain, I'm not sure if I can mention them, is positioned to deliver a convenient charging option that will help make EV ownership possible, whether people live in rural, suburban, or urban areas, even if they do not have a charger at home. Walmart's goal is to meet the needs of the customers, associates, and suppliers who are increasingly driving EVs and looking for easy access to on-the-go charging. So the market, once again, this is a market. When you let the market go free, it will solve the problem. When you force the market, you create bigger problems. When you foobar the market, you really have big problems. So, striking out Section 6. Here's something that kind of makes me laugh right here. And you can look at this there's an app called Windy, and you can see the pollution that's created in China, manufacturing our EVs. And then that pollution wafts its way over here just like 99 red balloons. And then we get severe non-attainment days, and then we say we need more EVs, which puts more pollution in China, which wafts its way over here. So motor vehicle pollution does not stay within the geographic boundaries of the local government where it is emitted. So the irony of having that in there as a means of, as a justification for taking further control, because this is what this is. I mean, this is a centralized planning document. This is centralized planning. Centralized planning goes with centralized government, and that has pretty much a 100% failure rate. Well, it depends. The emissions over its lifetime, the average emissions of a motor vehicle powered by an internal combustion engine. According to the United States Department of Energy, an electric vehicle produces an average of 1/4 of the emissions over its lifetime. But when we ask this question in committee, when we ask the question, I guess we're just talking to the bench right here.
Members, it's getting a little loud in here.
When we ask this question in committee, our environmental agencies, our energy agencies here said, oh yeah, we only consider the emissions in Colorado. So here's this part here. Motor vehicle pollution does not stay within the geographic boundaries of the local government where it is emitted. So we've talked about the chemical wastelands that have been created in the child enslavement zones for the virtue preening of the electric vehicle. And I'm not opposed to the electric vehicle. It could be a good idea, but that's not for this body to determine. So the average, this line is iffy here at best. 1/4 of the emissions over the lifetime of the average emissions of a motor vehicle powered by an internal combustion engine. I'll tell you, the most environmentally friendly vehicle that you can get is the one that you have right now. If you upgrade and buy a new electric car because you want to save emissions, you will never break even. So that's just virtue preening. A motor vehicle powered by an internal combustion engine. So that part's a lie, right? That part's disingenuous right there. People may forego driving an electric vehicle because they're concerned about the availability of charging stations, and that's true. There are lots of technologies that are being considered right now. Hydrogen fuel cells are one, natural gas fuel cells, lots of different things. And so with batteries and the issues around batteries, let's just say people started caring about the slave labor and the chemical wastelands that are created around these batteries, and they all of a sudden decided to boycott. Well, that would create a problem. But virtue preening is stronger than integrity, so I don't think that's going to happen. Local governments set a minimum requirements for parking that may create a disincentive to install charging stations if a parking space served by a charging station is not counted towards meeting the minimum parking requirement. There's a lot of requirements in here. Fewer charging stations act as a disincentive to purchase or drive an electric vehicle. So right now we have the state that's forcing a technology ahead of its curve. So we don't have the electrical capacity. The pollution footprint currently of electricity over gas is about twice. So we're not solving anything as far as that's better. We're not solving anything as far as pollution. With EVs, we're not solving anything for pollution. We're actually polluting more. We're forcing the installation of thousands of miles of, and this is all so far in the name of some sort of environmental stewardship. So we're destroying the environment, we're forcing child labor, all in the name of environmental stewardship. General Assembly declares that minimum parking requirements, to the degree that they lower the number of charging stations available to electric vehicles, decrease the vehicle use. That's because the market has decided, the market decides how this will work, if you want it to work well. Decisions made out of this body are pretty much always wrong. The air quality of other local government jurisdictions in Colorado as a whole, government jurisdictions, the air quality where these batteries are made is bad. The air quality for China, very bad. And then that stuff comes over here, and then we freak out. For the purpose of any minimum parking requirement imposed by Board of County Commissioners, imposed. Let's see, what does that say? The just powers are derived from the consent of the governed. So where does imposed work with just powers being derived from the consent of the governed? This is centralized planning. This is centralized execution, centralized corruption. Any van accessible parking space that is designed to accommodate a person in a wheelchair is served by an electric vehicle charging station and is not designated. And the other thing you have to remember about these parking spots is that they have to be vacated as soon as the vehicle is charged. You'll get a note, and that vehicle has to be moved. So there's a lot of reasons in here. Pollution, batteries, high power lines. We're just the irony of forcing this technology in order to save the environment is irony a good word for that? Is ironic? Ironic. It is very ironic that we are destroying our environment in order to promote these EVs, which we pretend will save our environment. So other than the science, I guess that's a good idea.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on the amendment here that we're addressing local control on Section 6, it's kind of interesting. Down in my district, there in Douglas County, just to my north, is the Southlands Mall up in Aurora. And I remember a few years ago, when they're at the Walmart, at the mall, they put in electric vehicle charging stations smack in the middle of the parking lot. Now, I don't know what engineer designed it, but I thought it was kind of odd because it was literally in the middle of the parking lot. And you could approach it from the 4 different sides to charge your vehicles, which took up a lot of the additional parking space. And later on, they ended up modifying it. Now, down at the Park Meadows Mall, along one whole row of the outside, they went and they built a series of charging stations. So when you're in the mall going shopping, you pay and charge your vehicle while you're running in the mall to shop, which was kind of handy during the holidays. Now, what was interesting about these cases is there was no one that mandated they do this. This was business going, hey, I think I can make money doing this, and so they did it on their own. In general, when a business looks at something and they can make money on their own, they'll do a much better job. This amendment in Section 6 is taking away that local control, that local opportunity, that initiative, that entrepreneurship to be able to do something on your own, and it's being mandated from up here. Now, what applies here in Denver does not apply where I'm at down in Douglas County. It didn't apply there in the Southlands Mall or in the Park Meadows Mall. Yet in those locations, businesses took it upon themselves to create charging stations for consumers. They didn't need a mandate. And it was still at local control that did the design of the parking spaces, the rebuilding of the sidewalk, the installation of the charging stations, and running all the cable to set those things up. That complied with local jurisdiction and building codes. They didn't need to come up here to the state and say, hey, state of Colorado, can I do this? They did it locally. That's what this amendment is gearing towards, is to keep it locally, because one size does not fit all. What works here in Denver, I promise you, does not work down in Douglas County where I'm at. And it certainly doesn't work out in the rural communities. You go out to my east into Elbert County, which is not in my jurisdiction, but they got a Walmart out there too. They've set up charging stations because there are a handful of people that own electric vehicles that don't want to come all the way into Parker, where I'm at. They want to charge their vehicles out in Elizabeth. So Walmart, once again, in their little local area out there, did things under local control and built some charging stations. And they're making money at it. That's what we should let them do. We should let the local jurisdictions decide how to build this, where to build it, what they want to put in, not having something mandated from the state. There's examples all over that we can list, but I think it's kind of obvious that this amendment, ensuring local control and eliminating the state mandating where and when and everything else to build, and let the local government, the local businesses decide what's going to suit them. Where I'm sitting in Parker, I mean, there's lots of electric vehicles, but we don't have a lot of parking spaces. And if we started mandating to the businesses there along Main Street that said, you have to convert, you have to have X number of electric vehicle charging stations, when the vast, vast majority of people do not drive electric vehicles. There are some, but there's other places they can go to charge them, or they charge them at home. They don't charge them when they go to the local stores along Main Street there. A lot of people just ride their Harleys and park them out front. Now, Harley did come up with an electric vehicle. It's kind of surprising. I personally like I like the sound of my Harley, so I don't have an electric vehicle Harley. I ride my own Harley. But Harley designed that and said, here's an electric vehicle, because they have a market that they're going towards. That's a business decision. It's not a government mandate. It's not state-driven. And that's what this amendment is designed to do, is to leave it for local control. Let local government, local businesses decide how they want to do this, where they want to do it, when they want to do that. It'll be much more profitable and less bureaucratic. I urge an aye vote on this amendment, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Taggart on Amendment L17.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. My concern about Section 6 is that the sponsors of this bill are making the assumption that the parking spaces that have been agreed upon in zoning for the purpose of multifamily housing, for the purpose of commercial, for the purpose of office, for the purpose of light industrial, were not well thought out. And they were well thought out. And every single one of those zoning areas is going to have to change per this section. It's great to say, if you put an electric station in, you can drop your requirement by 1. But if you needed 10 spaces, you still need 10 spaces because you can't park in this particular area. So all of these zones are going to have to change if this Section 6 goes through. It's not needed. It is truly not needed, and it's going to create all sorts of additional work when it comes to zoning. Now, the other part of this is, if I'm a developer, I just had to build, if it was 10 spaces, Now I got to build 11 spaces or 12 spaces. Has anybody ever run the numbers to a developer when it comes to parking? We never get a return on our investment. Trust me, you never get a return on investment when it comes to parking. We do it to meet the zoning codes of our local, and now you've just expanded it by 1, by 2, by 3, by 4. Folks, we can't be doing this to developers, and we can't be doing this to our zoning laws. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Representative Valdez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L17? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of amendment. Right. Division has been called. We will stand in a brief recess.
Yeah.
The committee will come back to order. Members, a division has been called. The question is the adoption of Amendment L17 to House Bill 1233. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L17 to House Bill 1233, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Only one hand, Representative Bakenfeld. Oh, he stood all the way up for this. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand or raise your hand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. I know everybody's excited to be standing right now. You may be seated. Amendment L17 is, fails. Representative Evans, Valdez. Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have been working on.
Members, please quiet down a little bit. I can't hear.
We have been working on an amendment to ensure that we meet some of the concerns about the timeline within the bill, and myself and Representative Evans, or I would like to move Amendment L018 and ask that it be displayed.
One moment.
Do you want me to explain it?
Yeah. Amendment L18 has been moved. Please proceed, Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this is going to do is ensure that we are adopting rules that are compliant with the National Energy Code. And I think the important section here is under Roman numeral 2. That board, in committee, we pushed back the promulgation of rules from January 1 to March 1. We had agreed to do 180 days. We will now do 270 days before enforcement of the new rules that are promulgated on March. So this just gives folks a little more time, those who may be concerned about their plan sets not being ready to go in. And we think this is a reasonable amendment, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, the key part of this amendment here is lines 12 through 14, where it talks about the board shall not enforce the updated rules until 270 days after the updated rules are adopted. So really this splits the difference between the previous timeline from last year's legislation, which was in 2026, this year's bill, which was early 2024. This moves the enforcement date of it to effectively like 2025. So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on Amendment L18? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L18. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L18 is adopted. Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1233, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1233 is passed as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1235.
House Bill 1235 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Buckner, concerning technical modifications to the Department of Early Childhood.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1235.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is a technical cleanup to last year's House Bill 1295, which established the Department of Early Childhood and the new Universal Preschool Program. And this bill just makes several technical cleanups. I have to say it's actually a pretty short cleanup bill when you think about how big that bill was and how much statute we created and moved. I do have one amendment. We had a lovely discussion in House Education Committee, and one of the committee members asked if a particular component was necessary related to sole source contracting. I consulted with the department, and in fact, they say it is not. So I move L001 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. Amendment L1 has been moved and is now properly before us. Please continue, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as I said, in the bill, it was just ensuring that the department would be able to contract for early literacy programming and related supports and whole child services. This amendment removes the sole source contracting component and just says they can do this contracting. They'll just go through the regular procurement process. Ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L1? Assistant Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Sirota. So I brought up this issue in committee. I'm just not a fan of sole sourcing, and especially when it comes to, there's so many great programs for early childhood literacy, and by saying we will only fund certain programs and not other programs, or at least give them the option to compete in a fair RFP procurement process, I didn't really like some of the things that we were doing here. And I really appreciated, this was a story I reiterated the other day, but I really appreciated, I just voted no on the bill, but Representative Sirota came to me with this amendment to help alleviate my concerns without me even asking for it, which I thought was pretty good faith. And it also will just open up early childhood literacy options for children across the state. So I think it's a great amendment. Really appreciate you bringing it forward, and I support it as well. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Amendment L1? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L1. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Amendment L1 is adopted. To the bill, Representative, seeing no further discussion. Okay, Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm always highly sensitive when we are funding things through gifts, grants, and donations. The meaning, because gifts, grants, and donations basically make us irrelevant. The legislature is supposed to be the ones who control the purse, and when we don't control the purse because we allow for the executive branch to go out and act like a nonprofit fundraising entity and collect dollars and then expend those dollars however they desire to spend them, I take great issue with that. And so I'd just like to point out that page 2, the executive director's designee may seek and accept and expend on behalf of and in the name of the state gifts, grants, and donations for any purpose connected with the powers, duties, and functions of the department. That's a huge level of authority that is being designated to this group. And while I understand that there is the ability under this other section for the money in this other section as relates to Part 2 to be appropriated through the General Assembly process. I'd really like to understand how, what are the checks here? How do we know that this is in alignment with what we're asking for? How do we know that they're not expanding their scope in some great ways by putting under, the title of early childhood education is quite broad, so what protections do we have here?
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the gift, grants, and donations piece relates to sections 1, 2, 3, and 5, and all we're doing in this bill is creating uniformity. This came from OLLS, and it's just updating the statutes to make sure that the language is uniform around saying that we're accepting, expending, and seeking gift, grants, and donations, so that the words seek and expend are there across sections. There are just some little missing words. So I think, they have the authority to seek these gifts, grants, and donations related to the policy choices that we allow them to work on. We're not adding really anything new other than just making the statute uniform.
Any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're allowing them to seek and then, of course, expend as opposed to just accept. So seek, that means they can deliberately go out and ask for or procure dollars. How do we as a state, who are supposed to be neutral in a lot of the things that we do towards all of people, how do we ensure that the donors are not exerting any sort of influence? How do we make sure that in expending those gifts, they're not choosing curriculums that will honor the views of a particular set of people because they are the donor class, and now we are, as a state, embedded into supporting that group of people over and above just the general taxpayer? How do we have control over this situation, and how do we make sure that we're not just creating a system wherein certain people of wealth have a greater degree of say in the way that we operate, in the curriculums that we use, in the ways that we raise our kids?
Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1235, The question before us is the passage of House Bill 1235. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1235 is passed as amended. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1216.
House Bill 1216 by Representative Story, concerning measures to promote safety in the distribution of natural gas.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, it has been reported that Colorado...
Representative Story, I'm so sorry.
Yes,
Can you move the bill?
move my bill, House Bill 1216, and the Energy and Environment Committee report?
Great. Thank you, Representative Story. You have moved House Bill 1216 and the committee report to the committee report, please.
Thank you. In the committee, we did make an amendment that better addresses the criteria for installation of pipeline service regulators and better specifies the standards for inspection of regulators and their intervals. And then there's some text that also provides clarification and some technical changes.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, several amendments were made in the committee report. One of the key pieces of conversation around what this bill talks about in the committee report is the inspection of pipelines and the associated meters. And so through some dialogue with stakeholders and some other folks, there was some conversation about what is the appropriate terminology to use. Are we talking about qualified inspectors, qualified individuals, who's actually out doing this work? So to alleviate some concerns from stakeholders and just clean up a little bit of language here, I move Amendment L003 to the committee report and ask that it be displayed.
One moment. All right, Amendment L3 has been properly moved and is before us. Please continue, Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what this does is this strikes the word inspector and replaces it with individual in context. What it's talking about is a qualified inspector or a qualified individual. This was something from industry that they said would just help them to make sure that these meters and pipelines were being inspected by somebody that's qualified to do it. But in the industry parlance, an inspector is somebody with a higher level and category of training versus an individual. An individual that is qualified is somebody that is properly able and has the training to do these inspections, but it doesn't require a certified inspector just because there's not a lot of those folks out there. So this amendment ensures that you have a qualified individual who is able to go out, perform these inspections in a timely manner, and it's not overly gumming up the works by making this a task that can only be accomplished by an inspector, of which there are not that many. So I'd ask for an aye vote on L003.
Any further discussion? Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am amenable to this amendment and urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Amendment L3? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L3. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment L3 is adopted. To the committee report. Any further discussion to the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is what I was eager to say a few minutes ago. It's been reported that Colorado has almost 34,000 miles of distribution natural gas pipeline. The utility companies that provide natural gas to customers are responsible for delivering energy in a safe, efficient, and cost-effective manner. Public safety is absolutely paramount, and accountability matters. Some of Colorado's pipeline infrastructure raises concerns regarding public safety and environmental protection. In some cases, inspections don't meet the required frequency, and some sections of pipeline are not inspected at all, leaving some pipeline infrastructure vulnerable. House Bill 1216 aims to align the Public Utilities Commission with the rigorous safety standards set by the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, known as PHMSA, and the federal regulations. The PHMSA's standards mandate regular inspections, testing, and maintenance to ensure the safe and reliable operation of gas pipelines. Ensuring that Colorado owners and operators meet these standards will promote safer pipeline operations, prevent accidents that could harm people and property, and protect the environment. The bill specifically targets pipeline safety by directing the PUC to expand its gas pipeline safety rules. This includes ensuring the frequency of inspections of service regulators to at least every 36 months and not to exceed an interval of 39 months, the same frequency as gas meters. Elevating vents associated with service regulators to be at least 12 inches above the ground and located in an area that is protected from blockage, and establishing a process to determine responsibility for the maintenance and repairs of certain sections of natural gas service lines. By adopting these rules at the state level to comply with federal requirements, HB 1216 will strengthen and streamline pipeline safety regulations and oversight in Colorado. Ultimately, this will provide greater protection for our communities against future catastrophes and safeguard public safety, the environment, and wildlife resources. This bill has been vigorously stakeholdered. I have adopted numerous amendments to the bill to satisfy the industry as well as the PUC. I urge your vote of support of this pipeline safety bill.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, let me thank the sponsor on this because there were several amendments that were brought in committee that helped to alleviate some of the concerns for stakeholders and key industry folks. And so I just wanted to, again, thank the sponsor for doing that. With that said, there still are a couple of areas in this bill that I have some concerns on. So what the bill does, a couple of key things, is on March 1, 2024, it sets some requirements for the installation of service regulators and vents associated with them, and that's the part where we talked about where those vents have to be 12 inches above the ground and they have to be in an area that's free from blockage. Again, that was an amendment that was brought that helped alleviate a lot of concerns here. You keep going down through the bill, it talks about they have to be inspected by a qualified, as we just changed, a qualified individual. No more often than every 36 months, and then through the committee report, we brought some language to add about a 3-month, some leeway in there so that, you know, if you don't inspect it on that exact date, 3 years after the last inspection, you have a little bit of wiggle room in there, but not to exceed more than 39 days. Continuing down the bill, it talks about the commission is promulgating some rules to determine who has the responsibility for the maintenance and repairs of a customer-owned service line. And then we get down to bottom of page 3, getting over into page 4. And this is the area where I start to have some concern. So what the bill says is that the commission's rules, pursuant to subsection 5, they have to include specific circumstances for when a customer may be responsible for maintaining and repairing the customer-owned service line, and a requirement that the owner or operator obtain a copy of the written notice. So there's a notice that has to be given whenever you're having either new builds or transfers. So this written notice has to be, you have to have a copy of it with the customer's signature from the customer within 90 days after the installation of a customer-owned service line. And then you move down to the bottom of page 4. It says, if the owner or operator fails to obtain a copy of the written notice of this section with the customer's signature in accordance with the rest of the bill, then it becomes the responsibility of the owner or operator. So again, we're talking the utility now. The owner or the operator has to maintain and repair the customer-owned service line for the lifetime of the customer-owned service line. And so here's where some of the concerns come from, is because if there is a requirement that a hard signature be obtained in order to alleviate the owner-operator, that is the utility, if there's a requirement that they have to get a hard signature from a customer, and in the absence of that hard signature, then the owner-operator, that is the utility, has to then take on the lifetime responsibility of maintaining what would normally be the customer-owned part of that line. There's a concern from the utilities that that's going to cause a lot of outlay of money and resources. I asked them to explain why. Why is that such a big deal? And so what was explained to me was that if the utility is required to take responsibility for a portion of line that they didn't lay, that was not supposed to be theirs. It was supposed to be the property owners, the customers. It was supposed to be their line. Out of a regard for liability, the utility would feel very, very uncomfortable with taking the lifetime responsibility for that customer-owned line without having some sort of way to inspect it. And so there's a large likelihood that if the utility is required to take ownership of a customer, what should be a customer-owned, customer-maintained portion of this line, that to basically satisfy liability and ensure that what should have been the customer-maintained part of the line is maintained in accordance with the standards and requirements of the utility, that the utility might either just bypass that customer-owned line completely or have to rip it out and reinstall it with the utility doing that work so that the utility can then vouch for the quality and the standards of what was previously the customer-owned line. And so when I asked the utilities, how much is that going to cost you? The answer that I got was anywhere from $10 million to $80 million. And that's a pretty big figure to me. And so my concern with that is if we're creating a requirement that says that a utility has to take lifetime responsibility for what is normally the customer-owned portion of a line, and that because of the liability associated with taking responsibility of a line that the utility didn't lay themselves and hasn't been able to inspect, because a lot of times portions of these are buried, which would then necessitate the utility to either have to replace that line or bypass that line and install one that's been approved and vetted by the utility. This could get very, very expensive very, very quickly. And so the concern, obviously, with that is that once we're talking tens of millions of dollars, there's a high likelihood that that cost is then passed on to the consumer. And at a time where Coloradans are already dealing with record high heating and energy costs, is this really the appropriate time to be adding additional cost burdens onto utilities in the interest of maintaining a pipeline that has traditionally been the customers, the private individual's responsibility to maintain? And an additional concern with this was if the utility can't get a hold of that customer to obtain that hard copy, and now they have to go onto that private property in order to inspect and maintain what's typically that privately owned piece of the line, is this creating a safety risk for those utilities that are having to go out onto private property to either inspect or rip out and reinstall a line that utility themselves hasn't seen? And I know based on my prior life that there's a high probability for conflict between property owners and utilities whenever the utilities are showing up and doing extensive work on a line, even if there is an existing easement there. If the property owner wasn't aware of it, I've had to mediate quite a few of those conflicts in my past career. And so a big concern is that if the utility was not able to obtain that signature, which would alleviate the utility of having to take on the additional responsibility of the customer-owned line, if the utility couldn't get that signature, then is this creating a danger for whatever utility worker is having to go out to then perform the inspections and the service on what is normally a privately owned piece of the line, but because of the lack of a signature, is now defaulting to the utility. And the concerns for just the sheer safety of these utility workers having to now spend a lot more time doing a lot more intensive services on private property because they weren't able to notify the property owner in the first place, which is what triggered all of these concerns. So for that reason, I have some concerns with this bill, and I would ask for a no vote on this bill.
Any further discussion? Representative Holtorf. Any further? Go ahead. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you.
There's a lot of concerns with this House bill. Industry and members of industry right outside this door are still have reservations and concerns. And I think my colleague went over those considerations. They have not been alleviated. One amendment, L003, has changed the word from inspector to individual. And as I go through this bill, I'm going to try to make sure that I substitute that word in every time. But there truly are concessions that are needed still on second reading. They are important, they are necessary, and they're not unreasonable. So I'm going to start here. A bill for an act concerning measures to promote safety in the distribution of natural gas. And I'm going to opine a little bit because there's a lot of safety measures in natural gas. I've got friends of mine that work in natural gas. They run gas lines all the time. They check them by air. They check them by ground. They run a rabbit down them and do ultrasonic inspections on these lines. There's an enormous amount of safety capacity already built into the industry that hasn't been mentioned. But this particular bill concerning measures to promote safety in the distribution of natural gas. The summary says this bill applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. Now, I do have this one amendment here, and we are looking for more amendments tonight, very clearly. And I think that's been stated by all the parties involved. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be made available at http://ledge.colorado.gov. The bill requires the Public Utility Commission commission gas pipeline safety rules on or before March 1st, 2024 to address the requirements for. Now, I just want to mention something. This is the same Public Utility Commission that made rules to raise utility rates for Colorado citizens. The Public Utilities Commission that has not engendered confidence and trust in all Colorado, even in their mission as a public utility. So for those of us, including the bill sponsor, that wants to put all their faith in the PUC, I will tell you, I'd rather put my faith in this chamber and the legislators that work in this chamber before I'd put this on the PUC's table, tell them to take care of it. But I digress, Madam Chair. The bill requires the Public Utility Commission gas pipeline safety rules on or before March 1st, 2024 to address the following requirements. The inspection of gas meters and service regulators no more often than every 36 months, and the recorded documentation of each inspection. And the installation or reinstallation of service regulators so that any vents associated with the service regulators are at least 12 inches above the ground or 12 inches above any anticipated precipitation, whichever is higher. The bill requires the Commission to promulgate rules on or before March 1st, 2024 to establish a process for determining whether an owner or operator of a natural gas distribution system, owner-operator, let me see here, something just went on here, okay. Bill requires the Commission to promulgate rules on or before March 1st, 2024 to establish a process for determining whether an owner-operator of a natural gas distribution system, owner-operator, or a customer is responsible for the maintenance and repairs of the portion of the service line if installed on or after August 14th, 1995. Now, is it the owner or operator or the customer? So now you're going to have the PUC decide. Well, whose property is it on? I'll tell you, the owner-operator already has the responsibility of managing their natural gas distribution system, Madam Chair. The customer also has responsibility, usually beyond the meter, for maintenance and repair of the portion of the service line that is theirs. I'm not sure about this 1995 date. Extends from the gas meter to the customer's primary residence or commercial structure that is served with the natural gas. Sometimes these lines could be several feet. Sometimes they can be significantly longer, particularly in the country where I'm from. They can be hundreds of feet onto private property, all the way to residences and or agricultural structures or outbuildings. The bill also requires the Commission to promulgate rules on or before March 1st, 2024, requiring an owner-operator that distributes gas to a customer-owned service line installed on or after March 1st, 2024, to provide written notice to the customer within 90 days after the installation of the customer-owned service line, informing the customer, the owner-operator, or the customer is responsible for the maintenance and repairs of that customer-owned service line. Well, I will tell you that's if the customer owns a service line, the customer should have the responsibility. Customer owned. That means the customer owns it. That means the customer should take care of it. I don't even know why that's even in this part of the bill here, on the ledge deck. In this summary, rather. And then obtained a signed copy of a written notice from the customer. An owner or operator that fails to obtain a signed copy of the written notice must repair and maintain the customer-owned service line for the lifetime of the customer-owned service line. To me, that's country logic. If the customer owns a service line, the customer ought to maintain the service line for the lifetime if the customer service owns that service line, irregardless of who signs it. All right. Be it enacted by the the General Assembly of the State of Colorado under Section 1 in Colorado Revised Statutes 40-2-115, amend parentheses 1, parentheses D, parentheses Roman numeral 2, parentheses F, end, parentheses 2, add, parentheses 1, parentheses D, parentheses Roman numeral 2, parentheses H, comma, parentheses 1, parentheses D, parentheses, Roman numeral 2, parentheses, Roman numeral 1, and parentheses 1.5 as follows. 40-2-115, cooperation with other states and the United States, natural gas pipeline safety. Customer-owned service line maintenance and repairs notice of responsibility. Rules, definitions. Parentheses 1, parentheses D, parentheses 2. The Commission's gas pipeline safety rules must address and must be more stringent than required by federal standards with regard to F, expansion of annual reporting requirements for pipeline operators. There's a strike in the end. There is no end. H, on or before March 1st, 2024, requirements for the installation or reinstallation of service regulators so that any vents associated with the service regulators are at least 12 inches above ground level or 12 inches above any anticipated precipitation level, whichever is higher. And I, on or before March 1st, 2024, requirements for the inspection of gas meters and service regulators by a qualified inspector no more often than every 36 months, and the recorded documentation of each inspection and for the owner or operator of the gas meter or service regulator to retain the documentation for the lifetime of the gas meter or service regulator. This is line 13 for those of you that are following along. Parentheses 1.5, parentheses A, on or before March 1st, 2024, the Commission shall promulgate rules to establish a process for determining whether an owner or operator or a customer has responsibility for the maintenance and repairs of a customer-owned service line installed on or before August 14th, 1995, and before March 1st, 2024. Parentheses B, on or before March 1st, 2024, the Commission shall promulgate rules requiring an owner-operator that distributes natural gas to a customer-owned service line installed on or after March 2024 to provide written notice to the customer with 90 days after installation that at a minimum informs the customer where the customer or the owner or operator is responsible for maintaining and repairing the customer-owned service line. The Commission's rules pursuant to section parentheses 1.5 parentheses B of this section must include specific circumstances for when a customer may be responsible for maintaining and repairing the customer-owned service line, and a requirement that Roman numeral 1, the owner or operator obtain a copy of this written notice described in subsection parentheses 1.5 parentheses B of this section with the customer's signature from the customer within 90 days after installation of the customer-owned service line. Now, I do, for everybody in the chamber, want to make sure that I take the word inspector and substitute individual. So I'm going to try to do that. That may be difficult as I read along, but I am keeping this here, so I try to do a good job of that. I'm going to work on that when I continue to read this. With respect to the copy of the written notice described in subsection parentheses 1.5 parentheses B of this section, that includes the customer's signature in accordance with subsection parentheses 1.5 parentheses C parentheses 1 of this section, the owner or operator provide a copy to the customer for the customer's records. B, parentheses B, maintain a copy for the owner's or operator's records for the duration of the expected lifetime of the customer-owned service line. Parentheses C, provide a copy to an individual upon request. And parentheses D, if the property on which the customer-owned service line is located changes ownership, which can happen quite often in Colorado, obtain a new copy of the written notice described in subsection parentheses 1.5 parentheses B of this section with a new property owner's signature from the new property owner within 90 days after the change of the ownership. And Roman numeral 3, if the owner or operator fails to obtain a copy of the written notice described in subsection parentheses 1.5 parentheses B of this section with the customer's signature from the customer in accordance with subsection parentheses 1.5 parentheses C parentheses 1 of this section, the owner or operator maintain and repair the customer's own service line for the lifetime of the customer-owned service line. Okay, I think I've got a request for another representative to come forward. I have a request for another representative to come forward. I'm going to mark my place here. I think it's important that we understand what we're doing, and I think it's important that we understand the amendments that the industry needs to really make this work for Colorado and the rest of Colorado. So I'm going to take a little break, Madam Chair, rather, and I will yield the dais to a colleague of mine who I dearly respect and trust from Parker, Colorado.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I just wanted to highlight why this bill exists. These pipes have exploded. These pipes have exploded, causing destruction to property. These pipes have exploded and caused death. And as recently as April 1st, a series of explosions in a mountain town in California under these same circumstances obliterated a whole building and sent folks to the ICU. And the cause, buried propane lines and regulators, are an imminent threat to life and property. And so we have our good representative from Jefferson County who has spent years looking into this, who has come up with a solution and has presented that to us, has worked on this whole session in addition to previous sessions. And I think it's fantastic, the work that it's gone into it, and it's going to save lives and keep people and property safe. And I respect that process very much, and I ask for an aye vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it was pretty evident in committee that everybody thought this bill was necessary. I had a letter from a constituent about a Colorado constituent, not anybody in my district, but had contacted me about a gas line. And I did forward that to the sponsor of the bill. I thought it was it bolsters the case of the bill. So if I was opposed to this bill, I would not have forwarded a story that supported the bill. So that's neither here nor there, that this is a necessary bill. The fact remains that there are some problems with the language as to what happens to a customer-owned line. And you can't just take that line and say, okay, Excel, you now own this line that you haven't looked at ever, and it's been buried in the ground for 20 years, and now you are required to take over that line and provide it and service it under warranty. So you could have hundreds of feet of line. You could have that line buried under 10 feet of ground. Maybe not that much, but the fact remains that the bill was forwarded from committee because it was supported, but it wasn't necessarily finished. I don't know why we have this idea that once it shows up on the floor here, that it should be finished. The fact remains that the ownership of the lines that extend from the trunk line to the property owner's house currently belong to the property owner. Now, I don't think that's a great way to do it, but that's the way it is right now. And that's because the company that installed them from the trunk line to the house, they went out of business. That happens. So now we need to determine the ownership of these lines. Otherwise, or maybe an inspection schedule, or maybe some sort of qualitative analysis to see what needs to be done. But right now, the lines are owned by the property owners, and we're telling Xcel Energy that they have to take them over sight unseen. And that is just not a tenable position. So it's not a matter, I haven't heard anybody speak that these lines need to be not inspected. The frequency is a little bit different, 3 years instead of 5 years. The 3 years seems to be based more on Florida with the heavy precipitation, and so not necessarily something that's applicable to Colorado, which is why they have a 5-year. The federal has a 5-year standard instead of 3-year. So again, this is not necessarily opposed to the bill. We just need to solve who owns and who is responsible for those lines. If we just send this down the road right now, this, like probably the majority of bills that come out of here, are going to create more problems than they solve. So let's just stop taking this personally. We need to solve the ownership of those lines. And if we can't solve the ownership, then we need to solve, do we really want to spend $80 million of customer money to dig up every single line? Because that's really what we're looking at here. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to draw a little analogy here. I served for a few years on a water district board, and I worked construction for several years before I joined the Army. When you install utility lines, it doesn't matter if they're gas, power, electric, water, fiber optics, there's risks involved in everything. There's federal rules, there's state rules, there's construction, there's OSHA, there's all kinds of safety requirements that must be adhered to from point of origin to the end user in the house. And along those ways, there's lots of things that can go wrong. That's why you have inspectors that look at everything. We have plenty of rules, plenty of regulations, plenty of inspections that cover 99.9% of the things out there. If we didn't, then we'd have explosions all the time. Do things happen? Absolutely. Are there explosions? Do things short circuit? Is there electrocutions? Absolutely. But that's not the norm. We don't make policy on an exception. There's federal regulations that have worked for a great number of years on a safety side. If they're not being performed properly, then that's a different issue. Then we need to look at ensuring that those inspections are done properly. But adding to that to the cost of somewhere that's estimated 85 million, that who's going to end up paying? It'll be the consumers. It'll be you and me and every other consumer that's out there. Will that improve the safety? I seriously doubt it. The safety has a good track record out there. But unfortunately, when something goes boom and a gas line explodes, it makes the national news, and everybody's like, oh, these are major problems. Yes, that didn't get inspected, or that had something faulty. Did something go wrong there and somebody not do their job? Probably. But does that apply to the other 99% of the people and the businesses that are out there? I would say it does not. And I would ask you, do you want to make a policy for the fraction of a 1% that could be faulty or something goes wrong when they're inspecting, they're doing everything right? Because you know what? No matter how many times and how many safety inspections you have, there are accidents in the construction trade. That's just part of the hazard of being in construction. Those things happen. When you're dealing with gas lines, they're explosive. Those hydrocarbons are highly explosive. Something goes wrong, usually there's bad consequences. But almost all the other times, it's done correctly. They're inspected and they're gone through. When I was on a water district board, we had a team that would come out, that would inspect the meters. You know, and every once in a while, if a homeowner had a huge water bill, we would send somebody out to inspect the water meter. Of all the meters we ever inspected, there was one that the meter was faulty. And so the district replaced it at district cost. All the other times, the consumer either left something on because it was out on some open land and they were running water somewhere that they didn't realize. So all those inspections, all those safety checks that we did worked, except in one case, and then we replaced that water meter. The same applies in the gas industry. Excel gets out there and they do their job. Or for that, whatever energy company that's out there, doesn't matter. We have a lot throughout the state. Excel's the biggest, but we have a lot of energy suppliers throughout the state. And we have a lot of consumers. There's some huge gas lines that run through my district down in Douglas County. They run across a lot of farmland. These are major gas lines that are going in to bring gas for distribution to numerous communities throughout the area. They're inspected, they're checked on. No one wants to see them have a problem because that's bad PR for everyone involved. Not to mention if people die in the communities who are without power. We don't need more regulations in addition to what's existing right now at the federal level, the state level. There's plenty of stuff that's out there. I mean, this bill is filled with, let's promulgate this, let's add here, let's do this. We've got plenty of things that work. We need to make sure they keep working, they keep doing their job and doing their inspections and not adding more regulation, more headaches to the businesses and the consumers to try to figure out what's the new requirement that I have to satisfy. We need to make sure that the job is to be done properly as it currently exists. I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Honored to serve with you.
Members, so the reason why I'm coming up here today is, as many of you know, I sat on the Joint Select Committee, and so we learned a lot about these lines and some of the stuff that goes into that. And one thing that I found really interesting that I quite frankly didn't like is, so when these lines go in to the ground, the utility companies can actually recoup a majority of those costs back from the ratepayer or that individual person that they're putting that line in. And so then say if ever that customer says, you know what, I want to get off the grid, I don't want to use this anymore, I want to go into something else, and they want that line removed, 9 times out of 10, that utility company is going to come up and say, well, you know what, we're just going to bury this line in place because they don't want to deal with it. But if the customer pushes and says, no, you know what, I really, really want to be off of this line, I really want to be off of this, the customer is actually 100% accountable for everything that comes in with that. And so just to add a little bit of context into the debate tonight, just knowing that those rates are already recouped from the utility companies directly from the customer. Thank you.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I worked in utilities for about 8 or 9 years when I first moved back to my home county. And the issue that I see with this is, and we actually saw it in the Trinidad area, is they did a big digital meter swap in the last year and a half. And, you know, in rural Colorado, especially in my district, trying to schedule appointments to do these things, trying to get easements and right-of-ways, trying to get on people's property, it creates conflict. It really does. And, you know, especially in rural counties, everybody's jobs, they're spread out so far. They travel to work, get their kids to school, and a lot of times I can remember a time one of the meter people in Trinidad, they showed up to my place and they're like, you know, we need to change you over to the digital meter. And there was no way I could have made it on time. So you have that conflict when you look at these things. And, you know, I kind of look at this as it's almost set up for these companies to end up having to take over these lines. In more of your urban areas, I don't see that being an issue, but definitely in rural Colorado, like I said, by the time you schedule the appointment, if you can even get a hold of the landowner, if the landowner will let you on their property, because as a utility worker, there was many times that we tried to get things done. I worked in wastewater, and a lot of times the property owner won't speak to you, or they'll literally run you off of their property. They want nothing to do with you. You know, it's that old thing, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. And in my district, a lot of people go, we know you're from the government and we don't want your help. And I think that this is something that we could see ourselves running into with this. It's a real issue that we face. And for some of you, I know you may not understand that, but rural Colorado works a whole lot different. We are more spread out. Our schedules are a whole lot different, and we do travel quite a ways away from home base to get these things done. So I would just urge you to think about that when you look at passing legislation like this. It really does make a difference in rural Colorado how we do business. It's a total different type of business. And I also see where it looks like that, you know, some of these energy companies, I know that there's, you know, a lot of people that aren't, you know, don't agree with the way that they push energy, but it almost seems in some way is, you know, kind of a punishment, because at the end of the day, if you can't get somebody to sign that within the time frame, that company's going to take over that line. And then at that point, if I own one of these energy companies and I'm going to have to take over the service line on this property, I'm going to want to tear that service line out, because who put that service line in the first place? Was it the homeowner who maybe wasn't qualified or didn't do good enough work? Was the construction company bonded and insured? So, you know, for liability reasons, if you take over these lines, then you're going to want to come in, you're going to want to tear them up, replace them. You're probably looking at $8,000 to $10,000 to do that kind of work. And then the issue is dealing with that private property holder. Are they going to let you come on their property? Are they going to let you dig? What are they going to require as far as easement? Taking the land back to whole, replacing grass, you know, taking it back to natural state. So when it comes to urban and city living, some of this may not be an issue, but once again, in rural Colorado, this does become an issue. And I think that these are the things that, you know, we're sitting here trying to explain to you when we talk about this legislation is you have to look at it from a different point of view. That's why the rural legislators were elected to represent our districts. All of our districts are different. And this is the perspective from some rural legislators. And we're just trying to help you avoid some pitfalls that are going to happen, confrontations that are going to happen, conflicts, lawsuits. We think it can create some real issues. So we bring forth these good faith amendments to try to help fix some of these issues that we see coming down the pipe, foreseeable problems. And I think that there's some value and there's some truth to what a lot of these legislators have got up and said. And we're just trying to help solve some of these problems before they get started. So once again, I urge you just please take a look at some of these things that we pass in legislation and how it affects people outside the Metroplex, how the legislation could be affected by the people outside the Metroplex. So the way the bill is, I urge a no vote, and I ask that you please take into accord what your rural legislators are saying. At the end of the day, we're just trying to help avoid pitfalls that we see coming your way. So thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of clarification. It was not, at least, as far as my understanding, it was CGA that, or Excel or whoever had the lines beforehand, put in the main trunk lines, or which would be the main lines down your street, and then it was another company that did the lines from your trunk line to your house. So Excel did not install those lines, and so when the company, and I think it was CGA, when they went out of business, then the ownership, or at least maybe it's a truncated understanding of that, the ownership reverted to the homeowner, not to Excel. So right now you have that section of pipe that Excel did not install, and they currently do not own. And the way at least my understanding of the bill is that Excel will be expected to take over ownership of that line and then also warranty that line. So so a problem with that, of course, would be the example that was given by our colleague, that if there's a leak or an explosion, the day after Excel takes over ownership of that line, and they say the line now belongs to you, and then the next day there's a leak, and the story that I sent to the representative, the sponsor of the bill, that leak resulted in in needing to excavate about 2 acres of ground. So, that was probably more of a main line because it was going across someplace else. But it's kind of the same issue. So if Excel says if Excel takes over ownership and warranty work of those lines, it has absolutely no idea what the condition of those lines are, because Excel probably didn't even see those lines. They were put in by another company that is now not on site. So again, it's a necessary bill, I think, that just needs to have the details of who is going to own that line and who is going to inspect it and who is going to warranty it. You can't just say to a company and say, you now have $80 million worth of liability and you need to replace this. I mean, that's absurd. So, but that detail, that hurdle, doesn't negate the need for the bill. It's just that we're in a point of this is something that needs to be solved. So, to the point where, I mean, it seems like Excel needs to be on board with the solution. Otherwise, this is gonna go, and then it's gonna turn into all sorts of lawsuits, and it's gonna create more problems. So again, the bill addresses a problem that needs to be addressed, but we need to finish addressing the problem and make sure that we are not creating more problems. So I hope that answers the question. I mean, that's from my understanding of the committee testimony a couple weeks ago. So we just need to unpack who owns those, what that means, and then go forward from there. We can't just foist ownership on Excel. If I was Excel, then you'd be pretty much in the position of being forced to just go and excavate everybody's yard and install a new line. But if that's not what we want, and we don't want our rates to go up by a prorated amount of $80 million, then there's probably a better solution that we can find.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have quite a few problems with this bill, and I see this bill as really attacking this industry. Well, I'll just break some of this stuff down. Starting in section H on page 3, it says, on or before March 1, 2024, requirements for the installation or reinstallation of service regulators so that any vents associated with the service regulators are at least 12 inches above ground level or 12 inches above any anticipated precipitation level, whichever is higher. Well, in most parts of the state that I'm familiar with, 12 inches will not get the job done. There's too much precipitation higher than 12 inches. We have snow, except maybe some places out on the eastern plains where we don't have this kind of snow. You're going to get snow that it's higher than 12 inches. Well, then that means that these vents have to be either put in the very first, put in higher than 12 inches, or after we put them in at 12 inches, at millions and millions of dollars, then we need to come back and change them because we've had higher snow levels. Each one of these things that are going to cost millions of dollars here, tens of millions of dollars in different things, are going to be. This potentially would put this business out of business. Would so control or it feels like, maybe it's not, but it feels like penalizing the pipelines. It would eventually put them out of business, except for one thing. They can just pass those prices on to the consumer, which means these $80 million price tags are going to be handed off to the consumer. And this won't be just an even number across the board. That's not the way any industry works. So if we take $80+ million from the gas pipelines and make them do all this stuff, make them spend this money, then that translates to what? $100 million to the consumer, $120 million to the consumer. This is the way that these things will work. The next one, requirements for the inspection of gas meters and service regulators by a qualified inspector. I know somebody addressed this earlier. I think there might have even been an amendment about this. But when we're saying a qualified inspector, that means different things in this room than it does outside there in the real world, where these inspectors are doing a lot of different things under a lot of different circumstances. And so this is going to be another thing, another burden upon the pipeline industry. And I think someone earlier mentioned, well, these pipes explode. Well, electric cars explode too. We're still wanting electric cars, so pipelines explode, so we automatically make all these rules on pipelines? Oh, that doesn't make sense. Put the same mentality or the regulations on the electric car industry. They explode and people die. So these things are extremely burdensome, in my opinion. It says by a qualified inspector, no more often than every 36 months, and the recorded documentation of each inspection, and for the owner or operator of the gas meter or service regulator to retain the documentation for the lifetime of the gas meter or service regulator. That is an impossibility. How do we make this documentation happen for the lifetime of this thing? We don't even know what that means. We don't even know what the lifetime is. I can give you an example. I was supposed to drill a well, this was years ago, water well, and they asked me, would you sign this piece of paper that says, in 100 years, you will come back and re-drill this well? And I said, sure, I'll sign that. These kind of things don't make sense in a sane world. They only make sense on paper when we're trying to create a bill that can be burdensome and attack an industry. This is just frivolous burden on this industry. It doesn't make sense unless you just don't like the industry. It doesn't make sense. Another one that I saw here was expansion of annual reporting requirements. Why are we expanding that? You know, this is already one of the most regulated industries on the planet, not just the United States or Colorado. It is so regulated across the entire world. And our answer is we're going to add a bunch of more burdens to this, a bunch of very, very expensive burdens, and also very people-heavy burdens that puts a lot of people into very difficult situations. And so every 36 months, we have to have these lines re-inspected. That's after all the other stuff. There's so much stuff that we're inspecting and we're testing, and all of these lines are so strongly regulated. From every single inch of them, beginning to end, they're so strongly regulated. Now we're coming back and having qualified inspectors. We tried to lighten that up a little bit because that kind of made sense. There's a lot of people that can inspect these lines that would not fall into some category of qualified inspector, but we didn't want that. And so the burden is heavy. And now we have to make sure that the documentation that's done every 36 months on these lines are for the lifetime of the gas meter or the service regulator. Now, this goes into a later part of the bill, which I'll get to, but who's going to be keeping this? Because now we're saying the gas companies are the ones in charge of all of these lines, even the lines that are owned by someone else. They are responsible for these lines that are owned by another individual. So who's keeping the documentation? Is the gas companies keeping the documentation on somebody else's property for the entire life existence of these pipelines? Who's going to do this? Who are we making do this? What happens when the consumer that is owning the line, and it literally says this in the bill, that they own the line, but the gas company has to be responsible. That makes no sense in anybody's world. There's no business that operates like that. But now we're going to make them responsible. So who's going to keep the documentation for the lifetime of the gas meter or service regulator? That the person owns or that the gas company owns? That's coming into the consumer's property, the consumer's existence. They own it, but we're making somebody else pay for it, and we're going to make them keep documentation every 36 months, and then keep that for the life of the. Do you realize the concept of the life of this existence of this pipe, existence of this product that is owned by somebody else? The commission shall promulgate rules to establish a process for determining whether an owner or operator or a customer has responsibility for the maintenance and repairs. We're going to establish a process to see if the person that owns it has responsibility for maintenance and repairs. The person that owns it, the consumer, we're going to make a decision, we're going to have a study, we're going to decide this, we're going to have a ruling on this, that we're going to determine who's going to actually do maintenance and repairs on this. If we take this and apply this to any other industry, take pipeline out and put any other industry in this concept, you would get laughed out of the building. That I own this, but we're trying to decide who's going to actually do the maintenance on it? This makes no sense. The commission shall promulgate rules to establish a process for determining whether an owner or operator or a customer has responsibility for the maintenance and repairs of a customer-owned service line. The sentence itself doesn't even make sense. It's confusing. It's not confusing, it's disagreeing with itself in the exact sentence. A customer-owned service line. And we're going to decide who's going to be responsible for a customer-owned service line. I would suggest the customer. On or before March 1 through 2024, the Commission shall promulgate rules requiring an owner or operator that distributes natural gas to a customer-owned service line installed on or after same date to provide written notice to the customer within 90 days after installation that, at a minimum, informs the customer whether the customer or the owner or operator is responsible for maintaining and repairing the customer-owned service line. I can't imagine being a customer and getting that letter that says, oh, by the way, we all made a decision and the Colorado House of Representatives made this possible for you, that you, the one that owns the line, you're not responsible for taking care of it. This does not make sense. The Commission's rules pursuant to this subsection of this section must include specific circumstances for when a customer may be responsible for maintaining and repairing the customer-owned service line. Well, which is it? I thought the customer didn't have the responsibility. We're going to make a decision that the pipeline or the gas company or whoever is going to be responsible for this. Now we're saying, but maybe you do have responsibility. Under these circumstances, the owner or operator obtain a copy of the written notice described in this subsection of this section with the customer's signature from the customer within 90 days after installation of the customer-owned service line. So the owner or operator can get a note from the customer about whether the customer can be responsible for this line. I get in line for those kind of notes. Number two, with respect to the copy of the written notice described in this subsection of this section, that includes the customer's signature in accordance with this subsection, the owner or operator, A, provide a copy to the customer for the customer's records. Is this also for the lifetime of the customer? I don't know, it was mentioned earlier in the bill. Maintain a copy for the owner or operator's records for the duration of the expected lifetime of the customer-owned service line. Again, that sentence doesn't even make sense. The owner-operator is getting records for the lifetime of the customer-owned service line. The customer-owned. But the provider is the one that has to get the copy of this. Provide a copy to an inspector upon request. That sentence actually makes sense. And if the property on which the customer-owned service line is located changes ownership, obtain a new copy of the written notice described in this subsection of this section with the new property owner's signature from the new property owner with 90 days after the change of ownership. Now, I don't think too many new property owners are going to balk on this because basically they're saying you are not responsible for this. Yes, it's your property and it's on your land, but you're not responsible. If the owner or operator fails to obtain a copy of the written notice described in this subsection of the section with the customer's signature from the customer in accordance with this subsection of this section, the owner or operator the owner or operator maintain and repair the customer-owned service line for the lifetime of the customer-owned service line. Notwithstanding any other provision of this section to the contrary, an owner or operator is responsible for all maintenance and repairs of the portion of a service line that is upstream from the gas meter. As used in this section, unless the context otherwise requires, A, customer-owned service line, which means the portion of the service line that extends downstream from the gas meter to the customer's primary residential or commercial structure that is serviced with natural gas. Now, we already talked about earlier in the bill, it says we can discuss this and come up with a conclusion, and the conclusion would be the customer doesn't own it. Although he owns it, he's not responsible for it. This distribution system means the piping and associated facilities used to deliver natural gas to the customer's distribution system does not include the facilities that an owner or operator owns that are classified as production, storage, or transmission facilities. Gas means natural gas, flammable gas, we get that. Any gas that is toxic or corrosive. I struggle with some of that terminology too. Gas meter means the meter that measures the transfer of gas from any owner or operator to a customer. Main line means the portion of a distribution system that serves or is designed to serve as a common source of gas supply for more than one service line. Owner-operator means an owner-operator of a distribution center system. Owner-operator includes an investor-owned natural gas utility. Service line means the portion of a distribution system that runs from the main line, transmission line, or gathering line to the customer's primary residential or commercial structure that is serviced with natural gas. Now, again, these are very expensive. These are very expensive rules that we're making. That again is not ultimately going to be paid for by the gas company. It's going to be paid for by the consumer. Am I the only one that's getting some nice, smooth secondhand smoke? Service regulator means the device of a service line that controls the pressure of gas delivered from a higher pressure to the pressure provided to the customer. A service regulator may serve one customer or multiple customers through a meter, header, or manifold. So we're seeing that all of these are basically the definitions, but we're seeing these burdens that are put upon this, in my opinion, for no reason. These gas lines are already very strongly controlled, very strongly regulated. Every single inch of these lines are more regulated than anything that we've got going on in society. But we're now saying we're going to add these tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars to this, and all of these people, and all of these burdens, and all of this paperwork. There's no way this paperwork mentality survives. It looks good on paper, but it's not going to happen. It's not possible. One of the reasons it's not possible is because we're asking this to be done in cooperation between a provider and a consumer. It's just not going to happen. So we're putting all these burdens on here. Again, potentially it could cripple the industry, but it's not going to cripple the industry. Why? They're going to charge us. You and I are going to be charged. Now, I know some of this fits into the bigger scheme of we want everything to go electric anyway, but that doesn't account for the fact that there are still such things as gas stoves, and I'm going to hold on to mine for dear life, and now we're going to be assuming that the consumer is going to just absorb all these tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars. It makes no sense. It's overly burdensome. It's burdensome extremely to the pipeline company in a beyond normal mentality. This is, in my view, just reading through this bill, this is an attacking thing that's happening to the pipeline industry, and so then therefore it's an attacking thing to me, because I'm going to be the one to pay for it. You're going to be the one to pay for it. We think this looks good, but you and I are going to pay for this. And we're voting it in to pay for it. To me, it's kind of circular reasoning. It's not making sense here. So I think that's most of what I'm going to talk about right now. We still have time if I need to come back later, but so I'm just saying let's vote no on this bill. We've got to vote no on this bill. It's too extreme for Colorado.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one additional point on this bill is that right now there is a legislative audit going on pipeline safety that's due to wrap up here very soon. And so as we're sitting here talking about pipeline safety, obviously that's something that's important. We want to be safe with our pipelines. We want to make sure that we're keeping the community safe. But if we've got an audit that's going right now on pipeline safety, one of my questions is, why are we ramming this through now instead of waiting for the audit to wrap up, and then we can actually have some data from an audit based on a comprehensive assessment of pipeline safety and all of the practices that go into pipeline safety, and you can use that information to inform a pipeline safety bill. So I just wanted to make sure that that was stated for the record. And then additionally, just to highlight page 4, starting at line 18, which talks about when this requirement for the utility to take ownership of the customer-owned portion of the line is triggered. It talks about if the property on which the customer-owned service line is located changes ownership, then that's when the utility has to go and get this written notice. If they can't get that written notice within 90 days, then that's where they basically become responsible for maintaining the customer service part of this line in perpetuity. And so this is not just new construction or new lines being laid. This is any time that a property changes ownership that this is being triggered. So if it was me and I knew that I could go make Excel have to take care of what should be my responsibility by just refusing to sign this thing, well, now I have an incentive to not sign this notice, because then that basically makes Excel have to take care of this for free for the lifetime of that line. And so I question whether or not this creates a perverse incentive for folks to not sign that waiver in order to get free line maintenance for the lifetime of that line from whatever the provider is. So with some of those concerns in mind, I move Amendment L002 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what this amendment does, there's two large sections of this amendment. The first chunk of the amendment predominantly talks about obtaining that signature and making sure that we're not saying that the utility must obtain that hard copy of the signature. It's saying, because the utility doesn't control the behavior of their customers, it's saying that they should do things like use their best efforts to obtain a copy of that signature, because again, the utility doesn't control what their customer does. So this creates a more balanced situation in which the in perpetuity ownership of that line is not contingent upon the utility absolutely having to maintain this. This is them doing what, I mean, even in law enforcement, I couldn't officially obtain signatures from people if they didn't want to give it. The second part of this bill here just adds a few guardrails around when and how a utility would have to take ownership of the customer's portion of that line. So starting on line 12 of the bill here, it talks about they have to maintain proof of efforts to obtain that customer's signature so that they can show that they've taken reasonable steps to obtain that signature. If the customer refuses, then they have to document that refusal. And then it says that they have to get permission from the commission, so that's the PUC, to take ownership of the customer-owned service line here. And so to me, that's important, because that's just adding a few more guardrails and a few more parameters before you have somebody a utility that's going out and basically is being required to take ownership of what should be a customer owned part of the line. It's just adding some guardrails around that. And so for those reasons, I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L002.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I urge a no vote on this amendment. Much of what is included here will be addressed by the PUC in rulemaking. There is one line of the amendment that I will include in an amendment coming up shortly that is amenable to all the parties, but otherwise most of this is going to be taken care of. There is one portion of it that would eliminate doing any of these safety pieces for regulators for any existing current equipment. It would only be for future equipment, and that's hugely problematic because it leaves the current equipment that is not in compliant that way. So I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L2. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The noes have it, and the amendment fails. We are back to the bill. Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, in just looking at this, recognizing that, again, technology advances very quickly, and in these spaces, wanting to make sure that we have statutes that can give our PUC the necessary means by which to ensure that they are keeping up with that technology, I move Amendment L006 and ask that it be displayed. So it's a pretty straightforward amendment. It just basically...
One moment.
Oh, sorry, Mr.
That's quite
Chair.
all right. Okay, now you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment just allows for the PUC to be able to regulate in line with innovations and technological improvements. I'm thinking specifically of page 3, lines 1 through 5 that talk about, 12 inches. It's very specific. Who knows what kind of technological changes could be made that would alter that. And so all of this amendment does is say that our regulations need to be in conformance with industry best practices and standards and the technological improvements that we anticipate will continue to take place in this space. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe this is already taken care of because the PUC is to promulgate rules for this section, and it will be taken care of there. I urge a no vote.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, because of the specificity within the bill as it relates to asking for the PUC to make rules, I ask that we give a little bit more discretion and allow for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L6. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The noes have it, and the amendment fails. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1216? Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to address a few things that were brought up a little bit earlier. First of all, Colorado adopted the Federal Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration Pipeline Safety Regulations. These are the federal pipeline safety regulations called PHMSA, and Colorado adopted those regulations as our own, and so we are following those rules. PHMSA requires notice to go to customers to inform them if they are responsible for the customer-owned service line. That is a requirement. This bill is just ensuring that we are following that here in Colorado as well. The notice is required within 90 days of new installation, and that is what we are following in this bill. On another topic, if an owner and operator believes there is a problem with the integrity of any section of pipeline, I hope they do, in fact, dig it up. And when snow is higher than 12 inches, the install does not have to be much higher than that. We had talked about that originally in the bill, but we did change it. And the industry knows that they have strategies to utilize to protect snow from building up around regulator vents and meters, and they deploy those strategies on a regular basis. This bill requires that the regulators may not be located in an area that is protected, may not be located in an area that is not protected from an external blockage, and so they are satisfied with that amendment in the bill. I urge an aye vote on this pipeline safety bill. It is important for the public, and I hope you will support it. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1216 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and the bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1236.
House Bill 1236 by Representatives Young and Amabile concerning implementation updates to the Behavioral Health Administration.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you, even if it is past my bedtime.
It is an honor to serve with you as well.
I move House Bill 1236 and the committee report.
To the committee report.
We adopted a number of amendments to further clarify the updates to the Behavioral Health Administration. Among them are a delay in effective date of rules from July to October, so that those impacted by rule changes have adequate time to respond. Clarifications about who can be an essential or comprehensive safety net provider, increased community support for BASO applicants, and clarifications of duties of the Office of Civil and Forensic Mental Health, OCFMH, which was formerly the Office of Behavioral Health.
Seeing no further discussion. Oh, did you want to speak on the committee report as well? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Amabile.
Oh, that's right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few amendments that I'd like to offer, starting with I move Amendment L014 and ask that it be displayed.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So this amendment, what it does is it adds, including adults who have serious mental illness and children and youth who have a serious emotional disturbance as protected populations, and explicitly calls out that group. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Do you need?
You can leave your stuff there. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just up a little bit. I have a little issue with this amendment, particularly line 11 and 12 for the bill sponsor and the representative offering this amendment. A youth who have a serious emotional disturbance, that's every teenager I think I've ever known, including my kids. There's all kinds of people that have emotional disturbances in their lives growing up. What does that mean? What's the clinical definition of emotional disturbance? Or who defines a serious emotional disturbance? So I don't quite understand that language. I understand what the bill sponsor is trying to do, but I don't understand that language, because that applies to probably about every teenager in the state of Colorado between the age of 13 and probably 16 or 17 at any given time. in their lives as they're growing up.
Representative Amable.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So these are the words that we use to describe these specific mental health disorders. For adults, we call that serious mental illness, and for youth, we call that serious emotional disturbance. And this is the nomenclature that is used by the mental health profession.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll apologize for my naivety. But I will tell you that I would think that clinically that we'd have a little better way to define this, but apparently we don't.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L14. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment passes. Representative Amable.
I move L015 and ask that it be displayed.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So L015 is just a patient rights amendment. So it specifically says that if you are brought to a facility on a transportation hold, that they give you adequate food and water, and that they supply you with food that is consistent with recognized dietary practices to the extent reasonably possible at the receiving facility, and I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L15. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L016 and ask that it be displayed.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there was some concern about how the BASOs, which are the behavioral health service organizations, were going to have fiscal oversight over the organizations that they contract with. And this just spells out that they have the ability to perform appropriate fiscal management and that they can perform audits and corrective action plans with the providers in their network to ensure compliance with their contract. And it's just important because these are public dollars that are being spent, and this is oversight to make sure that the public dollars are being spent well, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Until the bill sponsors in these amendments, this particular bill was heavily amended in the Public Health Committee. Now we're amending it even further on seconds, which I do understand. But here's my real question with respect to this particular amendment, is where's the transparency and who gets to see this particular information outside of the BHA?
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These audits will be public and this information will be public. And these are the BASOs, which are the service organizations that are bringing in state funds for substance misuse disorder and for
Alcohol and mental health.
alcohol and for mental health. I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L16. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment passes. Representative Amable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to move Amendment L019 and ask that it be displayed. I got a couple more. You guys move amendments. I should have done that.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This just gives a little extra time for the health entity licenses because we gave a little extra time on some of the rulemaking, and so we needed to make a little extra time on the corresponding licensing. And I asked for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L19. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L19 passes. Representative Amable.
I move Amendment L20 and ask that it be displayed.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment came to us from the rural hospitals, and there was a little bit of a timing problem, and there was some concern that the crisis system was going to stop being funded before the BHA was stood up and would take over that funding, and this fills that gap so that there won't be any gap in providing crisis services in rural Colorado. And I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors. Now, this is an amendment that I understand. In the plethora of amendments that are being offered on seconds outside of committee, on top of the plethora of amendments that were offered in committee. And I do see this is a bridging mechanism for rural Colorado. And so maybe to the bill sponsor's surprise, this is one that I'm going to say aye.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L20. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment passes. Representative Amable.
Okay, this is it. This is the final amendment. I move L021 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment is properly before us. Please proceed.
Thank you. So there was a section in the bill that said mental health and substance use, and we couldn't decide whether that should say and or. So then we had the great idea of just saying behavioral health outpatient services, because that covers both. And then we didn't need to decide between the and the or, and I asked for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L21. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment passes. Representative Young.
What does this bill do? This bill delineates certain administrative responsibilities between the
Representative Young, I'm so sorry. Please make sure to speak directly into the microphone.
created Behavioral Health Administration, the BHA, and the Department of Human Services, CDHS. The bill also formally repeals the Office of Behavioral Health, which is now functioning as the recently renamed Office of Civil and Forensic Mental Health. Since we like alphabet soup, OCFMH in CDHS. Additionally, the bill makes the following clarifications and modifications, including but not limited to authorizing the BHA to seek, accept, and expend gifts, grants, or donations for the purpose of administering any behavioral health program and service, requiring a behavioral health safety net provider to include services that address the necessary language and cultural barriers to serve communities of color and other underserved populations, requiring the BHA to create a regional subcommittee structure of the advisory council that is not limited by the Behavioral Health Administrative Service Organizations region, otherwise known as the BASOs, requiring the BHA to provide directly or through contract care navigation services and align the services with the care coordination infrastructure, continuously appropriating funding to the 988 Crisis Hotline Cash Fund, codifying that the BHA is a health oversight agency charged with overseeing the behavioral health care system in Colorado and discharging the BHA's duties, and adding BHA representatives to serve on certain boards and commissions. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Amable? Okay, Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsors. I'm just going to slide this over just a little bit. We heard this bill in committee. We've been watching and working in public health for many, now going on 2 years, trying to stand up the BHA. And I will tell you, with as many amendments as we've ran, both in committee and here on second reading, this particular administration is a behemoth at this time. There are concerns that I have as the ranking member of this committee, seeing what I see and knowing what I know about these administrative functions and the ability to manage the many moving pieces. I do commend the bill sponsors for all of their advocacy and work. They are trying to move a mountain, but the real question is, will that mountain be able to deliver the results that we need in the behavioral health space across Colorado? I will tell you, at the speed that we need to try to solve the mental health and behavioral health crisis that surrounds us, both in rural and urban Colorado, I have real concerns and reservations with the response time and the ability for the BHA to come around and really put all the pieces together that are going to bring the solution sets. This particular bill, implementation, trying to update and do some cleanup and redirecting the, and renaming these offices that need to be renamed are important administratively. But I have real reservations, and I hope I'm wrong, with our ability to get this particular administration not only put together with the right rules and regulations, resourced with the tens of billions of dollars that we invest, but also staffed. And there was concern brought up in the committee that many people in the BHA and their staff that are leaving, and they're trying to stand up. And there's people leaving, and these are key positions and key staff members. So I have concern with that as well. If you're trying to build something, how do you build it when people are walking out the back door before you even get the ship built? So I'm going to support the bill, but I have serious reservations with everything we do with regard to this particular new entity that we're trying to put together here in the state of Colorado to solve our problems.
Seeing no further, Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one quick question, can you tell me how the Bajas, or I don't know what you said, I can't remember, but those service areas, can you give me an idea of where the Western Slope service areas are going to be and how they'll be set up?
Representative Amable.
Thank you for the question. The BASO areas have not been set yet, and that is something that has changed and been looked at in a number of different ways. The most recent is a metro area in eastern Colorado and a western Colorado, but that isn't decided yet. So that's still a work in progress. I think right now the idea is that there will be 3 of these BASOs, but it's possible that that could change between now and when we get this thing implemented. Yep.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, the bill sponsor. To address my good colleague from Montrose's question specifically, and this was brought up in committee, we were advocating for 3 BASOs. And I believe in committee, and correct me if I'm wrong, to the bill sponsors, they said the model was going to follow the two BASO model concept. Am I wrong about that? Okay, so I'm going to back this up. We wanted four BASOs because we needed to cover the entire state, west, east, central, north, and south. And I was of the position that more is better. To have more of these entities is better. More entities, maybe not as big, but that particular prevailing idea was discarded. And I could be mistaken, and I'll let the bill sponsors educate me on that. But truly, I thought there needed to be more than less. And I believe the BHA's position was no, they wanted less than more in this particular regard.
Representative Amable.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The conversation has been evolving, and as of now, we are looking at maps that have 3 BASO regions.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if that's the case, that is a small victory, because I know, and my memory isn't that bad, although it may not be that good, that there was a discussion about the 2 BASO model. And I think that was so there's less that you have to oversee. But truly, talking about behavioral health, I'm gonna put it out this way. The Western Slope needs their own, and I mean it needs to be Western Colorado-centric, period. In fact, Colorado, they might need 2. The northwest area and then the southwest area, if you know, are very different. And the travel times and a lot of those things and the resources they manage there might not be as many of them for a lower population, but regionally that needs to be covered. With respect to eastern Colorado, I conceded and said, yeah, northern, northeastern, eastern can be covered. Urban central, I'm going to wait. This conversation is pretty important back here.
Please proceed, Representative Holtorf.
Okay, thank you. That BASO can cover the north and in the east, but what about the southeast or the south central? Okay, I got colleagues here from Alamosa, I got colleagues here from Trinidad, they've got their own challenges. You can see very quickly how you can get 4 fingers up pretty fast, maybe even 5. So 3 is a good thing. I think 4 is a better number, maybe even 5. I know the overhead of these things is an investment, but truly it's about making sure that these contracts are managed at the right level and you have the resources to do the mental and behavioral health activities that need to be done with the capacity with these clinics and these other entities that are out there doing the work. And if you don't have a close relationship, and I'm going to say this to the bill sponsors because they're working more directly, if you don't have a close relationship from the contracting entities to these BASOs, and you have too many miles and too much distance, and they don't understand that region, that they're going to fail. They're not going to do well. And we're not going to solve the problems that I know the bill sponsors are so passionate about trying to solve, as well as I am, with respect to this issue for specifically rural eastern Colorado. So I'm glad to see that now we're talking about 3. I think 4 might be a better formula for the solution as well. But I'm also not the point person on this either. And thank you very much to the bill sponsors for their work.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1236 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1243.
House Bill 1243 by Representative Amable, also Senator Moreno, concerning changes to the hospital community benefit.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1243 and the committee report.
To the committee report.
I would like to run an amendment to the committee report because this is just my amendment day. I move L011 and ask that it be displayed.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill has been vigorously stakeholdered and started out with quite a lot of opposition, and we have been working away on getting that to go away. And this final amendment ends all the opposition to this bill and takes out some things that the hospitals did not think were doable and gets us in a good place with the Hospital Association and the hospitals that are affected by the program. And I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Soper.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say I don't know that it takes out all the opposition. It certainly lessens it dramatically. And I do want to say we greatly appreciate the amendment because it puts a lot of our hospitals in a much better place, being able to take out the language that you see in the middle of the amendment that talks specifically about how the meeting of the community members would override the hospital board. That's something that was just of real concern, because if that could happen, you would have a city or a county or a special district or a 501c3 stacking the community benefit meeting, all trying to pursue the hospital's community benefit dollars, not necessarily the profits, because community benefits would come even before the profits. And these are dollars that really do help deliver access to health care. So I just really wanted to tell the sponsor how much I appreciate this amendment and your good work here.
Representative Amable. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L11. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment passes. We're back to the committee report. Is there further discussion on the Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. We're to the bill. Representative Amable.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill is about nonprofit hospitals, and they are federally required to spend money in their communities to provide community benefit. And they are required to do that because they don't pay taxes. And so that is the trade-off. And in 2019, my colleague from Jefferson County ran a bill that put some guardrails around the spending of these community benefit dollars. And this is basically an update to that because we saw between 2019 and today that some of the hospitals were doing an excellent job with their community benefit dollars, and some were doing less than excellent. And the idea behind the bill is that the community should have a voice in how those community benefit dollars are spent. And so the bill asks that the hospital convene the community, listen to what the community wants, and then give them at least some of what they are asking for. And I ask for a yes vote on this bill.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Even though the bill is in a much, much better place, I still definitely have some concerns with the bill. And that's that, yes, it's required by federal law, the Affordable Care Act specifically, that we have to do this. And a lot has certainly been changed here. But when it comes to what could actually help in rural areas or urban areas actually deliver access to health care, some of that is just not included in what we would consider community benefit, and certainly should be. And that would be, for example, better medical equipment or different providers that area doesn't have. That can be a real game changer for a rural area, to have more specialists in that area, or to have more imaging equipment. Some of those are addressed here in the bill, some aren't, and I know some is blocked by the federal law, but that's just a real challenge as we've gone down this path. And that, yes, hospitals should be more than just profit centers. They should really be looking out for the well-being of the community that they serve, they should be thinking about how do we deliver affordability and access to quality health care. But this is really just a little bit of a step too far in my mind on what the government ought to be doing, and that's why I'm going to be a no vote. But I do just want to reiterate once again how thankful I am for the amendments that were run both in committee and here on the floor today. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of questions for the bill sponsors. I'll just go one at a time. In what ways are nonprofit hospitals not serving the needs of their communities? Because when I was talking to lobbyists that were stakeholdering this bill, they were talking about how much they've gone really above and beyond. CU being one where their community driven was benefit was like in the 400 millions, and they had given about $1 billion back to the community. So, and then are you seeing that urban versus rural? So I'd like to know how are they not serving the needs of their communities? Thank you.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one example is that communities identified, something like, I don't have the exact statistics, although I could get them for you, but mental and behavioral health came up for communities 80% of the time. But only 30% of the community benefit dollars were being spent on behavioral health overall. And so that's just one metric that we can use to say, well, they're not actually as responsive as we would like them to be to what their community is telling them they want. And certainly, as I said, some hospitals are doing an excellent job. Some hospitals were offering use of their conference room as their community benefit. And that really doesn't rise to the obligation. Keep in mind that the nonprofit hospitals don't pay federal income tax, they don't pay state income tax, they don't pay state sales tax, they don't pay property tax, they don't pay any tax at all. And those things add up to $800 or $900 million. And so it's no small thing to say that we should get a return on these tax-exempt entities.
Representative Bradley.
So it's really because they're not giving enough to behavioral health is what it sounds like you're saying. And tell me how opening this up to the public is going to, I guess, do that. What kind of where are you seeing the future of this bill going? What is, I guess, where do you see the future of this bill going?
Representative Amable.
Yeah, so let me just say that that was just an example on behavioral health. And the point of the bill is that the community, during an annual process, weighs in on what it is they would like their community benefit dollars spent on. And then the hospital spends money on community benefits. They report that out so that the public knows what they spent the money on. And then there can be a comparison that says, here's what the community wanted, here's what the money got spent on. Do they match up? Are they close? Are they near each other? Is there anything that's being done for this community that was part of what they wanted? That's the goal of the bill.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that clarification. How are you getting people to these meetings? Are these former patients? How do you get the word out to get, different groups of people, minorities, people that live in lower income households? How are we getting equity and diversity out there? How do you get people to these meetings?
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there's plain language in the bill that describes what hospitals have to do to advertise their convening of the community and how they are going to reach out. And there will also be rulemaking about how they have to do that.
Representative Bradley.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Last question. Is this based on any other states that have done this successfully? And if it is, what were the outcomes of that? Was there a huge outpouring of the community coming in, telling the community hospitals what they needed? I'm just looking for statistical evidence that this has worked in the past. Thank you.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So every state does this because this is federal rule, and we have been doing it here at least since 2019, maybe longer. And so, yeah, we have some evidence that says it isn't living up to its full promise.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor. A couple things. I'm really proud of the work Representative Mobley's done on this. And here's why, and this is why this bill has moved in a very positive direction. Originally, the original introduction of this bill was much more onerous, and actually the hospitals were concerned. Irregardless of a nonprofit and tax base and taxation, all that aside, we know that these nonprofit hospitals do a huge community service in providing health care to the areas that they serve. And that's their primary mission. With the work that Representative Mobley did in working with and stakeholdering, this has moved to, I think, a better place. And this is a bill that now, with all of the work that was done, that I can even get behind. Knowing that the communities are going to have an opportunity to let the hospitals know what the community wants. The hospitals are going to have a review of that. They're going to work towards meeting their community's needs, which most of them already do, believe it or not. With a few exceptions, they are already very integrated in their communities. But now there's going to be an opportunity for a review and even some reconciliation. So I'll turn this over to some other folks, but I'm telling you, this is one that I'm getting behind, and that might be a surprise to some folks here, but I'm really proud of some of the work that's been done here and the compromises that were done for the good of everybody in the state and the communities that these particular facilities serve.
Representative Bottoms.
I guess I'm it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, the language that keeps coming up is that they need to do their fair share because they're tax exempt. But the concept of why a tax exempt hospital exists, and specifically the rural areas, because we need hospitals where there are people. And this is one of the only ways we can get hospitals where there are people. The hospitals in the major areas, the urban areas, that kind of makes sense. There's going to be hospitals there, but they're not always hospitals in these communities we need them in. And so we're saying, okay, these are nonprofit hospitals so that they can afford to be where they are, and then we're going to make sure, and I understand this is federal law first, we're going to make sure that they give back. But we keep saying that they have to do their fair share, and we give this list from the community and make sure that that's fulfilled. The problem is going to be, I think, a few layers of problems with this. One is just the basic enforcement of this. It seems like this is a kind of a heavy-handed approach to this, and we're going to make sure that they're doing this. And having been in some of these rural communities and lived in some of these rural communities, the biggest benefit that hospital can provide to those rural communities is being in those rural communities. There's a lot of places, a lot of things where people cannot get to hospitals because they live in these rural communities. So the benefit actually is we have a hospital there. Now, can they give back to the community some? I don't have a problem with that, and some of this is mandated federally. But I feel like we're being a little heavy-handed here, pushing you're going to do this and you're going to do this and you're going to meet the needs that this community lists out. And again, how do we enforce this? When a hospital says, look, we're already doing this and this and this, even like saying the board meetings, or the public space for meetings. To me, that seems like a pretty legit thing that a hospital can do there. There are people all over the community that need this kind of stuff. So when we say they are doing some, but that's not enough, I'm always concerned when government says that's not enough. You're a nonprofit, but we're going to squeeze everything we can out of you because you're not paying taxes, and it's a penalization of you're not paying taxes, so we're going to make sure you do this. The government will never be, and these are local communities too, they will never be satisfied with whatever these hospitals are doing. And so I really am struggling with this. I'm struggling with the whole bill. But specifically this idea that this is the list they give and the hospital needs to do that. And I'm sure some of these hospital boards are saying, we can't. That's how simple it is. We cannot. And there doesn't seem to be any provision for that in here.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will just say that this does not include the critical access hospitals that have 25 beds or less. So most of the rural hospitals are not actually included in the bill.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was intrigued by the example that was used with respect to 80% of a need for mental and behavioral health and 30% funds attributed to it. And I was just wondering if there was more understanding or explanation as to where those other 70% went, because I would imagine that medical care, like physical medical care, is probably more costly, right, on the whole, in terms of the amount of supplies that you would need, because mental and behavioral health, you're not looking at gauze and other tangible supplies that you would have to expend dollars to. So I guess I'm just trying to understand where those numbers are derived from and why we are saying that there is a disparity there, because often these things aren't one for one.
Representative Amable.
Yeah, we're not talking about actual delivery of health care or behavioral health care. We're talking about things that are tangential to that they provide as a community benefit, not part of what they do as their normal business. So we're talking about supporting school programs for mental health, or maybe supporting a clinic that does therapy, that kind of thing. We're not talking about care in the hospital.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that answer, but I'm still just curious to know where those other dollars or where those other services are going, and how those things are being adjudicated, and why you see that as a disparity.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was really just giving a sort of a made-up example there, but it is true that communities are demanding more help with behavioral health care needs than the dollars would suggest that they're getting. And again, this isn't about service in the hospital. It's not about the delivery of what they do every day. It is about the things they do outside of that provide a community benefit. And there is reporting already, and there is information around that. So that's what that is. And I can give you, at a later date, I can supply you with more data on that if you want to look at it, but I don't have that to share right now in terms of, there's a whole host of things that hospitals do as part of their community benefit. They do training, they do education, they do all kinds of stuff.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Amable. I think I drove her crazy a little bit on this bill, and I appreciate how far it's come, because it scared me to death when I first saw it, and I could tell you it scared the presidents of our local hospitals even further. I just would ask for a couple things that I have already asked before, and they are part of 2.5, 2.7, and 2.8. In each one of those sections, we're allowing the community, these boards, to have approval. And they're not set up to be approving boards. there are boards of directors for these hospitals that one of their primary tasks is, in fact, to manage the priorities of these community benefits. And I'm absolutely fine with having meetings with this group of additional individuals from key organizations, but trying to get approval out of those groups and overriding what the boards of directors of these nonprofit hospitals, I think, is going just too far. So I'm fine with input. I'm not fine with approvals from this group.
Representative Amable.
Yeah, and the approval language is what we took out with that amendment that we ran.
Is there further discussion? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor for being amendable. I would like to move amendment, just in the spirit of amendments, for you, Rep. Mobley. I'd like to move L012 to HB 1243 and ask that it be displayed. It's not that one. It's not. I'll be the judge of that.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just trying to change it from a safety clause to a petition clause. This is not an emergency for the hospitals. It's not really necessary for this bill. I'd like to reserve the safety clauses for when there's dire straits or a safety issue. And for me, this is not one of those bills. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
I would like to support this amendment too. This is just the same thing that I keep saying is we're using these safety clauses not the way they were intended, and we're wearing them out in a way that goes against the concept behind what a safety clause does. There's not an emergent issue going on with this bill. There's not a we've got to have this instituted right now today kind of thing. This has been, even the concept of this has been something that's been happening for a while. I'm saying the hospitals and whether or not they're giving back to the community at some level. I don't see an emergency that says we need to make sure tomorrow that they give back to their community right now. And so to me, again, this is just a misuse of the safety clause and should be reverted to a petition clause. So I speak in favor of this amendment.
Representative Amable.
So I understand the sentiment there, but we do have a lot of rulemaking that needs to happen, and and the hope here is to align with the next season of working on these, the annual cycle. And so we want to make sure got all the things that we need to do to create that path. And so I ask for a no vote on this.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L12. All those in favor, please say aye. A division has been requested. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L12. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L12, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Oh yeah, please note that Representative Epps is here. You may be seated. All those opposed to Amendment L12, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. I think this one's going to be pretty close. You may be seated. The amendment fails. Is there further discussion on House Bill 1243? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just in this little interlude, I've had a conversation with a colleague about these whole systems and what have you. And it's my understanding that 40% of Colorado hospitals are at a 0% profit margin. Is that your understanding as well? Nonprofit, 40% of them don't. There's zero, so there is no margin necessarily to provide these benefits without cost shifting over to the person who is being served at the hospital, and then thereby increasing costs on healthcare. Is that your understanding as well?
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll speak to that comment just to clarify a little bit more. We do have 40% of our hospitals here in Colorado that are really, at that 0% profit margin. A number of those would be in the critical access or sole community status. Critical access is exempted out of the bill, if I'm correct. So there are a number that are exempted out. The challenge has been with how I view community benefits is that, yes, it's the state subsidy to hospitals by hospitals not having to pay taxes. And it's this grand bargain that we have in society where we want hospitals. We don't want hospitals to be Fortune 500 companies that are major profit centers. We want hospitals to be in segments of our communities that aren't profitable, where they're bringing access to healthcare in places where we otherwise wouldn't get it, whether it's in a inner city or in an incredibly rural part of our state. And we also want hospitals to focus on affordability, that they're hopefully not charging us an arm and a leg, although in a hospital they could do that. But that's the grand bargain that we have here, and that for many hospitals in our state, they have used all of this, what would be the state subsidy, to be able to deliver that. And so to honor this grand bargain that we have, I mean, really be the form of transparency. And that's why a number of hospitals have been exempted out. But when it comes to those that aren't, they're going to go down and have an annual community meeting, and they're going to talk about, on this list coming down from the federal government, what's included, and what we've also added from state law, both in this bill and previous bills, how it's going to look that they need to budget to spend certain dollars, and it may be for continuing education or for a homeless shelter or different social determinants of health. So I just object to that, but that's really an explanation of really the grand idea around community benefit and what we're talking about.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1243 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1234.
House Bill 1234 by Representatives Brown and Soper, also Senator Roberts, concerning the Streamlined Solar Permitting and Inspection Grant Program.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1234 and the committee report.
To the committee report. Oh, I'm sorry. There's both an E&E and Appropriations Committee report.
Yes. I move the Appropriations Committee report and the E&E Committee report.
Very good. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Appropriations Committee added a number of amendments. They gave it some money. We asked for an aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report passes. To the Energy and Environment Committee report, Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we ran, well, 3 amendments. We should have run 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the first 2 were technical changes that were requested by the Energy Office and local governments to best align the bill language with goals and intents within the bill. And then the 3rd amendment we ran was to ensure local governments receiving these grants are in compliance with current law related to permit inspections.
Seeing no, Representative Brown.
We asked for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Energy and Environment Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report passes. To the bill, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This proposal would create a pilot program to provide grants to local communities through one-time funding for technical assistance and online improvements to implement a technical tool that will significantly streamline local government permitting process for solar installations. It will alleviate local workloads, reduce time, cost, and the burden of permitting. So we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's pretty cool, but right here in Colorado, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory developed what's called the Solar App Plus, and this is to help local governments be able to streamline the permitting process and cut red tape. I wish we could do this for everything in government, cut red tape, when it comes to solar installation. But to be able to take advantage of that, that's why we have the grant included here to help local governments. And Mr. Chair, I also would move Amendment L012 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this came to me by one of my colleagues from the El Paso County area who asked me, Matt, why don't we have a petition clause? We checked with everyone. There's no reason why we shouldn't have one, so we're adding one and would ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, a division has not been requested. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment L12. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment passes. Is there further discussion on the bill? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going through this, the state's goal that 100% of the energy generated by renewable resources sources by 2040. I don't know why these things keep getting in there. From everything in energy, that just seems incredibly unrealistic, given the amount of. I suppose that is a goal. It should probably say the unrealistic goal, because the thousands of miles of high power line that's going to do that. So, notwithstanding that, any time that we can streamline government, that is a fantastic thing. And if you look at this, $7,000 per project, this really comes down to, I think it was less than 200 projects would be on average what the break even would be. So I'm not a huge fan of spending $1 million on this, but I think in the long run it saves money as opposed to setting up a fee structure. So yeah, that's it.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a couple questions. Just wondering, so do local governments currently charge for solar permitting? Yes? Yes, okay. And do they give up any sort of revenue associated with these permitting fees, or are they being reimbursed by this fiscal note?
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To respond to the question, I appreciate it. I can't speak for every municipality, but in the municipality that I come from, the permitting fees were designed to cover the cost of the permitting process and no more. And so I think that is common practice. So in this particular case, it lowers costs by lowering everyone's costs, essentially.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that answer. So a prior Senate bill, Senate Bill 19-181, expanded the ability of local governments to make zoning and other permitting decisions related to oil and gas development. I'm just wondering if this bill will give local governments the same latitude when it comes to solar panels.
Representative Brown.
Thank you very much for the question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this bill doesn't add or limit the authority of municipal governments in the solar permitting space. They already have the authority and utilize the authority to approve solar panels and solar permits. And this bill just allows them to do it in a better way. But it doesn't require any municipality to do anything.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that. So then my last question was as related to the disposal of these potentially toxic solar panels. So there's nothing in here that would, again, regulate based on your answer. So that's left up to the local governments to determine the permitting around that and those disposal requirements. And I'm getting a nod, so I will take that as a yes. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1234 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill passes. Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to lay over House Bill 1245 until tomorrow.
Seeing no objection, the bill will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill. Actually, hold on one moment. Majority Leader Duran.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move to proceed out of order with House Bill 1060.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1060. I'm sorry, I should say, seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1060.
House Bill 1060 by Representative Story, also Senator Cutter, concerning updates to the Colorado State Forest Service seedling tree nursery.
Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have all night, right?
That we do.
Let's see. Where's my stuff? Sorry, 1 second. Snuck up
No
on
worries.
me.
I know that when we move bills out of order, sometimes it takes a minute.
No, 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 no. That's not what I'm looking for, but thanks. That's hysterical. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 23-1060 and the appropriations report.
There's also
And
an
the
Agriculture Committee
Water,
report.
and Natural Resources Committee report.
Okay, very good. To the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you. In the appropriations report, additional appropriations were made, and also there was an amendment to waive out of student financial assistance under this Article 3.3 to fund the Colorado State Forest Service seedling tree nursery.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report passes. To the Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee report. Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We made a couple of amendments in that committee, the Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee, to address the appropriations to ensure that the appropriations in 2022-23 and 23-24 fiscal years were made available through the 24-25 state fiscal year, and then also amended the appropriation clause to ensure that the appropriations for this bill were available also through the 24-25 fiscal year.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am here to discuss with you the tree nursery bill coming out of the Colorado State Forest Service tree nursery. They have a facility that provides seedlings for reforesting when we have significant fires here in Colorado, which we did a couple of years ago in particular, and we know that we will have additional significant fire seasons ahead. And this bill will provide that we expand and renovate and remodel the current tree nursery so that they are capable of then providing twice as many seedlings as they do now, up to as many as 2 million seedlings. And that will also set us up to make the tree nursery more sustainable going forward, where we will potentially be in a place where we can provide tree seedlings and shrubs to other states. The tree nursery is very behind in terms of its infrastructure and systems that need to be updated and improved. This bill came out of the Wildfire Matters Committee in 2021 and came out with a $10+ million request for funding. Only $5 million was funded in 2022, so this bill provides that the balance of the funding is provided to the tree nursery so they can upgrade all the systems that are integrated in order to provide for these seedlings, and I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1060 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1217.
House Bill 1217 by Representative Froelich, also Senator Fields, concerning relief for crime victims whose motor vehicles have been towed because of the crime.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1217 and the State Civic and Military Veterans Affairs Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In committee, we basically did a strike below that sent this whole question of towing, victims' compensation, how to pay for towing and impound fees to the Transportation Legislative Review Committee. That zeroed out the fiscal note, and we will spend all summer trying to figure out a solution to this problem. And I ask for an aye vote on the committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as previously mentioned, the problem that we're tackling here is that when your car is stolen and then towed and then impounded, when you arrive at the impound lot, you have to pay to get your own car back, and that's further victimization of folks who've already been victims. And so we're trying to figure out a way so that that doesn't happen, and we hope that that happens this summer during Transportation Legislation Review Committee, and I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to address some of the things in here. I think this is overall a good bill. And I will probably vote yes, but I want to talk about it a little bit. The idea that this is a real problem that can happen where I've had this happen to me, where you have your car towed because of some issue that's outside of your scope, a crime, something like that. And then you get your vehicle towed, and then you're put into all these extra expenses for this. Says here, a towing carrier shall release a motor vehicle to the owner without demanding or accepting payment. This is the victim mentality. For any fee or charge associated with the tow or storage if this is all gone. Then I will address the bigger issue, which is these kind of things really do have effect down the line. This isn't just a one-person kind of thing. So you've got the person that is affected by this, either by crime or by some kind of negligence or something that actually can be outside the scope of the actual owner of the car, owner of the vehicle. And then these things are compounded quite a bit because you've got extra pays for each step along the way. And so making sure that there is some kind of plan for this or is some kind of process, I think is necessary. I think we did discuss this, it came to my committee, we discussed this in committee, and I did agree with the overall idea of this bill. So I just want to reiterate that I think that these are necessary kind of things that should be happening. Again, I don't necessarily like it that we have to make a law about this. I don't necessarily think that this goes to that. But again, with some of the conversations in committee, if you don't do this by a law, how does it get done, right? How do you make sure that this happens? And so I think overall I'm going to be a yes on the bill, but I wanted to hear my voice.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1217 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title, the House Bill 1075.
House Bill 1075 by Representative Snyder concerning evacuation and clearance time modeling in wildlife risk areas of the state. Wildfire risk areas of the state.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to say what a great honor it is to serve with you, sir.
Oh, it is a great honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you. And with that, I move House Bill 1075, the Agricultural Committee report, and the Appropriations report.
To the Appropriations report.
Thank you. In appropriations, we were funded with $45,000, which is the cost it will cost the state OEM to conduct this study on evacuation clearing times and modeling. And with that, I ask for your aye vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee report, Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the Ag Committee, we actually presented a strike below amendment. So the original bill was much more complicated. It established that there are free software to do evacuation modeling and times out there. It just proved to be very difficult to find a way to make that a public-facing tool. Many of the OEMs that I spoke with around the state, from places like Larimer County and Summit County and down in my own El Paso County, already do this type of modeling on their own, and they struggle with the same issue. How can we make this an effective tool for people, especially in the pre-evacuation time, that wouldn't in some way run contrary to what the incident commander on the ground is seeing in real time? So what I've learned is that a lot more smart people need to study this. And so the bill actually puts it to the state OEM, which is under the DPS and Homeland Security, to take a look at this and to hire a contractor to really sample those exact issues. Is this an effective tool? How can we make it public-facing, and how can it help us in a crisis of a wildfire? Because we all know that getting out of there, ever since the Camp Fire out in Paradise, California, where some 85 people lost their lives trying to flee, it's been a pressing concern for me. So that's what we did. We got bipartisan support in the Ag Committee, and we ask for your aye vote on this committee report.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Water Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also ask and I vote for this particular bill. This is a great bill. As you remember, in Boulder, we had the Marshall Fire, and I think this is a great bill that can potentially help the community, and also it is a study bill. So again, I urge and I vote for this bill. Thank you.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, this is not a task force, no costly, time-consuming process. I've learned one thing in this space is that we need to rely on our experts who really work in this field every day. I'm very pleased that they've agreed to take a look at this, and they should have a report. The bill requires a report back by December 1, 2023. And hopefully in time, if there is any legislation to be considered, it'll give us plenty of time to do so. With that, I would ask for your yes vote on House Bill 1075.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1075 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1184.
House Bill 1184 by Representatives Lindstedt and Frizzell, also Senator Roberts, concerning certain low-income housing property that is deemed to be used for a strictly charitable purpose and in connection therewith, clarifying and expanding the property tax exemption for property acquired for not-for-profit housing providers for a strictly charitable low-income housing purpose, and creating a property tax exemption for property held by community land trusts or nonprofit affordable homeownership developers and used for a strictly charitable purpose.
Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1184, the Transportation, Housing, Local Government Committee report, and the Finance Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report.
The Finance Committee made one amendment that basically just put the same guardrails in place for this property tax exemption that exists for all other property tax exemptions. So the right forms are created, all those important guardrails, so that this can be enforced and followed. So.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the Transportation, Housing, Local Government Committee report. Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you. We did two things in transportation, housing, and local government. One of them was a clawback for if a nonprofit developer did not follow through with the project, there could be a clawback for the local government to pursue the lost property taxes. The other change we made was raising the AMI levels to 100% or 120% in rural resort communities.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Frizzell.
Mr. Chair, I move House Bill 23-1184.
It has been moved, so you can just speak to the bill.
I apologize.
No problem.
I know that it is the icing on the cake of everyone's day to be talking about property tax here at almost 11 o'clock at night. Are you as excited as I am? I know. I am super excited. This bill, members, is the product of extensive stakeholding between charitable home builders, the Division of Property Taxation, counties, and municipalities. You know, generally speaking, the real estate market in the Denver metro area is expected to continue to experience instability due to mortgage rate increases, supply issues, and developer uncertainty. According to the National Association of Realtors, we continue to experience a severe shortage of new construction housing. I find this to be an interesting statistic simply because I'm geeky this way, but over the last 12 months, one new construction permit has been issued for every 6 new jobs. In a balanced real estate market, that number is 1 permit for every 2 new jobs added. That just illustrates how dire our new construction situation is. All that does is makes our real estate more expensive, makes it difficult for our folks who want to own homes and achieve this American dream to get there. This bill is a really great tool. It is not a silver bullet solution to affordable housing. This is a crisis that is multi-layered and very challenging, but this simply allows and provides some incentives for our nonprofit housing developers to do what they do best, and that is to create affordable housing for our entry-level market. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1184 as amended. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is passed.
No questions asked.
Majority Leader Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing no... You guys are getting better. Seeing no objection, and despite what we just heard, the committee shall rise and report.
The House will come to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report it as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1060 as amended, 1075 as amended, 1184 as amended, 1216 as amended, 1217 as amended, 1229 as amended, 1233 as amended, 1234 as amended, 1235 as amended, 1236 as amended, 1243 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third and final passage. House Bill 1227 and 1245 laid over until April 11th, 2023.
Speaker Pro Tem Degree Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Members, you have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Schiebel, please read the first Evans amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. We have two different Evans to two different bills. So the Evans amendment to House Bill 1216 of the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Evans moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Evans Amendment L2 to House Bill 1216 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1216 is amended passed.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the first Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask that it be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as we talked about before, this is the amendment that just talks about the fact that utilities may not have the ability to get that signature from the customer. So it cleans up some of that language by showing that they have to use their best efforts and then document the efforts that they took in order to get that signature. And then the second part of this provides some of those guardrails around when a utility would be required to take ownership of a privately owned gas line, pipeline, sorry. Again, these are things that are designed to basically ensure that some of the costs of this bill would not be passed on to the customers by mitigating some of those. And so I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Evans Amendment to House Bill 1216 on the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote? Representative Rick?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative Herod is excused. Please close the machine. With 26 aye, 37 no, and 2 excused, the first Evans Amendment is lost. Mr. Schiebel, please read the second Evans Amendment to House Bill 1233 to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Evans moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Evans Amendment L12 to House Bill 1233 to show that said amendment passed and that House Bill 1233 is amended passed.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the second Evans Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So as we discussed, so we're on a different bill now. This is the one that's talking about EV charging. This is the amendment that would have struck Section 2. Section 2 is something in this bill that was negotiated last year under House Bill 1362. And so this was just of great concern to a lot of the stakeholders that the negotiations and the agreements that they came to last year are now being arbitrarily moved up 2 years. And so this amendment would basically revert us back to the agreement from last year. I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Evans Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ricks votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Please close the machine. With 27 aye, 36 no, and 2 excused, the second Evans Amendment is lost. There are no further amendments at the desk.
The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 20 no, and 2 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Tuesday, April 11th.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Tuesday, April 11th. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until later today.
Madam Majority Leader, I might ask you to withdraw that motion. I think we have some business to complete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Members, we have some work to do. You are free to leave as we close up shop. Mr. Schiebel, reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1261 is amended, 1262 and 1263 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 99 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1259 is amended and Senate Bill 53 be amended. Senate Bill 53 as amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1270 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations.
Mr. Schiebel, printing report.
The Chief Clerk reports
The printing
following.
report will be printed in the journal. Signing of bills, resolutions, memorials.
The Speaker has signed
Signing
Senate
of bills,
Bill.
resolutions, memorials will be printed in the journal. Message from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, the Senate
Message
has
from the
passed
Senate
on-
will be printed in the journal. Message from the reviser.
We herewith transmit
Message from the
without comment.
reviser will be printed in the journal. Message from the governor.
Honorable members of the
Message
Colorado
from the governor will be printed in the journal. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1289 by Representatives Puglisi and Byrd, also Senators Liston and Bridges, concerning income tax credits for sustainability advancements in the aviation industry and in connection therewith, allowing an income tax credit for the purchase of electric-powered aviation group support, ground support, equipment, and allowing an income tax credit for investments made in a business in the state that researches, develops, or produces alternative aviation fuels or alternative aircraft power plants.
House Bill 1289 will be assigned to the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 1290 by Representative McCluskey, also Senators Moreno and Fields, concerning the referral of a ballot issue related to the underestimation of revenue from the taxes on products that contain nicotine and a required notice to voters and in connection therewith, requiring a ballot issue to the voters that to allow the state to retain and spend state revenues that would otherwise need to be refunded for exceeding the estimate in the ballot information booklet analysis for Proposition EE, and to allow the state to maintain the tax rates on cigarettes, tobacco products, and nicotine products established in Proposition EE that would otherwise need to be decreased.
House Bill 1290 will be assigned to the Committee on Finance.
House Bill 1291 by Representatives Joseph and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senators Winter F. and Fields, concerning procedures for expulsion hearing officers.
House Bill 1291 will be assigned to the Committee on Education.
Senate Bill 1 by Senators Robertson, Zenzinger, also Representatives Byrd and Lukens, concerning additional functions of the Public-Private Collaboration Unit for public projects that provide housing and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 1 will be assigned to the Committee on Transportation, Housing, and Local Government.
Senate Bill 2 by Senators Mulligan Simpson, also Representatives McCluskey and Bradfield, concerning seeking federal authorization for Medicaid reimbursement for services provided by a community health worker and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 2 will be assigned to the Committee on Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services.
Senate Bill 32 by Senators Simpson and Janal, also Representatives Lynch and Joseph, concerning the establishment of a wildfire detection technology system pilot program and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 32 will be assigned to the Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs.
Senate Bill 44 by Senators Janal and Pelton R., also Representatives McCormick and Winter, concerning updates to the Veterinary Education Loan Repayment Program.
Senate Bill 44 will be assigned to the Committee on Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources.
Senate Bill 82 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Amabile and Michelson Janae, concerning creation of the Colorado Fostering Success Voucher Program to assist foster youth and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 82 will be assigned to the Committee on Public and Behavioral Health and Human Services.
Senate Bill 161 by Senators Fenberg and Will, also Representatives Lynch and McCluskey, concerning state funding to finance the purchase of a firefighting aircraft to respond to wildfires.
Senate Bill 161 will be assigned to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 177 by Senators Robertson Simpson, also Representatives McCormick and Catlin, concerning the funding of Colorado Water Conservation Board projects and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 177 will be assigned to the Committee on Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources.
Senate Bill 186 by Senators Pelton R. and Winter F., also Representatives Winter T. and Wilford, concerning methane seepage in the Raton Basin of Colorado and in connection therewith, requiring the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission to complete a study and making an appropriation.
Senate Bill 186 will be assigned to the Committee on Energy and Environment.
Senate Bill 196 by Senator Winter F., also Representatives Young and Ricks, concerning extension of the income tax for retrofitting a residence to increase the residence's visitability.
Senate Bill 196 will be assigned to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 202 by Senators Danielson and Hawkes Lewis, also Representatives McLaughlin and Velasco, concerning the wearing of traditional Native American regalia at graduation ceremonies.
Senate Bill 202 will be assigned to the Committee on Education.
Senate Bill 203 by Senator Fields, also Representatives Soper and Marshall, concerning the authority of the Office of the Inspector General in the Department of Corrections to apprehend fugitives.
Senate Bill 203 will be assigned to the Committee on Judiciary.
Senate Bill 208 by Senators Janal and Pelton B., also Representative Epps, concerning modifications to certain tax statutes to correct defective cross-references.
Senate Bill 208 will be assigned to the Committee on Finance.
Senate Bill 209 by Senators Janal and Rich, also Representatives Taggart and Ricks, concerning removal of the date restriction in the definition of eligible borrower used to determine a business's eligibility for a small business recovery loan under the Clymer Act.
Senate Bill 209 will be assigned to the Committee on Finance. Mr. Schiebel, introduction of resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 1003 by Representative Soper and Weinberg, just Representative Soper and Weinberg, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning the right to carry a concealed handgun in any area of Colorado except areas prohibited by state law.
House Concurrent Resolution 1003 will be assigned to the Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs.
House Concurrent Resolution 1004 by Representative Bradley, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning establishing fundamental rights for parents.
House Concurrent Resolution 1004 will be assigned to the Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs.
House Concurrent Resolution 1005 by Representative Luck, submitting to the registered electors of the state of Colorado an amendment to the Colorado Constitution concerning a limitation on the bills that may be introduced in the General Assembly and in connection therewith, limiting the scope of every other regular session of a General Assembly to primarily focus on a biennial general appropriation bill, which applies to the next 2 state fiscal years, establishing procedures to develop and introduce the appropriation bill, limiting the number of bills that can be introduced in any other regular session of a General Assembly, and creating emergency bills that may be introduced in either session if prior to introduction at least 2/3 of the members elected to the House of Introduction vote in favor of introduction.
House Concurrent Resolution 1005 will be assigned to the Committee on State, Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs. Introduction of memorials. Introduction of more resolutions first.
House Joint Resolution 1020 by Representative Bradfield, also Senator Gardner, concerning honoring Police Officer Julian Becerra.
House Joint Resolution 1020 will be laid over under House rules until April 13th.
House Joint Resolution 1021 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Weinberg, also Senators Gardner and Janal, concerning the commemoration of the Holocaust.
House Joint Resolution 1021 will be laid over under House rules until April 18th.
House Joint Resolution 1022 by Representative Winter, also Senator Pelton R., concerning the effect of Section 216 of President Biden's Executive Order 14008 on Colorado.
House Joint Resolution 1022 will be laid over under House rules until one day, tomorrow, April 11th. Introduction of memorials.
House Memorial 1003 by Representative Martinez, memorializing former Representative Jim Snook.
House Memorial 1003 will be laid over one day under House rules.
House Memorial 1004 by Representatives Mabry and Degree Kennedy, memorializing former Representative Jean Labuda.
House Memorial 1004 will be laid over under House rules until April 19th. The Senate did not concur in House amendments with Senate Bill 214. House conferees are Representative Byrd, Representative Sirota, Representative Bockenfeld. The Senate did not concur with House amendments on Senate Bill 241. House conferees are Rep. Byrd, Rep. Sirota, and Rep. Bockenfeld. The Senate did not concur in House amendments on Senate Bill 220. House conferees are Rep. Byrd, Rep. Sirota, Rep. Bockenfeld. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until, I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in adjournment until Tuesday, April 11th at 9 a.m.
Madam Majority Leader, you're perfect. The House is adjourned until Tuesday, April 11th at 9 a.m.